done, which is a best of 69. I felt that I need it to earn my caster badge, though. So here we are, a TvZ. Probably picked the hold on. I forgot that the thing doesn't even go up this high. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. I hope that the map score goes up that high on this overlay. I did not actually check that, to be honest. Oh no. We're going to need a custom score at some point. When one player passes 9 wins, we're going to need a custom scoreboard. Yeah, thanks so much to everyone for tuning on in. Here we are. This is my first look at the new maps. The players wanted some hardcore practice, and so they're going to play 69 games potentially on them. In the bottom left, representing Team Cascade, it is souL. And in the top right-hand side of the map, representing Ago XCOM, it is Elazer. I got to admit, I was pretty pumped when Elazer was willing to step up and play souL in a best of 69, but if you're gonna play a bunch of practice TvZ games against someone with phenomenal TvZ, you may as well get paid for it. Every map you win nets yourself a fatty $10, which is pretty darn good for winning a game of Starcraft 2. If these guys were practicing on the ladder, they wouldn't get $10 when they win a map. But yeah, here we are. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning on in. Let your friends know that this madness is starting to go down. And I shall be your chauffeur through this madness, as we're gonna be having multiple days for this best of 69. We didn't set out to be like, yeah, we're gonna do it all in one day. No, it's TvZ, it's souL versus Elazer. We're gonna need at least 2 days. The plan is 2 days, 8 hours one day, however many hours the next day. And yeah, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be something, that's for sure. As I know at some point I'm gonna become delirious, as I did have to work before doing this. So yeah. Anyway, we've got souL moving out with a Reaper as we take a look at this beautiful scenery of 2,000 atmospheres, which is interesting. Is that how much atmospheric pressure there is? Or is it, I don't know, 2,000 atmospheres? I don't know. Seems pretty greedy for a planet to have 2,000 when like Mars doesn't even really have one. But yeah. Anyway, we've got souL going for a Reaper, and then he got out his safety marine, that kind of thing. I believe there wasn't an SCV scout from souL, so he's already setting the precedent in this best of 69 in order to basically have himself be 12 pooled at some point, or 16 pooled. You name it. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to go ahead and hit that one up, by the way, if you're checking out the stream. If you're starting to watch this best of 69 and you're someone who's maybe lurking a little bit, go ahead, take the plunge. Make that a Freaka TV account. We've been doing events on a Freaka we're in our 4th year at this point. And if you want to come out, hang out and chat, there's going to be a lot of Starcraft to chat about for at least the next 8 hours. Anyway, we've got this Reaper for souL, just doing lots of work, scouting out and everything, as we start to get a better feel for 2,000 atmospheres, which is these beautiful, beautiful floating fish, by the way. I think they're actually in the water, but they really don't look like it. Those fish look like they're totally above the water. souL, behind this, has already got his 3rd command center on the way, about to finish up. Elazer himself is also going hard on the drones, so I feel that this is fairly suspect. These two players going to be feeling each other out at the start of this series, but like, yeah, total macro game, right? And I think we are going to see a lot of macro games, as that's what these two players like. That's the way TvZ's been trending, and I think that this is actually going to be incredibly good for Elazer, having such practice against souL. As yeah, late game TvZ is souL's specialty, and that's part of the reason why he's one of my favorite players, if not my favorite player. No bias here, guys, but yeah, part of the reason for that, I think, why it's such a good thing for Elazer is that it's not something that's easy just to load up a game and practice against. But if you are going to want to practice late game TvZ, you want to play against souL, because he plays against souL, who's the best late game ZVT player in the world probably. And so souL is incredibly good in this matchup. Elazer, he's going to want to become as good as that, as I said before, because TvZ does seem to be trending that way more so. If you happen to watch like Maru versus souL, that kind of thing. Anyway, we've got Elazer already with his 4th base, about to finish up. 6 minutes, 5.5 minutes into the game. Feeling incredibly confident against souL as far as the fact that souL is just macroing up. And that's basically what we're running headlong into. These two guys are going to just try and macro the bejeebus out of each other. souL, of course, behind on workers compared to Elazer. Zerg can drone up quicker, so souL is going to have to try and mount some pressure. He's already done a good job with his Hellions, with his Reaper, trying to deny some creep, and now he comes in with Medivacs. He's got Marines with Stim, he's got the Hellions to support them, and he is up against an Elazer who's gone incredibly hard into the drones, arguably too hard into the drones here, as Elazer loses all but one of his Banelings. He's got 2 more making, but that is not a lot of Banelings against Marines with Stim, and so Elazer was like, yeah, let's have this gentleman's macro game, but you gotta respect the Terran's first poke anyway. And he really didn't, I feel. There's blings coming on in. souL just has to target down that one Baneling. He doesn't, and oh, that actually goes horribly for souL when it was looking really darn good for him from the start. Those 2 Banelings that Elazer was making were actually over on souL's side of the map. But God, souL, he did not target in that Baneling, even though that connection wasn't too bad. But he loaded up into Medivacs, and one of them got sniped down by the Queens. Elazer kept that base alive, and I feel that souL maybe didn't force that fight as aggressively as he should have. Yeah. But of course, it's not like he knew that there was no Banelings coming, really. So, souL unable to get the damage done that we maybe could have seen. So the game is really now just going to head more so into that macro stage. We got Elazer throwing up a wall, souL throwing up a wall. And Elazer has already got some good counter damage done here. Grabbing another 2 SCVs on top of the ones he already got this game. souL's dropping all over the place, or starting to drop all over the place. But, I mean, Elazer's feeling super confident right now. 1 macro hatch going up, his 5th base going up already. So far away from the Terran, it's not going to be easy for souL to harass, particularly if Elazer does get the creep spread up. That's going to be a big tell this game, and we've already got, oh my god, another 16 drones on the way. This is nutty. And we've got a Hydra Den on the way for Elazer, an Infestation Pit, Burrow, Carapace on the way. +2 Carapace. We've got souL making Liberators already, which is rather interesting. And yeah, if I'm going to be completely honest, I know souL's the guy. Who's basically... he's basically the late game guy, but that doesn't mean he can't be in a bad spot going into the late game. And this game, I'm feeling like he's not in the best spot. Elazer has done what a greedy Zerg needs to do. And so souL's going to be in this uncomfortable position for some time, I think. He's literally just pushing the Zerg on 3 bases right now. It's not like he's got a 4th CC on the way. As I say that, he throws it up. So he is going to be pressured to get something done against Elazer. But then even if they do go into the late game, Elazer's already at this absurdly high drone count. He's already got his hive on the way. Elazer's got a counterattack queued up already. souL's gonna try and make a play happen here, but I'm feeling pressure right now. If I'm souL, maybe he can get a killing move off with this push. The tanks are getting some lethal shots off, and Elazer's actually really committing far into these tanks. Ling's coming for a wraparound. But I'm not sure that went as well as it should have, but then Elazer gets some incredible Bane connections. The Queens have done a beautiful job sniping down all the Medivacs, of course. souL is able to get some punishment on those Queens, picks them all off, able to snipe down 10 drones. These Marines are kind of committed with no Medivac support. Now they're going to stim away instead of trying to get that base, but Elazer does hold on 5 bases. He's got that 75 drone count after losing 10, so he's not incredibly wealthy, but he's got the resources to make a lot more Banelings. souL is coming forward, though. He's got a couple new Medivacs. He's literally just got a ton of Marines. That's it. As his tank count was reset. Here comes in a new tank. souL just keeping the pressure on Elazer, and maybe Elazer has taken too poor of trades this game so far. Like, look at this. He's down in supply, down in army supply. This tank's getting set up. souL's gonna have this 2-2 momentarily. He's already got the +2 attack done. Elazer, though, however, is also keeping up an upgrade, so that's not too significant. But we see Elazer unable to hold on to his 5th base, so he's gonna have to just focus on this new 5th base that he's building. A counterattack is being set up by the Zerg player, gonna be looking for that. All the while, Elazer just needs to keep churning out banelings, but then he's got Hydras on the way as well. Gonna want those lurkers he's been researching. It's actually quite incredible, the position Elazer's got himself into. Like, normally when Zerg's trying to rush to Hive, they're rather vulnerable. Elazer's just gone to Hive, and the defense seems like an afterthought at this point, it would seem. Yeah, and when I say an afterthought, he's just really focused on that Hive. He's about to hit lurkers, though. He's got a good number of banelings, 17 to his name, and there really is just one tank for souls. The supply really is rather scary, but we'll see if souL's able to make a push happen. The lurkers are set up. souL's going to commit into banelings and lurkers, which is just a mad lad play. These banelings are rolling forward, getting some good connections. Yeah, super duper great connections there by Elazer, and the supply difference, which was like 50 almost, I feel, at one point, is now really evened up. That being said, while this is going on, souL, the macro machine, has his 4th base up, getting another base up. Even got a Widowmine drop off. That Widowmine got 10 kills. Nicely done. Another 10 kills between the other 2 Widowmines. souL, the pressure he's been doing with his Marines is really nice, but still Elazer holds on. Elazer's got out a few lurkers. He's going to need more. He's also going to need some anti-air here, which he does not have a lot of. In fact, he's got like a queen, no, 3 queens, but in comes souL with a drop. His Liberator harassment is going strong. Elazer's economy is really taking a bit of a beating this game, and I know I said that I really liked Elazer's position, but souL did get enough damage done here to really even things up, it would seem. And thus, we take a look here. souL getting pushed away by Elazer is going to be boosting for, after getting 7 drones. I mean, this Liberator hasn't been cleaned up yet. souL's coming in with his bio. This push is looking rather nasty. And Elazer, yeah, he literally just taps out. I was about to say the worker count, super close, but then in the end, souL did too much damage. Look at the creep, it's non-existent. souL had pushed every avenue and really just needed to go for that kill move, and Elazer knew he was down 30 army supply once again. We're not going to dive too much into that, but by gosh, thank you so much for the support. Michael giving 50 star balloons. Greatly appreciated. And we will load on into the next game. Like I said, not going to do too much analyzing, as of course we've got a ton of games to go through. This is going to be learn by watching on the fly kind of thing. After watching a ton of these games, we won't need to super dive into any of them, as that is literally just different ways to learn. Yeah. And thanks so much. Thanks so much for the support, Michael. I really appreciate it. Hello, Mars Bars, coming to chat. Make sure to go ahead and hit that favorite button if you guys do have an account. If you don't have an account, make one. And while you're at it, go ahead and check out the Match Arena. We've got coupon codes to use. And if you do want to go in depth into any of the games these players play, you can grab the replays by supporting on that. I saw Michael said you'll need some energy drinks, LaughNgamez. I have got them here. I've already had one to start off. I'll definitely need another one at some point. But yeah, loading it into the next game. Interesting start, really just a respectful macro start, but then I guess souL did get enough damage done. And the plan is for the overlay here, guys. What we're gonna be looking at is we're just gonna have it like that, and then once someone passes 9 wins, then we'll try a different overlay. Otherwise, I'll just pull something up. Otherwise, I'll just pull something up. And yeah, here we have him in the top right. It's Elazer. And in the bottom left, he's souL. We're on Beckett Industries, this map. Yet another one of the new ones. Seems to be rather large. Good distance between the spawns. That being said, good distance between the spawns. Not necessarily a huge distance between the thirds. Yeah. I guess it depends if each player expands here. I imagine it's going to be mainly expansions like here and here, as these outer bases are just rather vulnerable. Okay. Pull up that production tab. Let us take a look here. I feel like if you guys wanted to play a drinking game, the best one for this best of 69 would be, let's take a look here at the openings. Something along those lines. Or actually, no, me saying nothing out of the ordinary, probably too. As a caster, you do realize that you've got these kind of quirks. And I'm always asking for feedback on them, because sometimes you don't realize you're saying something over and over and over again. And there's a few that you do need to address. And addressing them really does make you better at casting. That's one of the things I really focused on when I first started. And so if you guys can give any feedback, just make an account. Have a little chat. Let me know. Couple of Queenie Bow beanies on the way for Elazer. Lings take their hatred out on that rock, and there's the third base expansion. souL has got his natural on the way. We'll see if he's going to go for that lightning speed third. As I say that, though, yeah, starport on the way. For a second, I thought he started another barracks. In reality, though, he just was going to land that somewhere else. We actually see, interestingly enough, from souL, going for a Reaper. A Reaper to couple with his Hellions is going to give him a bit more bite this early on. Of course, Elazer at this point already thinks the Terran skipped his Reaper, which he has. It's going to be really interesting to see if souL's going to go for yet another Reaper and then go for a rather aggressive push. He's not, though. So souL just wants that Reaper. I wonder if it's for the grenade capability or if he's just going to YOLO it in for a scout. That is the question. Of course, on this map, there are accelerator zones, so the distance between the spawns is actually kind of misleading. And that is something that's actually really cool. As far as the acceleration zones and the deceleration zones, or the inhibitor zones. Oh my gosh. Oh no, Elazer. Oh no. Gonna be losing a lot of drones here as the Hellions run on in. So far, good targeting and good dodging on the drones, but oh, souL getting at least one or two good shots off, but only 4 drones died there. That is absurd. There was a lot of drones at this natural base, and souL only gets 1 per Hellion. The Queen's put out a lot of hate on that base, and oh man, Elazer, yeah, he's going polar opposites now. He says, alright, we played your macro game, and we're going to play a lot more macro games this series, but we're also going to play some games where I just try and kill you. And that's what we're looking at right now. Elazer said, yep, you threw away your Hellions, I'm going to cross the map. souL right now is in the dark about what's coming his way. He did get a bunker, really important. There's now 1 Banshee out. However, the Queens are already almost at his front door, and he's going to need to hold on. souL literally just started a 3rd command center. However, oh gosh, he's going to have Cloak. Yeah, souL's going to have Cloak on this Banshee. That's literally the thing he needed in order to hold on. That being said, the Banshee's on the other side of the map, so it's going to be all about the counter damage, and then this 1 Banshee that just popped out is going to have some work to do. SCVs really need to keep this bunker alive to buy some time. The Banshee does actually eat some Corrosive Bile, but It's not going to be detected unless it gets completely biled down. It'll be fine. The concern is the amount of damage Elazer is going to get done while this is going on. Another bunker attempt not completing. Elazer, great biles, takes that down. That removes the SCV repair, removes a lot of the damage. And oh, souL not microing this Banshee, not getting it out of the Queen, so when it uncloaks, he takes absurd damage. This other Banshee taking a lot of damage. And oh, this is actually just looking phenomenal for Elazer. All of a sudden, one of the Banshees is gone. The other is out of energy, retreating home. I think souL might just be dead here. Look at this. Yeah, he's got nothing. He could have potentially had a hold here with the Banshees, but one being on the other side of the map was really unfortunate, and then the other one not being microed back and repaired all of a sudden puts us at an even series. If this was a best of 69, or a best of 1, or a best of 3, pardon me, I'd say we've got one more map to go. Already getting tongue-tied at this point. Trying to do my sort of quieter talking. Yeah. Into the next map we go. Make sure to go ahead and hit up that match arena, ladies and gentlemen. It's linked above the chat. We've got to use at least all the coupon codes for this. Best of 69 is the coupon code. Check out that link. And there we go. Game number 1 and 2 already done and dusted. These guys showing that they're equal counterparts. I think that's what we can expect. Elazer getting a lot of wins from the more aggressive play. souL getting the games that go later. Alright, we're looking at a 1-1 situation. Here in the bottom right, it's Elazer. And in the bottom left, he's souL. So, we've got use of these inhibitor zones on this map. Basically, to artificially make the airspace bigger. Literally, if you think about it, I'm doing the expanding gesture with my hands, pushing out, as that's really what this is. These inhibitor zones, they reduce speed 35%, so basically it means this area realistically is just, in a roundabout way, 35% bigger than it really is. So this space, plus this space, which would be about this space, is actually about 35% bigger, so really it's about this big. So that means that this entire area has an extra few seconds of travel time that air units have to get through, otherwise it would be really abusable. But it's artificially a bigger space. Of course, it's not just the sort of time thing that it affects to make the map seem artificially longer. It is about like the fact that because of these inhibitor zones, it's not going to be as good doing like proxy Tempest or something, because they'll literally be caught in the zone and fighting units that aren't. I definitely wouldn't put it past Protoss to still do proxy Tempest. However, this is a best of 69 TvZ. If you've wanted an escape, a respite from all that Protoss baloney, you've got it. This is literally just the best matchup in Starcraft 2, and so we're literally just going to watch a ton of it. It's good. It is good. Reaper comes on in, harassing a Ling, doesn't get, no, does get one. 25 minerals gone. The third base does get up. souL, interestingly enough, gonna be going for a 2-1-1 this game. That's a good change. In a best of 69, we can expect to see literally every TvZ build. Some old, I presume, like this 211. Some new. Maybe like some improvised Hellbat pushes or battle cruiser plays from souL. Elazer, who knows, maybe we'll see something like a proxy hatch. Or some Nidus stuff. Really about these players trying to throw each other off. Great Reaper Grenade by souL. Ensuring the kill on that creep tumor. Setting Elazer's creep back is really nice for someone who's going to be going for a 2-1-1. We see Elazer with his Overlord. Hasn't scouted what souL's going for. He hasn't even really checked if this wall's here. He has, however, seen a lack of Hellions. So he can really presume that souL's playing bio. And then the only question at that point is, okay, is it going to be a 2-1-1? Probably more likely, or some sort of weird non-Hellion 3cc opener. So I think you can naturally assume it's going to be a 2-1-1. Of course, there's always the possibility of the Terran hiding the Hellions. But then if it was going to be just some Hellbat push or whatever with hidden Hellions, then it's like, oh, just keep making queens anyway. Keep paying attention. Oh my god, that Reaper, what a menace. Gets himself yet another creep tumor. That is ginormous. Elazer starts up his 4th base. souL should have his drop moving out soon. Lots of Marines. Combat shields on the way up next. No eBay just yet. So just focusing on getting out those units. Starting up a tech lab as well on that factory so you can start up a tank. That might be the way he's going to play this out. And guys, by the way, if we have 2 more viewers on the stream, we're going to be at 69. How nice is that? That's truly beautiful. Marines come in, try and get that Overlord. They actually kind of fail. That was a little bit sad for them. Here the Marines go up towards the natural. Gonna engage this queen, gonna try and get the lings. This is actually a really great fight for souL. Fighting the army segmented. These ling queen responses to a 2-1-1 drop, the first drop, really requires consolidation on the Zerg's part. And all of a sudden, Elazer got himself supply blocked by losing those Overlords. Really, souL got a Elazer supply blocked with that drop, but now we see souL gonna be up in the force by bringing in an extra 8 Marines with this Medivac. He's gonna have combat shield in about 14 seconds. And this is where things are going to become really scary. Elazer's got Banes on the way, but the Queens are by themselves. souL comes in with the Marines, and we could be looking at a situation which is just the Terran, like this was 2015, 2016, literally just wins with the 2-1-1. And as Elazer's Queens go down, as his Lings flood in to try and stem the tide, he just taps out. souL all of a sudden has got a 2-1 lead in this series. Yeah, Elazer not having a perfect response to that 2-1-1. Really, it was just souL making the push as going to the natural instead of going to the 3rd where Elazer was ready. Then he had a queen that forced Elazer to try and save the queen, not take the appropriate fight. souL got Overlords on the way out. Elazer's production got scrambled. And then really the nail in the coffin there was the 3rd base, or was the queens out on the front by the 3rd base, being by themselves without the Lings. The Lings were waiting for a drop or something like that. I'm unsure exactly where they were. But then, yeah. That was it. That was the first game. Or the 3rd game. As we wait for souL. We will be having micro breaks and stuff throughout this, but the plan is for 6 p.m., aka 4 hours in, 9 a.m. my time, we'll be having like somewhat of a longer food break. Planned that just so that like we wouldn't have souL be like, oh, my dinner's here, and then go eat dinner, and then have Elazer be like, oh, half an hour later, oh, my dinner's here, time to go eat dinner. Okay, we are definitely going to be switching between sitting and standing throughout the day. And here we have the man with the 2-1 lead. It's souL. And in the bottom right, it's Elazer. Now let me tell you, it's gonna be real exciting to see if Elazer wins this map, or if the lead doesn't diverge too much the longer the series goes on. Like if we're like a few hours from now and it's looking like 10-10 or something, that would be sick. And then maybe 20-20 and then 30-30. Oh, what if a best of 69 comes down to the final map? Really, that wouldn't mean anything, as the players would have won pretty much an equal amount of money. But yeah. Anyway, that's actually kind of funny if we think about it. The way that this prize structure is set up is that the match Reno contributions are split 50-50, and that the main reward for the players winning the series convincingly is that they basically get the money from all those other maps. So if you win 35-20 as Elazer, I think it works out you get like $490 to like $200 or something, or $450 to like $240 or whatever. Whereas if it goes 35-34, then you're just looking at $350 versus $340. I hope everyone is enjoying this stream so far. Make sure to let your friends know what you're doing. Say you're watching a best of 69, and they'll be like, what is that? What in God's name is a best of 69? And you'll say, well, it's, you know how I play Starcraft? And how I sometimes watch it too? They'll be like, okay. And you'll be like, yeah, I'm watching two people play a best of 69. And they'll be like, what's wrong with you? Jokes aside, get your friends in here and say, if you wanna learn the best Starcraft matchup, this is it. This is the show right here. Crack a beer, do what you gotta do, order food, get ready to stay in, hang out. We have got, I hope I'm gonna pronounce this right, pronounce the English text anyway, Kyungyan. Kyungyan33 says, greetings, I say hello. Hello there, General Kenobi. If you guys do enjoy this, do hit that 1-up button. We've got Elazer going for some early Ling harassment. Nothing really getting done. This is literally just punishment for souL skipping the Reaper. Starport, and I was just about to say, oh, Fusion Core on the way. Oh, Fusion Core and a second Starport, so it's going to be a double battlecruiser rush. This is one of the builds, while not completely in the meta, in a best of 69, is something you should absolutely have in your wheelhouse, I feel. Right now we've got Elazer just going hard on the drones, lots of queens on the way. That being said, queens alone, or just an average number of Zerg queens alone without like multiple spores at each base to deal with a double BC rush, is just not doable. And so souL's really being a menace here, going for a double BC rush. Elazer could literally just die, and with these 4 Hellions at the door, with this 1 Marine to shoo away the Overlord, it's just not going to be easy for Elazer to know what's coming. There's 1 BC on the way. We see a lair, a Roachwarren on the way. No spores just yet. Elazer saying, yeah, okay, is it going to be some sort of odd Hellbat push? What's you going for, guy? Why are you hiding the scout? And yeah, Elazer, the longer this goes on without him making a spore, the more likely he is literally just to die. He could actually just GG upon seeing these 2 battle cruisers. There's the Yamato cannon on the way, weapon refit. And thank you for the nice words, Kyungyan. I do realize that with 8 hours of casting, even though I'm kind of keeping it down right now, 8 hours of casting, my voice will die. At some point, hopefully someone's gonna join me. I'll probably put it out on Twitter at a break, be like, hey, anyone want to come hang out and cast for a bit? Hit me up. Or if you're watching and you want to come cast, if you've done some casting or you're really darn good at Starcraft, then I think you'd be more than welcome. So we heard that click, we saw the two BCs teleport in. souL's going to target down the Queen, just start massacring drones. He's already killed 8 drones, the Queen. Elazer's got 5 Queens, and this one BC has taken damage. Oh god, Elazer totally just flexes on souL and asserts dominance by shooting down his own Overlord. That's painful, and oh gosh, another Overlord's gonna die. These two BCs gonna be targeting down the 4th base. They've already killed 13 drones. That's really painful. Now, interestingly enough, souL is going full-blown in the transition with his 2 medivacs. He's getting that Yamato cannon, and he's kind of selling to Elazer right now that it could still be more. In reality, it is just going to be a medivac. The BCs come back into the main. They're going to be able to kill off more and more drones. souL needs to keep the battlecruisers alive till they have tactical jump. And then probably dump his Yamato cannon. Oh gosh, if he can get the Spire, that'd be huge. He's not going to. And he is a ways away from getting Yamato cannon, so he's just going to settle off killing drones like mad. And he's going to have to teleport out soon. Don't lose that BC, souL. Oh, look at that. Such good teleportation. Keeps that BC alive. Going to teleport out the next one. Another 14 drones of Elazer go down. Elazer lost 27 drones. He had to cancel, or he actually lost a hatchery. And all of a sudden, souL's coming in with his counter push. Oh no. Elazer invested in 6 Corruptors. That's not going to help at all, really. I guess he kind of needed them due to the double battlecruiser threat, or they'd just keep getting damaged, but... ouch, that's painful. Hopefully he'll be able to find some medivac kills. Elazer does have a good Ravager count. A few Lings to help out shut this down, but souL saves the siege tank. He's now kiting back with these Marines. Combat shield's not done for them. 1-1 not done for them. So souL will have to step off a bit, but now he's repaired his BCs. He's moving out with them. souL panicking a little bit. Throws up 3 bunkers. And Elazer has weathered the storm. Whether he's in perfect shape, I don't think so. But whether he's in okay shape, maybe. I see Kyung Yun says, my job made me can't play this game anymore. Last game was maybe 2018 December. I can relate to that. Sometimes work just has you so busy. So darn busy that you can't really play too much StarCraft. Or at all. And that's a tragedy, because I wish I had enough time in the day that I could play like 5 hours of StarCraft and then do everything else. That would be nice. Other than that, watching, yeah, it's pretty darn good. Particularly when it's TvZ with double BC rushes. Yep. Looks just like souL pushing in. Lots of Marines. It's not like souL's rushing into the late game tech. He's basically saying if I have to go late game, so be it. And now he's just got a lot of Marines and tanks against a high roach count for Elazer. As both players approach max, though, that is going to be a lot better for souL. Maxed out Bio, a lot better than maxed out Roach. Yamato Cannon's annihilating a couple of the Ravagers. His base is trying to get targeted down. It is not saved by Elazer. These players are engaging each other while Elazer is engaging souL. Does land some huge corrosive vials, but then in the end, souL just retreats to his tanks. He lost a big number of Marines, but then still causing grief to Elazer with his battle cruisers, and then he just keeps retreating to his siege tanks. Elazer's gonna go for it, oh god, but the tanks get some big shots off, and the Marines are trading out with the Ravagers. Now that Elazer has lost pretty much everything else, souL's coming forward, the Ravagers are going down, Elazer just taps on out, GG, souL is looking like a menace. (3-1) lead by souL. And now we load into the next game. Or the next lobby, and then the next game. Let me adjust that camera a little bit. Hello. Hello there. Just waiting for Elazer to ready up. Let's check Elazer's account. In the past, you'd say he's 100% favored against souL. Right now he's at 65 MMR on this account. Whether that's his main ladder account, it's tough to say. souL's 6-6. And here we are into the next game. In the bottom left, souL. Elazer. Okay. Hatchery. Barracks. Madagon says, "Who hath summoned the Almighty One?" Almighty then. Do. SCV Scout from souL, so he is changing it up. What I honestly think is going to happen is I think souL's going to win a couple more maps, then Elazer's going to swing back as souL starts to run out of builds. And then it'll probably cycle like that a bit, I think. That's my guess. Because that's just naturally what happens, I think. Zerg is the better receptive race. So the longer the series goes on, you think the better it is for the Zerg. So then at some point, momentum will swing. Ooh, great move by souL, getting that drone with the Reaper. Of course, Elazer just uses another drone to build the base. souL's still got to be on his toes about a potential aggressive play, but there is none. Okay. Couple of lings. Oh, might get that mule. Can the SCV save his homie? No, he can't. Oh, damn. This SCV is so angry. Chasing those lings which killed that mule. Look at this. He's so mad. He's like, grrr. The Reaper comes back, cleans up those lings. And so it's kind of like tit for tat. souL lost a mule, which was probably around like half, I think. Elazer lost a drone at the start of the game. I don't think either of those is really going to have a giant effect, but then again, you never know. The butterfly effect. Also makes you wonder who came up with the idea of the butterfly effect. That's a really cool idea. That's where my brain's going right now. Okay. souL active out on the map. Armory on the way, so we'll see a Hellbat Banshee push. That's a classic if I've ever seen it. Gets the creep tumor, nicely done. Elazer sends the queens out to ensure that souL doesn't just dive in to get that creep tumor right away again. The Banshee's in now. And the Elazer's without a lair just yet, so unable to start an Overseer. So the Banshee might have a bit of play, but in the end, not too much. souL coming across the map with more Hellions, a huge number of Hellions actually. Banshees come in, start softening up some of the queens, working away on the one with high energy. That's obvious targeting by souL. He's now going to have to split the Hellbats so as the Banelings finish up. Great splits, I'd say, actually. And now all of a sudden, Hellbats are getting actions on the queens. The Lings come forward, but the Hellbat numbers are critical mass that they're getting cut up. Looks like the Banshees are going to fall. The two more Banelings do come forward. That might be all Elazer needs to clean this up. So souL's going to run towards the third, try and get some of these drones, but really all Elazer has to do is run away. Elazer going to be getting a bit counter-aggressive here against souL. Can't blame him for that, as the Terran's already committing to a fourth command center. And so Elazer with his Lings and Banes going for a counterattack might get some great damage done. A couple of Banshees are into the main base of the Zerg, but at the same time, here comes Banelings. souL targets down the Banes, so now SCVs can buffer for the Marines to shoo this away, and all of a sudden Elazer is wishing that he'd gone for more, that he'd made Lings for a big counterattack, because he very well would have just killed souL. souL's replacing that wall though, great choice there. The third base is floating over, all the while he's got his fourth on the way. That's pretty nutty. The Zerg's got his Spire on the way next. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the idea that tiny mistakes hasn't built up is definitely not like super new or anything. But then the idea in regards to time travel, more specifically, that someone's like, yeah, that concept can be applied to how going back in time would affect the future. Ignore my ramblings as the Elazer fires up 8 mutas and is feeling a little bit more confident here. As map number 5 is starting to heat on up. souL, I think, is in not the best spot, but not a terrible one. Laser supply is looking pretty darn high as a consideration, though. Liberator that was moving out for harassment probably is going to run into those mutas. Uh-oh. souL has forgot combat shield this game. There is probably the first big mistake of this match. Yeah, you kind of need combat shield as a Terran. It's a big upgrade. Like, forget +1, forget +2. Having combat shield, that's where it's at. souL now taking damage to these mutas, looking a little bit painful. Killed 8 drones on his opponent's side of the map. But still in a rather uncomfortable spot. I imagine at some point Elazer with Banes is probably going to pressure the 3rd or even the 4th base. Just roll some fatty boys in there while trying to pull souL apart and find himself a good opportunity. Muta's coming back on in towards the main base, killing SCVs, trying to establish those barracks. Picking off add-ons. Great moves all around by Elazer. And if we take a look at the supply and the positioning of the armies too, it really is showing us, yeah, that Elazer has got complete control of this game. He's got 100 drones to his name, and he's up on army supply. Having 100 drones and being up on army supply is pretty big. Mutas come on in, turrets doing what they can. SCVs try and repair the turret, but turns out that an ungodly amount of mutas can really kill whatever they want. souL has realized he's missing combat shield about 11 minutes into this game. Elazer, though, oh my gosh, I think Elazer's just not going to give souL the time of day for this one. He's just going to say, alright, it's time to use that magic eraser, and is going to roll banelings into the base of souL. souL's SCVs can't do anything really but run away and watch as their home base is destroyed. That base just gets annihilated. souL's fighting still without combat shield, by the way. Pretty big deal, I'll say. I'm pretty sure he was dead before that, but then he just taps out with the WW as souL drops a map here. And that puts us on 6. Map number 6, Lightshade. We are going to be completing our first rotation a lot sooner than you'd think. Okay. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. Make sure to use that Matcherino coupon code. Consider supporting the players. Use that code, best of 69. Waiting for everyone to hop into the game. It is currently 3-2 in favor of souL. Making sure that Elazer's ready. And he is. So off we go into game number 6. It's crazy. We've done 6 in an hour, so that means in 10 hours we'll have done 60 at that rate. And so if someone's winning really dominantly, that could mean... Or I guess we haven't even done 6 in an hour. We're coming up on 6. So really we've done 5 in an hour. So in 10 hours we'll have done 50. Which maybe someone could have won by then. That would have to be pretty dominating. So I think it's pretty safe to say that this thing is going to go probably towards the end of 16 hours. At least. Anyway, here we are in the bottom right. He's Cascade souL. And in the top left, it's Elazer. Some part of me wants to be like Lago my Elazer. Lego my ego. Notably, no proxy 2-racks just yet. And at this point, Elazer does just seem to be rolling the dice on that. It's not like he's been going for early pools to change it up, to maybe catch out a souL proxy, like someone would maybe do in like a GSL best of 5. Elazer is one of those Zergs who will literally just do the same opening every game. Every game. Probably gonna do this game sitting, then I'll go back to standing. I'm probably going to spout off a lot of random stuff in this cast. Just to break the silence. Because at the same time, like, I need to be quiet for times. Otherwise I will slaughter my voice, and then the last, like, 4 hours of the cast will just be going... But, yeah. So we'll have a bit of quiet, and then I'll say whatever random thing pops into my head. Like, may Prince Philip rest in peace. souL gonna use the command center to kill the Overlord, well worth it. Got the third command center on the way. Or about 10 seconds behind the Zerg's third, just goes to show how early that is. And yeah, looks like a pretty macro game, and then the question becomes, is Elazer gonna try and macro, or is he gonna get aggressive? I feel like Elazer knows that he needs to try and play the macro games out for practice sake, but at the same time as Zerg, you can just be like, hey, I don't have to play the late game, here's my Nidus, here's my 40 roaches and queens. So it really ain't that simple. Stim on the way here for souL. Queens, the Quens. And yeah, another 2-on-1 it looks like from souL. Well, it's not a 2-on-1 though, because this is off the back of 3 CCs, so it's really just a later bio play. We'll probably see more racks, and then the eBays go up for souL soon. This is just a nice way to have some play. So you kind of have the Marines to pressure the Zerg, but then you also have the good economy. I find it interesting how I feel it's been a while since we've seen a Terran. Despite us not seeing no wall-offs that often, like, souL definitely could have just walled with those 2 E-bays. So I find that curious, like, why don't you do that? It's probably not going to be a Baneling bust. So in the sense of, and since there's probably not going to be a Baneling bust, it's like, why do you need such a hefty wall? So unless it's like an early Baneling bust or a Roach play, really you could just go for the E-bays at the front and be fine, but yeah. I just find that interesting. Keep the upgrades safe, says souL. He's going to be moving out for a drop. Starting to put the pressure on. Of course, any damage that this really gets done is a bonus. And that the pressure that the Terran's going to have to get done will eventually have to be by the damage really mounting from this drop. Like, he's going to get a creep tumor or 2, that's about it. But maybe the next drop will make some more ground. That kind of thing. All the while, he's going to be filling up his 3rd base. Big Ling counterattack hitting the 3rd base. souL responds, but not super quickly. But doesn't really lose too much. He's busy microing on this front against Elazer. As we see, though, minimal damage getting done on either side just due to the nature of these guys playing, leaving each other with a lot of force. Lings make it into the natural base of souL. Once again, souL maybe a little bit slow to react. It would have been like a very last minute kind of thing, but in the end... Oh, souL gonna lose a few SCVs. Would have lost a lot more. But then, oh, Elazer even morphing these Lings that made it into the main base. Into Banelings, and I don't know if souL was paying attention to this. He seems to be multitasking a little bit too much that it's gonna hurt him. These Banes just queued right into the main base. We'll see if souL's reacting. Are we gonna see an SCV split? The answer is gonna be a solid nope, and all of a sudden another 6 SCVs are dead. That's a big ouch. Okay. In go these Lings, now heading towards the 3rd base of souL. This is just where Zerg has the momentum. Elazer's going to try this again and again and again. He's really not having a hard time pushing away souL at his 4th base. And so the Lings are just going to clean up a lot of this bio. souL has got more units coming on in, but really the supply tells the story. In comes more Lings and Banes. The Bane's going to crash into that bunker. Looks like one Baneling finds its way in, but not enough to finish these units off. The finisher is these Lings coming on in, and all of a sudden all those injured SCVs are going to go down like it's nothing. They just disappear under the fangs of those Zerglings. Big follow-up attack also going to now be hitting the natural base as the Baneling rolls on in. Lings are being pushed away. souL is definitely taking better army trades, but then Elazer is still just sitting pretty. 5 bases, 80 drones, making more Banes. souL has yet to start his 2-2 upgrades, whereas Elazer's already got his on the way. There's the Hive, the Lurker Den kind of thing, and this is looking good for Elazer to potentially tie this series up. Marines gobbling up a lot of Banelings, nicely done by souL. Fourth command center on the way for the Terran, but as I said, it's already a Zerg on 5 bases. That ain't good. That ain't good at all. souL stepping on the creep bravely, but he's barely made any ground this game. I don't see why this push is going to be any different. Elazer comes on in. souL has got like the one tank, but things are going to do what they can, but Pretty decent splits by souL. He'll be pushed back though, no doubt. And we just really see that Terran low economy against the Zerg economy, which is too good. Like, it's literally 97 workers against 62. If souL was on 80 or something, I'd be like, yeah, this game's gonna go for the foreseeable future, but it's just looking real tough here. Marines in the bunker stim, trying to clean this up as well as they can. The tank has got its work cut out for it. It is just a few lings now breaking the third. So this attack will be shut down all the while on the front of the Zerg. souL's keeping the pressure going. But it's just, yeah, it's such a strong Zerg at this point that souL is tight pressed to make something happen. He's got the one tank. I doubt Elazer is going to give souL a freebie. Whoops. Okay. And go these queens, dropping out some tumors. Ling counterattack going to be heading towards the fourth base. No planetary yet. That's a big ouch. A rather big ouch. souL going to have to react to this. All the while he's trying to put pressure on the front of the Zerg, but man, he's down in supply quite a bit. Stepping on a creep this far, really risky, but he's going to do it anyway. Lings are trying to get a wraparound so the Banelings can get their connections. Good splits by souL, leaving some Marines behind to help absorb this. Beautiful play there, leaving one Marine behind while splitting, but in the end he did lose 14 SCVs while this was going on. And Elazer will replace these units, no problem. He's got 1,500 gas income. Do you know how many Banelings he can make in a minute with 1,500 gas income? A lot. I'm not going to tell you the exact math, but it's real high. Liberator's getting set up is cool. There's not that many Hydras yet. Queens aren't super reliant. Marines with stim medivac support are going to take out a favorable trade against those Lings. The Lurker's not participating in the fight. This is souL doing anything he can with what he has. Gonna have to avoid the Lurker. Gonna probably have to back off at some point. We see a Lurker harassing the fourth base, however. Lurker's harassing the third base. 10 SCVs going down. A drop down towards the bottom left is doing some work. All the while a push towards the third and fourth. The fourth and fifth are looking good here for souL, but it's really just not enough. Elazer has got him by the short and curlies, it would seem. That third constantly harassed. The tanks haven't cleaned up the Lurkers just yet. They're probably just going to die to these Lings that have been coming on in, and Elazer has done a beautiful job with segmenting off just enough Lings to get the harassment done. And now we see souL pulling, or pardon me, yeah, souL pulling SCVs in, and GG gets called. Elazer gonna tie this up 3-3. Ruh-roh SpaghettiOs. For souL fans like me. It's 3-3 and we're loading into the next game. Okay, both players ready. And away we go into map number 7. And here we go. Into the next game. It's currently 3-3. In the top right, he's tied it up. It's Elazer. And in the bottom left, it's souL. By the way, we're at 69 viewers right now, which I'll say is nice. Very nice. But at the same time, we gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Let your friends know. All right. Let's see. Pull up the production tab. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say nothing out of the ordinary. Queen pops out to push away the Reaper. Third's on the way. And coincidentally, who'd have guessed it? The third for souL is on the way too, before his natural's even done. That's a testament to this man's gas and no brakes. Loving that CC play, and it really is a strong Terran meta that's developed. Even if you go 3 CCs, then you still have bio out at a pretty decent time. You start putting the pressure on the Zerg. If the Zerg lapses, they can take some serious damage. And that's why for a lot of Zergs, it's literally just try and kill the Terran before things get too late. Otherwise, you're in for a difficult time. Elazer getting up a Roach Warren at the 33 mark is a little bit suspicious. We could potentially be seeing a March of the Queens type scenario. I wouldn't count on it though. But 3 more Overlords on the way is actually quite suspicious. Let's bring in Elazer's supply cap to over 80, and yeah, 8 Roaches on the way. So it might not be a March of the Queens, but it's going to be a Pressure of the Roaches type play. And then maybe Elazer, yeah, just going to go back into droning. So 8 Roaches, the odd amount, which it's like, you better hope you have a Bunker or a Banshee. Otherwise you might take some damage. But then, yeah, Elazer might even just sit back with these Roaches and play defensive, thinking that souL was going to be the aggressor. In reality, though, souL sitting pretty on 3 CCs. Marauder on the way. souL getting out a couple of bunkers, saw these Roaches, but then he's got his Banshee here. He's going to have the full wall off. Good luck breaking this, Elazer. These Roaches are pretty much forfeit. They'll get what they can done. But, yep. Not gonna be very successful. souL gonna dive on top of these Roaches, trade out with them. And then, yeah, probably just secure up his 3rd base since he knows he held the aggression. Take the game from there. He can harass with his Banshees. He can poke with his Hellions still. And he's got his double E-Bays on the way. 4 barracks on the way at a time. That is a Terran macro explosion, if I've ever seen one. And there we go. Pressure now being put on the Zerg player, which is going to prevent Elazer from just ballooning up. 13 drones going down to a sudden run by souL, making that 16, tying in with the Banshee harassment. And oh my god, 1 or 2 more shots off, he brings it up to 22. Oh god, that's a disaster for Elazer. Oh no, oh no. That is absurd damage. I think the Terran was ahead of the Zerg on workers for a second. Yeah, ouch. This is where souL, yeah, he literally just throws up 3 bunkers because he's like, I know this. I've been through this a lot. Literally the only way I can lose the game from this position is if I die to a counterattack. So I'm going to build these bunkers now, and if not, I'm in a beautiful spot later on. Bit of droppage going on for souL. He's like, where's the 4th at? We'll have to settle for some creep and an Overlord. All the while keeping pressure on the Zerg. Forces Elazer to respond. Elazer made the right call apparently by expanding towards that base. Then at the same time, if he didn't, if he did expand up here, he'd probably have had something in position. The Zerg player knows he's got a long fight ahead of him to come back in this game. souL trying to target down a Ravager or 2, gets 1. Costs him a few bio units, but not bad. Probably happy to make that trade. We see Elazer now going to be looking to put the pressure on souL, but I don't see that happening at all. Not till the Zerg is maxed out, and thus we see a Viper on the way. So I think we'll probably see aggression from the Zerg at some point, but probably not till he's maxed out. souL's got +2 attack on the way. He's got a second armory, but has yet to fire up that armor upgrade. I see Copenhagen Dawson chat says Elazer is super drone and macro, and souL is super CCC and macro. Has that been what it's like? Yes, to an extent, with a fair bout of harassment that's got some damage done. For example, we see souL in a beautiful spot this game, and yeah, that's because of the fact that he got so much damage done. A drop now at the natural base is forcing a response from Elazer. That's the last thing he wants to deal with when there's tanks and tons of bio at his 4th base. And if we look at the numbers right now, we're just seeing how inefficient Roach supply is when Zerg's trying to squeeze as many out as they can, as this bio is just trading out phenomenally. The Lurker is going to try and stem the tide a little bit. The Vipers are coming on in. They're going to harpoon a tank forward. That tank actually shoots and kills 2 Roaches. But yeah, not pretty here for Elazer. souL's putting pressure on the 4th, and it's not looking good. The bio tries to grab that 4th, unable to. However, then we see the tanks get some huge shots off. The bio is just cutting up absolutely everything. souL may be able to go for the win unless this one Lurker forces him back, which it does. His harassment at the natural base got shut down. 8 drones have died, but there goes souL pushing forward, kills off the Lurker, baits the Zerg into the tanks, which are getting some fatty shots off. The bio's now got +2 attack against the Zerg's 2/2, so we actually see Elazer with an upgrade advantage for now. And he's holding on, but he's down on supply playing a Roach Ravager style against the Terran. souL's production stream across the map is just going. We see a blinding cloud trying to mess with that bio pathing. Elazer's desperately trying to hold on, but it's not going to be enough. souL is going to be the guy with the lead in this series once more, as he wins the 7th map of this 7-map round. 4-3. These guys are apparently rather evenly matched. Elazer says BRB toilet. You know, that's probably not a bad idea. We'll throw to a quick 2-minute break, guys. And we'll be back in a sec. All right, we're back, guys. Into the next game. LaughNgamez watching while he lurks. I should have updated that score screen by now. That might always be a little behind if I'm being 100. If I'm being 100. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Into the next game. It is currently 4-3 for this man taking on this man. In a ultimate test of endurance for these players. Casting it is going to be a challenge, let alone playing it. I can't imagine. These guys are pro gamers. They're used to grinding out games, but have they ever sat down and played 69 in a short period of time? No. And oh boy, did I ever call it. Proxy hatch. I thought Elazer would bring something like this out at some point. You just have to as a Zerg. You gotta change it up. All the while souL is changing it up himself with the double barracks play. Oh boy. This game is about to heat up, and it's I think gonna be in the favor of souL, but then maybe not. Okay, hold on. if I was to say something, I'd be like, yeah, let me just message Bly. What's good? What wins? A proxy hatch or a 3 racks in the main? The fact that This has got to be like a tech lab or something from souL, right? Because he's getting gas. There's another gas. Or is he just going to go into Reapers? Yeah, okay, it's going to be just Reapers. Alright, one Marine to deny the scout. Oh, this is actually so smart from souL. Like, Elazer's going to have no idea about this. If this was normal Zerg, yeah, you have no idea about this. And then all of a sudden, just a boatload of Reapers start getting delivered into your base. That's not a good time. But then at the same time, this one Marine who's trying to deny this Overlord is not scouting out the fact that it's Roach Warren. This is going to become tricky when it comes to what's on what side of the map. Like, if there's just like a Roach or two that spawn out of this hatch and souL's got a few Reapers together, notably 5 Reapers after this round, he can probably catch these units. And then it's going to come down to the micro as well. Does Elazer show these two lings? That's the $1 million question. Elazer is wanting to grab this Marine. He's like, oh, the Terran with his CC. He's probably got his Hellions waiting there, though. In reality, there's no Hellions. There is just a boatload of Reapers. And that number's going up. But per resource, it's absolutely a solid win. For per resource, it's a huge position for the Zerg that's churning out roaches. So we're gonna have to see some god tier micro from souL, who's now on the other side of the map. His Reapers did cross the map. They're gonna find this queen. There's actually no roaches on this side of the map, keep in mind. So these Reapers are just gonna be able to go ham and kill off the drones. And so Elazer is just basically gonna have to kill all the SCVs of souL, but even then souL's still gonna have production. So with the Zerg basically losing literally all his drones here, all souL needs to do is just use the bulk of his forces to clean up the Zerg army, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. One Ravager goes down, another goes down. The Reapers that souL has produced have done enough. He can spam out a few Marines here too, and Elazer's going to have basically no production as he hasn't been mining for like the past few seconds as his drones have ran away, and there's basically none left. GG gets called. souL with a 5-3 lead. Unfortunately for Elazer, souL kind of hard countered what he went for. And that's actually really interesting because say souL spots that and then decides to keep the Reapers at home. All of a sudden, Elazer has got the Terran pinned. The Ravagers can start trading out against the Reapers pretty well. Yeah, that's something. Let's get him in. Let's get him into the next game. Looks like we had Mars Bar, which, by the way, are fantastic, particularly of deep fried. Chip on in. $10 to the match arena for these two players. Grabs the event replays, which is going to be at least, at this point, 38. If souL wins every map from now on, that would still be 38 TvZ replays. Although if souL did win all of them, that would be rather depressing, and I really don't think that's going to happen. These guys are showing us a great match, however. So far. Let your friends know what you're watching. Hit that 1-up button on the stream, guys. Even be an MVP, retweet out the Twitter stuff. But oh boy, here we go. This guy's got himself a 5-3 lead, and he wants to quickly make it a 6-3 lead. souL sending out SCVs to go for a proxy Rex play. He said, all right, Elazer was a little rude that game, so I'm going to be rude right back. But then again, souL was rude in the last game too. So really, souL's just being the dirty guy here. Being like, yeah, prox or Reapers in my main shenanigans. And then Reapers in my main shenanigans, and then barracks in your base stuff. He says, gotta find those good 2-rack spots on the new map, you know. How else am I gonna play a TvZ series? And so souL's practicing this. Elazer is practicing his scouting, though, checking for dirty proxies. And oh, this Elazer knows souL. He's like, you are going to go the extra distance and plop it right in this corner. And thus, Elazer has spotted the proxy. souL has seen this. Elazer pulls the Overlord away, so souL's not going to know that he knows until the last second. Fortunately for souL, he does already have the extra gas on the way, so he will have a transition. Elazer's pulling the drones. I don't think this works, though, because a Marine can just pop out in this crevice here. Yeah, so that doesn't really work for the Zerg. souL, does he want to pop that out there? I guess he does. Delays his Marine production a little bit. Yeah, souL's just gonna have to transition out of this. Do what he can. Throw up a CC. Drop a mule. You know. Marines potentially grabbing an Overlord. Elazer does get it to the magic safe spot in time, though. Here's 10 Lings on the way. The drones are being pulled for good measure, too. souL's going to have to start backing away with these Marines right away. Is he going to be able to get them into a safe spot? It looks like he doesn't get them into a safe spot because the Zerg stops pursuing, but his bunker gets canceled. souL's grabbed 4 drones. Denied a good bit of mining time. He's got his factory on the way. This is not pretty for Elazer, but still in theory at this point, I think the Zerg's quite ahead. I mean, he's got the extra base. The Terran does not. souL's trying to grab as many drones as he can just to mitigate the damage, and he's doing some incredible kiting. Kills off 5 Lings, 6 drones have already gone down. He's only lost 2 Marines in the process of this. The Terran should have a command center on the way soon. Gosh, great play here by souL. Gonna bring the barracks forward, force a transfuse by the Zerg. Beautiful play by Elazer, though, using the transfuse to keep that Overlord alive. souL went out of his way just to try and get that injured Overlord. But in the end, he's being forced home by his opponent. You see his starports on the way, and then the reactored factory finishing up. souL knows Elazer has an Overlord here. Beautiful call there. Just being like, yeah, you should have an Overlord in that spot. So he'll be able to kill that. Unless Elazer saves it. Quick reaction by Elazer, but maybe not quick enough. Yeah, I think that'll die. And Elazer's just totally macroing up. souL getting little things like that Overlord, getting like those 6 drones, was huge for him. Because otherwise, macroing up, you're just in a really bad spot. But then that Overlord messes him up. Killing those drones messed Elazer up a bit. souL's already got Hellions looking to go for a counter attack. And then as long as he's got consistent good macro behind this, yeah, souL can turn this game around, potentially get a dub. And that would just be horrible for Elazer. All of a sudden the score would look just awful. 3-6, you don't want that. Okay, Hellions get elevated in the main base. Elazer tries to pop down an Evo chamber, but not in time. Oh god, this is a disaster. Drones being pulled, lining themselves up, though. That's the curse of drones fighting Hellions. If they actually try and fight, they just get toasted more so. And so we see 13 drones go down. God, the Hellion menaces. Hellions getting more shots off. Gonna be another 20 dead drones in total. Oh my god. Oh, and more shots too. Another 23 drones go down. I don't even know what you do as a Elazer at that point. You had a somewhat decent hold. You held a proxy barracks. You were getting ready to go into the next stage of the game, and all of a sudden the Terran, who seems to be just in attack mode, has 4 Hellions across the map seemingly so quick. There's a Liberator coming in too. I don't expect the Liberator to get too much damage done, but still, it's going to deny mining. This is insult to injury. The Queen will force the Liberator to unsiege, but like the drone count is literally 36. The SCV count is 36. souL is grinning ear to ear right now. He's like, Hellions go burr. Or I guess it would be more like burning, so I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, souL, I mean, he's making a medivac, couple medivacs, he's getting stim on the way, a couple tanks, he's gonna have a nice push. And I don't know how Elazer's gonna stop that when he's just been busy trying to rebuild his drone count. Army supply is 32 to 14. Rush distance on Beckett Industries, not that far. There's no Baneling nest. The Roach Warren's just on the way now. Yeah, Elazer, he's just droning. To be like, yeah, I'll drone and then maybe, just maybe, I can stay alive in this game, but I don't think the stay alive is part of this game. It's literally going to be the die to the Terran follow-up push. You can't lose 20 drones to those Hellions. And it's just one of those things. It's just one of those things, you know? In comes souL stepping onto creep confidently like a boss. GG. That's all it takes. Yeah, no surprise there. Elazer's like, oh, you didn't just sit back and sleep. Blackburn will be our next map as souL has got himself a 6-3 lead. Which means our next map is going to be map number 10. 10 already. That's crazy. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. Make sure to let your friends know that this is going on. Use that Matcherino code. BO69, believe it or not, we got that code. Okay, guys, I'm doing like Red Bull math right now. It's like, if we're gonna be live at least another 6 hours, and I've got... I don't want to drink one right before the end, because then I wouldn't be able to sleep after. So that's a consideration. So maybe I'll drink one in like an hour. I'll probably just have one more. 2 Red Bulls in a day is plenty. Even if you decide to work a 10-hour shift and then, or even if you work a 10-hour shift and then cast 8 hours of Starcraft, you know? It's just, sometimes it just do be like that. Tomorrow though, no work, just Starcraft, which is the way every day should be. There'd be peace on Earth. These two guys represented by wonderful teams as we're on Blackburn and on every map. I hear a beeping. Which part of the map is that? What's beeping? Sounds like a tower. Oh, is that it? I mean, that's making a racket. But it's not the beeping. Is it this that's beeping? Is that? Oh, who knows? Who knows? Craziness. Craziness. Okay. SCV moving across the map for souL. Scouting out. Marine gonna shoo away the Overlord. Factory's on the way. I get the feeling that it's gonna be battle cruiser time again for souL. He's done a great job switching up his builds. And Elazer tried and he got slapped down. So I feel like Elazer needs to switch it up, but then at the same time souL's done such a good job switching it up. It feels like souL's really in control this series. And maybe that's just how TvZ is, that the Terrans do have a lot of control. Because, I mean, Terrans have always been the race that goes for, like, the harassment, which kind of sets the tempo. But it seems that for a while, Terrans weren't having the best of success with harassment, and that was kind of putting the ball in the Zerg's court. But now Terrans have got much better late game. They seem to be more confident in their harassment because it's not as desperate in a sense. It's not like, oh, I need this Hellion run-by to work, otherwise I'm going to die to Ultras later in the game. Or Infestors and Broodlords. So with Terrans being more confident in the late game, it's like, oh, yeah, I'll try this harassment, but it's not like I'm staking everything on it. By the way, souL and Elazer each have currently earned themselves $60 and $30 respectively, just by winning maps. And oh, did I ever call it or what, guys? Oh, I will accept my caster medal in the mail. By the way, kind of that bug which the fusion core looks like it's instantly done, and then it still has the case built around it. I don't know if that's new or if it's always been like that. $85 viewers is awesome to see. Hopefully we'll crack that 100 mark soon. So let your friends know that this awesome Starcraft's going on. Better yet, let me know what you think the final score is going to be for this. Elazer is macroing up. I mean, it's just a regular BC, but then there's also a boatload of Marines too. Like, that is so odd. Like, is souL just gonna walk these across the map? Or is he gonna wait for stim? Go for BC harassment, like, several seconds later, or like a minute later, really. Stim across the map with like 16 Marines. Maybe? I don't know. Odd build here from souL. Like, I really don't know if he's gonna try and make something happen, or is it just gonna be Starport on there? Yeah, Starport swaps with the factory. He waits for stim and then he goes for a double Marine drop follow-up. That makes sense. In comes the battlecruiser, gonna start working away on that one Overlord. Over the Queens for Elazer, in position at a rather decent time. Elazer does a good job pulling the drones away. So really all he's having is denied mining time, and souL definitely wants more than that. souL's gonna force a cancel on the Spore Crawler. Great cancel by Elazer. He loses the drone. The BC gonna be bouncing between the bases. Maybe gonna get that Overlord. Probably gonna be able to grab another drone or two. Haywall with the maiden account just for you. Say those 6 words and I'm yours. Jokes aside, welcome to Afrika TV. It's a good investment making an Afrika account. There's quite a bit of Starcraft over here. We've got this Marine drop from souL. This follow-up's looking a little bit lethal. I don't know if Elazer was prepared for something like this so soon. I mean, he's got Lings, but it's not enough. And thus he's going to lose his 4th base. And souL finds damage. souL always finds damage this series, it seems. The battlecruiser now teleports to the main base, just pulling Elazer apart. The bajillion queens that he's made to deal with the BC are doing work, but then, of course, they're out of position to deal with the battlecruiser in the main base, and thus this BC killing off more and more drones. Playing with fire a little bit, but gonna get out of it, and it seems that souL is so precise with everything. Your comment bot from YouTube, that's wicked that you guys from YouTube are coming on over to check out the stream. We see souL gonna come on in with his bio. He's gonna target down a queen, no transfuse on 2 of them, although does lose a medivac, but I think getting 2 queens, just for the hassle for Zerg to replace that, is totally worth it. And then, of course, it's the compound damage, in which souL already got damage done this game, and he's really just looking for more. Elazer's up on supply. He's still at a healthy drone count, 80 drones, but then it's not like he's got a hatchery up to saturate. souL's got another push. Really just textbook play from souL at this point. And I don't know if Elazer's going to be able to stop this. Like, souL could set up tanks behind this gold, abuse that position. Elazer does have Baneling speed. He does have +1 already done, whereas souL's is not done yet. In comes the Banes. Elazer's actually mastercrafting a beautiful surround. I mean, it's a pretty decent split from souL, making the best in a panic, but Elazer's surround was rather well done there. Losing some lings in the retreat. Taking a fight, though, before the Terran had 1-1 was rather decent. souL just going to have to retreat. And all of a sudden, Elazer, despite getting harassed a lot this game, is sitting pretty. I think he's got some confidence going this game. We see the battlecruiser teleports back on in. It's going to try and grab a queen. Will get the queen at a total of 23 kills as one BC is such a menace. As the Zerg, you're like, ugh, it's just one battlecruiser. I don't need to make corruptors to deal with this. But then kind of you do. As otherwise this one BC is just going to keep being a pain. 25 kills to its name. In comes souL, going to clean up some creep. Nicely done. But then has to boost away. Targets down some Banes on the way out. God, souL is just playing like a god. Let's pull up the APM thing. It's currently 400 to about 500 for Elazer. Average 417 to 323 is rather nutty. But still, yeah. While souL, he's been getting little things here and there while he's been making solid plays. Elazer has mustered a good defense. He's playing confidently. He's just got a lot of Banelings on the way, that kind of thing. He's ready to stomp whatever souL throws at him. Pardon me for a second. Let me just double check. Set best of... Yeah, I don't think there's a way to make it so that I can be like best of like 20. No, sadly not. Pardon-moi. Yes. Sorry guys, as I do this, interrupting the fight a little bit. I'll have to do that at the start of the next game. Try and see if I can get like the score to go higher, but I don't believe I can. So we will have to adapt the later this game goes on. Battlecruiser teleports on, and the mutas will be able to deal with it. The BC goes down like it's in a campaign mission with 30 kills to its name, though. It did pretty good for itself. souL's got to push on the front with Marines and such, but not finding a lot of success. He's down on supply, but then at the same time, oh, souL securing the gold base. Elazer also trying to secure up the gold base. So both these guys going to be on supercharged economies. We'll see if Elazer's really able to turn things around with these mutas. What does souL have waiting to greet this? The answer is not a ton. And one of the things that you notice with high-level Terran players is that they're rarely caught off guard with the mutas like this. Like, Thor does pop out. That's going to be huge for sending these mutas away, as they're all rather softened, or good numbers already softened up. souL's also got a push going on. I don't think it's going to be easy for Elazer to mine from this base as long as the creep's not far. Muta's coming on in towards this base. Marines, though, responding. I mean, that's a decent number of dead mutas. But then, at the same time, Elazer's still in a rather commanding position. A lot of mutas, a lot of Banes to his name, but he did lose 6 mutas. Really with not getting a ton. souL's got 2-2 done. The worker count's pretty even at this point in the game. The Terran's making Thors, so his composition's getting better and better. Tanks on the way, Thor's on the way. 5th base on the way for souL. He's got this PF, he's got so many turrets here, I love it, it's beautiful. No +2 attack on the way yet, or no +3 attack. He started the armor, but there's that common misclick by pros. Here we see souL is responding to the mutas appropriately, taking minimal damage from them. The natural base will lose some SCVs, or will lose the turret at least, as the mutas continuously keep bouncing around. We see Banelings towards the north trying to get a jump on souL. He does lose some units. He's also losing a lot of workers towards his 3rd base. Is Elazer microing his mutas? The answer is decently enough. souL has got Marines at all of his bases, but we see it's just that constant flock of mutas pulling the Terran apart. And then once you've got the Terran out of position in multiple locations, souL saves that Thor. Great save there. Then you can make plays with the Banelings like we're seeing right now. The Banes do just crash into this PF. They don't quite kill it though. That is huge for souL. That's Elazer spending like, oh, I don't know how much resources, but a lot of resources to not kill that planetary fortress. Elazer's going to come with the Mutas, though, potentially try and finish the job. A lot of the turrets were taken out that were the defenders of this base, and souL's economy is really taking a beating here. He's having a hard time reaching that critical Terran mass as Elazer just, at his 84 drone count, keeps trading out. He's dragging the Terran all over the place. The Mutas are doing work. While he's lost 9 this game, which is not a small amount, based on how long the game's been going, based on his economy, that's fine. Based on how he's been dragging the Terran around, getting damage done, I think Elazer's in a rather fine spot. The Muta's coming in, gonna pop off that sensor tower. Mine's not burrowed, gonna go down. Thors, fortunately, are a saving grace to help shoo this away. But then, in comes Elazer, going for a counterattack. souL's got bio, he's got another Thor. Tank, bunker, doing what it can, at the same time a counterattack, but then this is where it gets really messy for the Terran. The Zerg has the creep to respond, the Zerg's got the really quick production, the Zerg's of course got the Banelings, which it's not easy for Terran to split against in chaotic situations. That's why situations like this are generally favored for the Zerg. We see souL now just charging towards the south on creep very boldly. I mean, if Elazer hit any Baneling, souL would be in trouble, and he is going to be in trouble, losing those mines as the first line of defense to this. And now the bio just has to load up into the medivacs. He's just trying to boost away, keep these units alive. He does make it over the rocks, so avoids the Lings. The Marines are actually going to be enough to deal with the Mutas, and that was actually such a snappy play by souL, killing off the 5th base, killing off the 6th base. Really great play by souL, and he stayed alive. It's not like he completely fell apart. He took a lot of damage to the counterattack, but he did not die, and that's a plus. souL, he's gonna have his +3 attack done soon too. He's already got the armor done, but then he's also on 5 bases as the Terran, getting up a ton of turrets so the Mutas won't be able to easily harass us, even getting up the Neo Steel armor. I love this. And then really it's all just about positioning his army right for the next few skirmishes, and souL is gonna be doing well. Muta's coming into the main base. What does souL have to respond? He's got bio stimming on in there. Gonna be taking damage, of course, to the Mutas. But then these Banelings, not gonna get anything done at this base because souL has been playing passively, defending. Elazer's hatcheries are finishing up, so his economy is going to be booming once again. This is looking kind of painful for souL. He is losing forces to these Mutas. The Thor's actually gonna get just taken down as souL seems to be focusing everything on this counterattack. His production is getting dangerously close to being compromised, however. The few Marines are just going to be turned around and killed as the Mutas respond. souL, he's got pressure going on towards the gold base. He had a drop over here that is making some work happen. As this one Marine is in Thermopylae Pass, but does get taken out. The main base, though, is really compromised here for souL, and this is where the Terran supply just starts to drop. He's making what he can, but this is why, as a Terran, you really can't just commit across the map and neglect your defense against the Mutas, because the Muta snowball is real. It's currently 20 Mutas in the main base of souL. Mines are going to burrow. One does go off, really hurts those Mutas. Marines are cutting through them like butter. But souL still down 70 supply because his production was compromised for so long. Elazer's at 54 Banelings. 54 Banes against 26 Marines and 6 Marauders. Unless there is some absolute god tier Widowmine hits, I don't know how souL wins this game or even stays alive for the next 60 seconds. Because Elazer, he's even got an Ultra in the mix, he's got crazy production. souL can try, but it's not going to be easy. Where's those Banes? Where's the Banes? There's some Banes, there's some Banes. Elazer is just sitting back at home. with a lot of the Banes, but still kills 22 SCVs and all the chaos. souL's trying to keep his main base alive, but he's been running around this entire game. His response to the mutants was not good enough, as we've seen. Elazer just getting more and more damage done with them. Yeah, I mean, Elazer's lost 35 mutas this game, but that does not mean they haven't paid for themselves. They've got so much damage done to souL's economy. They're now going to be killing off the 6th base. And 20 minutes into this game, souL taps out as he realizes Elazer is just too far ahead, and thus it is now looking at a 4-2 for Elazer as opposed to a 6-2. Or as opposed to a 7-3. That would be rough. We just did Blackburn, now we're on to Dethara. Almost lost what map we were on there for a second. Not sure what I would have done there. Cool to see we just broke 100 viewers, though. That's exciting. Thank you all so much. And GG. Elazer fans rejoice. Gonna go ahead and lower my desk. Okay, souL says he needs 5 minutes. So we are going to throw to a break. My voice probably needs it. Yeah, we'll be back in a few, guys. Check out the Matcherino while we wait. Okie dokie. We are back, and we're jumping into map number 11. Elazer versus souL. The best of 69 continues. And here we are. A little bit revitalized after that break. We have got this man. In the bottom right, it's Elazer. And in the top left, he's souL. Got a souL. We're probably gonna do about 6 hours more today. At this pace, that means we'll be, if we were to continue on, ×4. souL could, in theory, win this thing today. But I'd bet against it. I get the feeling we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. Yeah. Let's take a look here. Hatchery on the way. Command center first, actually, from souL. I was just clicked on that CC casually and was like, whoa, wait a second. Wait a hot minute. Yeah, souL just doing the usual thing that you do after a CC first, which is fire up both your gases. Same thing rings true for pretty much any race. Naturally, you delay getting your gases quite a bit by going for an expo first. So then you gotta go for double gas to make up for that. But then you still come out net ahead. One thing that's worth noting. No GLHFs. Not one. These guys did not feel like typing GLHF 69 times today was worth it. Okay, now let's see. Can I do like control like... No, I can't. I can't hit 2 keys at once. So we are gonna have to figure something out for the score. When we get there. Maybe I'll just do it in like the top right or whatever. Put up a little bit of text, which I'll inevitably forget to update. Anyway, in come the Lings. souL's gonna have to run his SCVs. Oh god, he's not running them, he's fighting them, but that seems like a worse decision than running. This is actually quite painful for souL. Elazer, yeah, catching souL off guard. The timing of this build, a little bit odd. 2 SCVs going down as a result. Lots of lost mining time. Elazer even being as much of a pain possible, blocking the factory from landing. Only 2 SCVs go down, but definitely a hiccup in the opening of souL. All of a sudden, it makes you wonder, was that command center first worth it? At what cost? That's the question. Probably not. Probably works out to a net normal opening, I'd say. Reaper gets pushed away. I say net normal, but then again the Zerg's already well on his way for creep spread. souL's got a 3rd CC about to finish up, and honestly, it is kind of funny that the first game we had, the first map, really was the longest macro game we've had so far. Probably because the players have adjusted their play based on not necessarily wanting to do that. Like, Elazer probably doesn't want to play a bunch of late game ZVT. He probably wants to master the... although he already is a master, but improve probably on getting like... improve so that he's able to basically just know exactly where he is. Know the ebb and flow in and out of the matchup, which even for pros is something that you really have to stay on top of, and some players are better. For example, catching a laser off guard is definitely not an easy thing. Whereas other Zergs of similar skills might be easier to catch off guard, even. Or might be more difficult to catch off guard. Each player in Starcraft has their own strengths and weaknesses. One of the strengths for Elazer, I'd say, is his consistency. Marine's gonna kill off this Overlord that was scouting, but it did its job of exactly that. 2 Banshees coming on in, gonna grab up some drones. 3 dead drones, just like that. Pop, pop, pop. 4 dead drones, 5 dead drones, 6 dead drones. Just like that. Pop, pop, pop. Transferring drones, gonna want to turn around. They do. Good save. souL grabs himself some creep tumors. The Banshee's now moving towards the natural. Gets 1 more drone before one of the Banshees dies. Elazer, even with double spore in the main, interestingly enough. I wonder if that was... yeah, that must have been intentional. Interesting choice to go double spore in the main. I mean, it definitely don't hurt. Maybe he was thinking he'd eventually transfer that to his 4th, or he just is worried about Liberator harassment on Dethora or something. Banshee gets another drone. souL's Banshee control is looking pretty sharp this series, but not sharp enough to keep Elazer off a really high worker count. He's already up to 83, fully saturated on these bases. Macro hatch on the way. souL's now going to go for that Terran push out, but maybe Elazer will be ready to deal with this. Honestly, I think Elazer might have overdroned a little bit here once again. He's making 24 lings now, but that's it. No more banelings have been produced just yet. He's making 30 lings. He's going to try and grab the Hellions, but this is actually going to bait him into a rather poor fight. The lings actually get softened up a decent chunk. In comes souL. All of a sudden, 1-1's already done. Tank getting set up. Medivaxer with this army. Army supply is about 30 ahead for souL. I'm concerned right now for Elazer. A turret is going up for souL. That's rather interesting, I'll say, as there's literally nothing that a turret would be useful for. Still though, souL really encroaching in on Elazer. Now we see these Marines engaging the Queens, going to be burning through their transfused banelings, want to roll forward, but then again, of course, the tanks are the threat. Beautiful, beautiful timing there by Elazer, however, as he moves forward with his lings, moves forward with his queens. Basically, he had the queens and lings engaged first before the Banes. That way, the Banes were not targeted by the tanks and got pretty good splash hits off. And now we take a look. Supply's a little bit closer. Elazer's a little bit older, a little bit wiser. As that's going on, though, souL is going to be dropping on the 5th base of Elazer, shutting that down, gets the kill. Yeah, undoubtedly gets the kill. Would have been better to be a cancel, but maybe Elazer was busy looking somewhere else. souL is now pushing on 2 fronts. It's quite notable that Elazer hasn't really lost any queens this game, and so we see his queen count with lots of transfuse just being an absolute blocker here, preventing the Terran from having as much free reign as he'd like on the map. This is where it becomes a little bit concerning, though. Marines snipe down 1 or 2 of the tanks, but then souL gonna have to lift up, get those Marines out of there. Another drop going on towards the left is gonna be shut down, but then souL just starts to unload at the 3rd. You really gotta be on top of souL, regardless of whether you think you've defended the attack. If there's a window for opportunity, he's gonna take it. Gets himself 8 drones. Nicely done. Okay. Few banelings that were rolling forward get taken care of. All the while souL, oh man, with his mass reinforcements, is now looking for another lethal push. This is where Elazer could potentially overexert himself as he's investing in seismic spines, getting up adrenal glands. These Marines could potentially just cut up all of his army. Yeah, he cannot take that fight. Gonna be losing a sizable chunk of Ling Bane before souL even takes this engagement. Yeah, and if this is the case, you gotta be concerned. Elazer wants to get up his hatchery, so he's gonna clean up his drop. Does souL lift up? Yes, he does. Paying attention beautifully. Elazer's got a lot of his army over on this side of the map just to deal with that drop. souL's coming forward. A lot of stim Marines. We'll see how well he splits them. This could be the time which he forces a fight that goes rather poorly for Elazer. Keep in mind, he's got a lot of his army towards the other side of the map. Those Banelings do get a pretty good connection, all things considered. souL's pushing forward with his Marines. Elazer's going to be looking for more connections. These Marines are so overstimmed right now, it appears. The Hydras are out as well. souL's just going to try and snipe down that base and get out there with what he can. That's a really risky play, as it's going to open him up to counterattacks. He needs to save what Marines he can, and he does end up getting out of there. But still, by gosh, that was a risky play indeed. Elazer is now going to feel pressured to get counter damage done. As we take a look, I mean, he was basically just knocked down to 4 bases, which is not good. This command center attempt by souL gets shut down. But then here's those lurkers, or where's those lurkers? There's those lurkers. Gonna make life rather hard for the Terran. Yep, here comes those lurkers. If they can get on top of that 4th base planetary, I don't know if souL's gonna be able to deal with that. And that'll be a consequence of souL. That'll be a consequence of him really committing to that fight there. Not that I think it's going to go too bad. He should be able to clean up these lurkers. There's rather minimal support for them. The planetary, the tanks doing what they can against the lurkers. There's only 4 left here. I think souL should be able to handle this. He's got a drop going towards the 3rd base of the Terran. 4th base? 3rd base? 3rd base of the Terran. Gonna be able to potentially cancel that. Does not get it though. Nice save by Elazer. But in the end, Elazer is going to be forced back. A scan should allow these lurkers to be picked off. The Lings do a nice little job buffering, however. But then souL still rocking 4 bases. Economy going strong. 3-3 on the way. Getting up a Ghost Academy now in response to the lurkers. Liberator getting set up as cute. Lurkers with their extreme range are slaughtering these depots. Take care of that bunker. In come the Liberators though. Great usage of libs by souL. Realizing that sometimes Zergs lack AA. Oh god, all these SCVs by themselves. Banelings rolling in, gonna kill off 26 SCVs. God, that was huge damage that got done. souL is still doing alright in army supply. Surprisingly good in the worker count still. But that was disastrous. Those connections were huge. These few lurkers are bullying souL a surprising amount. Meanwhile, there's drop down towards the bottom right, but there's no scan. So souL not going to make any headway there. Really just needs to clean up these lurkers, but has yet to do so. Where's the army to do it? I feel like these lurkers should be able to be disposed of. Liberator's setting up, but where's the scan for this? The answer is I don't know, because I mean, this base is lifted off. souL has to go home. His mining has been greatly disrupted as he's transferring workers, trying to get his economy back online. Elazer, now having a minute to breathe, really on 5 bases, is doing well, I think. Okay, guys, my prediction for the next game, it's going to be a souL 2 Rex. And I think I'm feeling Elazer going for like a 16 pool. Liberators get set up, but there is enough Hydras to threaten them. And yeah, actually, apparently not really, as this Liberator is still going to shoot away on those expensive lurkers. souL scans. Doesn't really get any value for that scan. Widowmine kills off a good number of Lings, though. Lurker going to actually tank a Widowmine shot. souL's got himself some nice pressure moving towards the bottom left. Elazer caught completely out of position. I mean, he's got queens, but not enough regular Zerg force to push this army away. And now all of a sudden, the Zerg just got knocked away from a 5th base, and that is painful. Particularly if souL's able to get up this 5th base. This game is really hard to read. Really difficult to read. Ghosts are on the way for souL as he's trying to get established into that late game Terran. It's not going to be easy, though, to hold on the next minute or so, I feel. 9 lurkers is absurd. 9 lurkers, they've got adaptive talons. They're going to burrow and unburrow faster than a tremor. Yeah, the one tank does actually push that away, but if Elazer starts throwing his weight around, I feel souL's going to have a difficult time responding to this. A drop getting shot at by this one Hydra does escape, as souL's just gassing his way into the 3rd base. Going to probably kill this off. Parasitic Bomb is used. Really bold move by souL, but these lurkers are actually just feeding into the Terran bio. Elazer going to lose all of his lurkers there. Oh my gosh, he just taps out. Okay, yeah. That's ouch. I mean, it felt like we were just waiting for Elazer to have a successful attack, but then he ran all his lurkers to their death by accident. Okay. That hurts. souL is going to have himself a 7-4 lead. Seven 4 does not sound as skewed as 6-3, to be honest, interestingly enough. Oh, hold on, I can try to use this score tracker. Okay, both players are ready. I'll faff about with the score tracker, see if we can get something automated set up. Okay, let's see. You know what? I don't think that's gonna happen. We're just gonna do it manually. This is something that I probably should have looked into right away. As soon as I was like, yeah, let's do a best of 69. But sometimes little things skip your mind when you're excited. And so here we are in the top right. It's Elazer, and in the bottom left, it's souL. And I totally called the 2 racks. Oh my gosh, is there gonna be the 16 pool? Right? It's gonna be a... No. Oh, Elazer. Darn. Alright, I was half right. I was half right. That's pretty good. Even calling a 2 racks. I mean, you can call a 2 racks pretty easily, but still. Still pretty good. It's actually going to be a 3 rack, so I was kind of wrong. But, you know, I'll take it. Alright, Marines starting their production. Okay, bunker goes up. Elazer, all of a sudden regretting not going for a 16 pool, throws a Roach Warren on the way saying, yeah, I'm not going to hold my natural. But by this point, Terrans have got so efficient at proxying and following it up that really the only thing that we can view as a saving grace for Elazer is that souL has gone for a 3-rack, so his follow-up will be much later than if it was a 2-rack. But yeah, I think he's fully going to lose his natural base, no question about it. Yep, there goes that hatchery falling. There's 5 roaches on the way, 6 roaches on the way. I'm not sure if souL caught a glimpse of those or not, but Elazer's gonna use the broodlings as opportunity to break this. Target down the SCVs. So yeah, gonna crash against the bunker. One of them anyway. The second bunker being broken. Great transfuse by Elazer, keeping that Ravager that almost got targeted down alive. Even keeping the second alive, hasn't lost a single thing yet. The factory's on the way for souL, but it's got a ways to go. There should be at least a bunker or 2 on the way home, but yeah, souL's only gonna have like a few Marines there by the time this hits. Factory's gonna finish up soon. Presumably that'll be for a Cyclone. Elazer rebuilds his natural base, saying, yeah, I might not be able to get a kill off here. That Marine does make it there. We're going to need to see SCVs pulled yesterday in order to save this location. Looks like that the bunker's going to be kept alive. The depot shall be kept alive too. Nice repair there by the Terran. Losing some SCVs, no doubt. As long as the bunker holds, that's the big one. And it is holding. Marines are looking for a counterattack as well. That's rather cutesy play. The Zerg, of course, says, oh, I got Ravagers on your side of the map. No need to sweat anything. But then all of a sudden, an odd number of 6 Marines may run into your base. Although I don't think they'll get too much damage done. Elazer's queen positioning is really good. The natural base is still being worked on. We see souL elect to throw up a fusion core right now, going for a Hail Mary battlecruiser win, keeping in mind he's got no natural. In go those Marines. They're going to try and target down any drones they can. They get 2 for 6 Marines. It's like, it's something, but as expected, 2 queens are pretty darn good. The Cyclone's going to cross the map, interestingly enough. Elazer did pull back his Roaches and Ravagers, but there's enough of those really to stop any frontal aggression. But I actually love this choice to go for the BC rush from souL. As the Zerg, you're like, okay, surely the Terran has a natural base. Like, no question about it. There's a natural base for the Terran. In reality, there's going to be a BC hitting rather early. Elazer's going to have 4 queens when it does. Maybe more, depending if he fires more up. 1 BC can take on 3 queens comfortably, I want to say. 4 queens possibly. And that's what's going to make this so interesting. Okay, the barracks being lifted to make that cute, solid Terran wall. 1000 HP across the board. But here we see battlecruiser about to finish up. We see a 5th queen on the way. I mean, the Ravagers can drop Corrosive Bile, force the BC to move. There's spores going up at each base. Where's the teleport? There's the teleport towards the back. That BC, by the way, such a sick color as it teleports in. I'm not sure if that was just because of the water or what, but in comes the battlecruiser. How many drones will perish? Looks like the answer is 1 to start. Corrosive Bile going down, trying to hit the BC, no success. Battlecruiser gonna try and add some drone kills. Much needed drone kills, I'll add. to the docket. 5 in total, but for how much Soul delayed his natural base, I think he's in trouble. You really got to get more than that. And so Elazer with his Spire on the way, I think is really going to have control this game. Loses, I mean... Loses an Overlord, but... Yeah. Once the Spire's out, it's like, oh, as the Terran, you've got no BC. And then it's like, oh, what? What do you do? Because the Corruptors just shut down the BCs so hard, so then you have to rely on what you've got on the ground, which isn't that much when you're just about half the workers. Now literally half the workers of Elazer, so I really don't know what you do this game as souL. I think you're just honestly pretty done and dusted. Double BC teleport is no joke. Oh, if souL can snipe the Spire, that would be huge. Oh my god, souL, you genius. You freaking genius. The Spire for Elazer goes down. These drones are now being cut up by the battle cruisers. That is exactly what souL needed. The Muta threat, or the Corruptor threat, has been removed. souL is now going into double BC production. He's going for a technical battle cruiser win. A mule gets dropped to repair this BC. souL knows he needs to keep being aggressive here. He's going to have a third battlecruiser about to finish up soon. Elazer's throwing up spores in a bit of a panic, making as many queens as he can. Knows that he doesn't have a lot that's going to be that's really going to shut this down too hard. But then all of a sudden, triple Yamato cannon going to reduce the queen count by half, by 50%. The 3 BCs now against 3 queens. This is an absolute slaughter. Spores are coming down to help out. But Elazer taps out souL with the most sneaky win ever. Just pulls Elazer to pieces. Like, God, that Spire was seconds away from finishing. Then the Corruptors finish up. The battlecruisers die. Elazer just counterattacks and it's game. But no. souL, the monster. I can't believe I totally thought Elazer had that game. Oh my god, that is nutty. That is nutty. Both souL and Elazer are in the replay. Like, alright, I gotta look at what happened. Like, what on earth was that? Okay, both are ready. Yeah, souL's got an 8-4 lead. Okay, guys. So, we have got ourselves currently an 8-4 lead for souL, and we're in game number 13, which is about still under a quarter of the way. I guess technically game number 17 will be about a quarter of the way. Which isn't bad. We're making decent time here, actually. Better time than I thought. And it's a great time. In that sense, too. Okay, I'm just gonna do something here. Let me try this. Okay, that's showing signs of progress. Just setting up a score tracker quickly here, guys. Or as quickly as I can. Let me pull up the production tab for you. Nothing out of the ordinary is going on while this is. Is that good enough? Or should I have that like down here? Yeah, that's probably fine down there, eh? I'm just getting ready for when eventually it eclipses what the in-game scoreboard can handle. We'll see if it updates automatically. That would be a godsend if it does. But yeah, that last game was so darn sneaky from souL. So darn sneaky. Looks like we're almost breaking 100 viewers, and we actually just did. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning on in. Was really unsure what to expect when it came to a souL Elazer Best of 69. But I'm glad you guys are tuning on in. Hello, hi, BKKKC. souL YOLOs some Hellions in. Lines up to get some pretty darn good shots. Can Elazer save that drone? No, he doesn't. So he loses 5 drones for 2 Hellions in the Reaper. That hurts a little bit. He's droning up hard to replace those. But souL's moving across the map with 2 more Hellions. He could very well just go in again. Is Elazer in position for this? He's moving the Ling, so he should be fine. souL's just going to settle for a creep tumor. And wow, we actually just jumped up to 140 viewers. That is awesome. Oh, and going up. Wow. I don't know what happened there. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, it's, the team tournament ended. And so I'll say hello to everyone who's now hopping on over to the other good Starcraft that's going on. souL and Elazer has been a darn good series so far. The last game was just ridiculous. I can't even believe souL pulled that out. The Wardy army, there we go. The base god Wardy horde. Yeah, thanks so much to everyone for tuning on in, and thanks for showing the love. This Banshee, totally unprepared for by Elazer. Yeah, 8 drones going down. Oh god, and then there's the Hellions. We'll see if they're able to just get all those drones. That was a large clump of drones that are now chilling at the natural, or not really chilling is the way I'd put it, as they're more panicking and running, trying to save their lives. Those Hellions rather injured, but Hellions don't lose their bite till they're completely dead. Able to fry up now 16 drones, 18 drones, 19. Do we have 20? Not 20, but that's pretty high. Anytime worker kills are in the double digits, unless it's really late into a game, it's not great. Not great at all. souL even repairing his Banshees, I don't doubt that he'll be able to get at least a bit more damage with these. He's shown great control with them throughout the series, and I'm just so concerned for Elazer. In a head-to-head just macro Terran versus Zerg, he seems to be losing out a lot more than souL. Like, just the harassment and everything is killer. Super duper killer. I might have jinxed him there, but the Banshees Actually not detected by anything, do stay alive. Even gonna grab the creep tumors, nicely done. Is StarCraft 1 popular abroad? I'd say StarCraft 1 is pretty popular abroad. Like, there's definitely a notable following, right? Like, it's got its share of diehards. Is StarCraft 2 popular abroad? Very. Tank gets set up by souL. He's kind of just like, here I am, deal with me. And Elazer is going to try and deal with him. Just the queens. There's the lings coming on in. If that tank goes down, that would be real nice. Doesn't quite get it, though. Great save by souL. Then there's the Banshees chilling, shutting down the potential 4th base, or another potential base. I assume that was a drone that died, but maybe not. In comes the Banshees now towards the natural base. Oh gosh, souL's just so darn good with these Banshees, getting 4 drones. The tank that stayed alive being used to zone out, and this is where things just seem to always go wrong for Elazer, or have gone wrong so far anyway. As, oh yeah, even attacking his own queen there, making a small mistake. The Banshees do get cleaned up, which is good. The main thing that we need to see, for once, is Elazer shutting down convincingly the Terran attack. And I mean, we have seen him do a good enough job defending this kind of thing. The serious score does, I'd say, not reflect how the more straight-up games have gone. Like, Elazer has won a few of those, then souL's won a few games, kind of with more sneaky play, like the battle cruisers and such. So we'll see if Elazer can hold on here. That tank at the back not being picked off is just being a big deal here, as Elazer's gonna try and break this. Oh, but he doesn't even manage to push souL back far at all. Those Marines just unload. They're now pressuring the 4th base. There is a Ling counterattack. I believe some Banelings were involved there, but Elazer unsuccessful in his attempt to push this away. His 4th base is being worked on. He doesn't have much transfuse energy to keep this alive. If souL's not paying attention, maybe the Banelings can get on top of this, but no, Elazer's getting pushed back once again. He's got a counterattack queued up. He's going to need to make some serious work happen here, as souL's just rallying more and more units across the map. Elazer, though, knows it's over. GG, he taps out. GG, as souL wins Lightshade. And that's going to put him at a 9-4 lead. As we load on into game number 14. Okay. So the sad news is that that did not auto-update. So I'm gonna have to keep on that myself. It was a noble attempt, though, setting that up. Alright, looks like both players are ready anyway. Let me just swap out so I don't have to play souL. And away we go. Game number 14. Yeah, 14, 9-4. BKC, you're very sweet, and I wish that all English viewers were as sweet as Korean ones. In the top right, representing Cascade, it's souL. And in the bottom left, it's Elazer. I gotta say, these games are pretty darn good. They're waking me up. I'm hyping up. I might just go back to standing in a second here. As we are rolling around to about 8 o'clock my time. 8 a.m. that is. And yeah, we haven't seen a ton of repeats as far as the builds. Elazer, yeah, did kind of just die there. The harassment, it did too much damage, right? Like, we saw the Hellions just kill too many drones. And that happened in, like, literally game number 1. The Hellions for souL ran in and killed a bunch of drones. So that seems to be a thing that souL can rely upon. It's an ankle review at 200 viewers. Reveal, not review. God, that would be a different turn. Alright. Maybe 250? I think if we can hit 250, maybe I'll show my ankles. Reaper just kind of jets by that drone. That drone gonna be saved. Well done by Elazer. Reaper hanging out. Oh, souL gonna get that drone. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You villain. Oh, you villain. souL, you absolute villain. Is it going to cost him the Reaper, though? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, he's keeping it alive. It's going to start regenning. I think this Reaper's going to escape. It's not going to be easy, but... can souL get out with it? It looks like the answer is going to be a maybe. Tosses down a grenade, trying to create chaos. Sneak on out. Yes, he makes it! Oh my gosh. Guys, this is why being a pro gamer is hard. Imagine having to put up with that. Like, that level of... what looks like being a tryhard. In reality, it's just second nature for souL to be a shark with his Reaper. This sneaky guy. Did he get a Ling too? He did get a Ling too. Cloak is on the way for souL. Stim. We've seen a lot of Banshees for souL. It's been a while since we saw a Hellbat push, but no armory. Yeah. Yeah, this is not easy for Elazer. Dealing with the constant onslaught. He's gonna get on this Banshee, but then he's got no detection. I mean, he's doing the work of trying to save the drones. Get the queens at least under that Banshee, so as soon as the Spore finishes, you can probably kill it. Does he get it? Yes, he does. So that's at least a bit of payment there. But then we see the Hellions come in, and it's 11 dead drones yet again. souL seems to just be outplaying Elazer for the most part here. with some relatively basic harassment. It's not like this is revolutionary. Killing drones, you know, with Hellions and Banshees. Another Banshee comes on in, doesn't get anything, so might have been a bit of mismicro there by souL. But still, 17 drones for 8 Hellions and a Banshee. I think that's pretty darn good. Pretty good. Baneling speed is at least on the way for Elazer, so he'll have that tool soon. There's 11 drones on the way. souL, I mean, oh my god, is throwing up 5 additional barracks? What's that gonna put him at? He's building 3, he's got 5. Yeah, he's going up to 8 racks already. That's pretty crazy. This is gonna be a hard push. I'm not sure Elazer's gonna be ready for. Like, that's what you presume this is gonna turn into, right? Just a hard push by the Terran. Something a little more direct than Elazer's been dealing with so far. It's been lots of harassment that eventually won convincing fights. But this could literally just be souL being like, yeah, no drops, I'll just move across the map with a trillion Marines. Although he is, of course, gonna drop. But I think we're gonna be seeing a push real soon as he's charting out 12 Marines at a time. Cleaning up creep, making Elazer think, yeah, nothing's awry, it's just gonna be the ramping up drops and stuff. In reality, it's like, here's gonna be a 1-1 Terran with a boatload of Marines. Spires on the way. Or Spires finished up, pardon me. There's the mutas, but how much are the mutas gonna help against 41 Marines when you got 7 Banelings? I mean, Elazer's firing up another 9 Banelings. How's this creep looking? It's looking pretty good. The creep isn't as far back as it could be. And this is gonna give Elazer a good heads up. It's really going to slow souL's push. souL's going to have to start kiting back with his bio. Great save by souL, though. Loading the Marines in the front, up into the medivacs. Just deletes a lot of those Banelings. There's still 9 left over for Elazer, but all of a sudden in comes souL. He's going to have a nice potential pre-split here. See if he's able to make that happen. 15 more Banelings morphing for Elazer. Looks like the mutas are getting damage done on souL's side of the map. If his Marine production can deal with it, that'll be nice for him. Elazer's going to pull the trigger, try and get on top of this army. There's a lot more Marines behind this, but he is getting some decent Baneling connections. There's still a lot of Terran, though, and I don't know if Elazer's going to be able to hold on. The mutas are pushed back. It might be time to bring them to the home front to try and defend. 24 more Banelings are morphing. Where are they morphing? Okay, there's some at the natural. Really just anything anywhere says turn into a Baneling right now. And souL hasn't actually canceled these morphing ones, so they are just going to turn into the fight right away. Elazer is going to push souL back, all the while SCV is dying at the 3rd. The mutas are paying the price, though. So 16 SCVs versus 10 dead drones and a dead base for the Zerg. Elazer should be able to route this and push it all the way back. Can the mutas maybe pick off one of the medivacs? Get that tank, perhaps? No. And then we look at Elazer's situation. He's on 72 drones. He lost that base, yes, but he's got another up. So, I mean, he's a 4-base Zerg effectively. Can he hold on? How many Banes does he have? The answer is 0. He's making 6 right now. I think he might have been a little bit slow on replacing those. Of course, money is always an issue. But then he's just got some mutas finishing up. He's going to try and rely on the mutas, the lings, the few banes that he has to take this fight. The mutaflock's actually looking pretty significant, but there's all those marines coming forward. He needs a few more banes to take care of this. The bio is splitting for souL. It's on creep. The banes get some decent connections. The bio is rather red. There's a lot of injured marines as souL stims again. Is he going to be able to clean it up? The answer is no. GG. And we see souL take a 10-4 lead, a commanding lead in this best of 7. Elazer has got to be feeling rather rough. Rather rough. As Oxide goes to souL. And I guess that's just what happens. It's like souL's kind of been eating his Wheaties every day by playing against souL constantly. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a matcherino if you haven't noticed. And by we do, I mean I do, Afrika does, to support these players and give them extra dosh. So, let's use coupon code BO69. Hopefully you're familiar with Matcherino. If not, it's a great crowdfunding platform. You can add money to the prize pool for free just by doing that coupon code there. And so we'll get everyone on into the next lobby as we repeat through the maps once more. As per request of the players, we are doing just the new ladder maps. They're new maps though, so it is exciting. And then of course, we're going to be doing at least one Carbot match. souL was like, just ladder maps, and I'm like, we're doing a Carbot map. Maybe Elazer's stepping out for a break. Alright, Elazer and souL are both ready, so we'll load on into match number 15. At 17, we'll probably take another small break, because that's literally a quarter of all the maps to be played. Although if we continue at this pace, souL could potentially win today, dare I say. If we do the full distance. Okay. And we've got ourselves a proxy from souL. And in the bottom left, we have got Elazer on the receiving end of such a proxy. Elazer's behind 6 maps right now. It's kind of funny how the numbers work. You look at like 10-4 and you're like, oh, that's terrible. But then you look at like 11-4 and it's like, yeah, he can come back from that. I don't know. It's just that lizard brain thing, which some numbers look more appealing than others, even if they're kind of worse. It was sort of like the 7-3 to 6-3 thing, or the 7-4 to 6-3. Hello, Zeliard. Big thanks to Wardy, by the way, for sending you guys over to Afrika TV. And big thanks to you guys for checking it out. Being passengers on this crazy, crazy train of best of 69. Chat is indeed working. Alright. Bunker's going up. The proxy barracks is in full swing. This is a 3 racks. Elazer's pulling all the drones. I mean, he's keeping 6 back. That's what you want, right? He cancels the bunker. He's got the spine. We've seen him be proxied before, and he didn't use a spine. Now you just got to play defend the spine. And once the spine's up, you're generally sitting pretty. I think the drones need to be sallied forth once more with the lings. Push the marines back for another few seconds. The laser even microing back the drones that were targeted down. And it's going to be a second till the spine's up. If he can get that SCV, that would be huge. Looks like he will. That's a big deal. And then with no SCV to finish that bunker, it's not easy for souL to break this. The queen comes forward. She offers a ton of tanking potential. If you're a laser now, you just need to make sure you don't fall. You just need to make sure that you don't fall into the trap. Of over droning and such. Continuing that thought. Alright, there's souL being a sneaky devil. Moving his marines behind this. The queen's gonna have to try and bait these marines out of their hidey hole. This raises the question of what's the actual range on a marine versus a queen. This is not an interaction you see too often. I mean, you see them fight, but never just all about the range like this. The transfuse gets used. souL just producing more and more units. If you're a laser right now, you just say, right, keep the hatch alive. That's it. That's the only goal here. The queens are moving forward, but they got to be careful. souL's going to commit on in now. The spine's doing work. Morling's coming forward. I mean, he's losing drones, but it's literally just hold on. And, oh, the spine's going to go down. No buffer. GG gets called. And as I say that, by the way, like the literally just hold on thing, souL even had a CC behind this, and the gas is going up for good measure. That's painful. That's real painful there for a laser, but it's that thing. We've seen Zergs do that before lately, that they are like, yeah, I held the proxy, it's totally fine. And the Terran's like, more Marines. That's about it. So souL takes an 11-4 lead. Hot damn. We are just cycling through the current maps and have been doing that. So yes, Dethara has been played. No Romanticide though, because that's no longer a current map, is it? Yeah, Romanticide is Dundee's. Elazer says BRB. That might be best for him. And so we're gonna have a short break, guys. I want to say thanks to everyone for checking this out, though. I appreciate it. So the best thing to do while we head to a quick break, let's go ahead, use that Maturino coupon. I'll link that in the chat. BO69 is the coupon code. We've got a fair few more of those to use. And we'll try and do that over today and tomorrow. And yeah, we'll be back in a few, guys. Could be like longer, like 5-10ish minutes or so. Or maybe we'll just be getting into the game now. Okay, the players say go, so we'll go. And then we'll have a longer break after that. These guys are like, this is a best of 69. We need to play these games. Wait. Romanticide is still in? It's Dithora that is out? What? You're joking. Hold on. Was I lied to? Huh, they did play Dithora. Wow. Okay, apparently the map is not in order. I swear I checked. And yeah. So, we'll make sure to play Romanticide next. Huh. How did I bungle that up? Anyway, the players didn't notice. Yeah. The Wikipedia thing also seems bugged. Like, I tried to use, like, the drop-down thing to get the list of maps. To get all the greens, but you were right. You were right, sir. Yeah, not a huge deal. I mean, players have been playing on those maps for quite a while. Yeah. Anyway. souL has got himself a big lead. And it appears that this game he has gone for a reactor first. Whereas Elazer goes for a normal opening. Does Elazer ever go for 16 pools? Like, I don't think so. We are on game number 16. And I think we've yet to see a 16 pool. Yeah, I can't believe we were playing Romanticide. It's Dithora that is out. Oh my gosh, so silly. I just like how the players didn't notice. Neither did I. But thank you for correcting that. Otherwise the players would have been like, what? We played on this map that's not in the map pool 7 times? Huh. Anyway, we've got souL going for a lot of marine production. Then going to be swapping the factory over. A couple of Hellions, then maybe into Widow Mines, I'm feeling here. Based on the starport and the marine count. Alright, souL's moving out. I think souL is doing that, like, suffering from success thing. Except I'm not really going to say that yet. He's just had so much success with his attacks that it's like, yeah, moving out with 6 Marines and going for an attack, that seems reasonable. Gonna kill one Overlord. Elazer turns the other one around to keep that alive. And there's gonna be an attempted bunker. A Hellion's coming on in. The Marines are gonna engage the Queen. Elazer has got 4 Lings, but they are not here. The Marines are putting out so much damage on this Queen. And I think souL literally can't do a bad attack here as he's cutting through what is here. It looks like the bunker won't get up. Does he get the Queen? That's the question. The SCV is going to help get the Queen, right? Oh my gosh. Oh, she's down to 8 HP. The Hellion does not get her, though. Oh, here comes the other 2 Hellions, and she's gone. That is something. I mean, that was 2 dead Queens for 6 Marines, 4 Lings, and Overlord. That was probably worth it, right? I mean, Elazer is still at a pretty good drone count. My guess of Widow Mines was wrong. souL's just saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Lots of Widow Mines. Or, I mean, lots of Banshees. Makes you wonder if he'd be more inclined to change things up if he wasn't having such success. But he is, like, he's killed so many drones this game with Hellion run-bys. This game he elects to go for eBays and his wall off. That's a question I'd like to ask some pros. Why some games? Why other games not? Banshee at the natural base. Not getting too much yet. souL's production's on the way, 5 racks at a time, or 5 racks going up to. So 2 basing souL. 1 on the way. Did Elazer even scout for this at this point, or is he at that point as a Zerg, which is just like, yeah, the Terran's always gonna 3 racks. Or I mean, always gonna 3 CC. Alright. Creep tumor denied. Okay, souL producing 7 Marines. Once again, he's skipping the tech labs on some of his racks. He just wants to get the attack going as soon as possible. And if you're a Elazer, like, do you really expect this? I mean, he's got this Overlord, which is actually seeing everything, so yeah, he should expect this. That might actually have been a slight oversight by souL, but... here goes the attack. Elazer's making lings. He's got 4 queens on the way at a time. He's got banelings. He's gonna have baneling speed. Not just yet though. souL's scanning, gonna be cleaning up some of this creep. He's got a tank to help him out. Tank to fall back to. Still though, it's not going to be easy for him to make this attack work, I feel. Elazer seems to be set up pretty darn well. He's setting up for the flank. He's actually just going to go for it. The tanks aren't siege. One sets up on the high ground. The banelings aren't getting on top of the Marines just yet, but then they do and score some big connections there. The tank's going to go down. Elazer has absolutely destroyed the attack of souL. And I think we could finally be seeing the bad tide for Elazer turn around, because he has got himself a 50 supply lead against souL, who's been going for a 2 base all in. Yeah. Crazy defense there by the Zerg player. Elazer's making 14 more banelings. souL is going to be tight pressed to make an attack work. Like, there's literally just such a good amount. Banshee's working away on this hatchery. That's the 5th base for Elazer, though. Even if he loses it, he's still going to be up 2 bases to souL. And yeah, this is not looking good for souL at all. Like, it's honestly good to see Elazer get one of those good Zerg defenses off that kind of just roll or kind of just shut down the Terran. Looks like there was a counterattack. souL is going to be putting it all on the line with what will be likely his final attack. The Liberators are cute. They could really mess with the Zerg. That being said, souL's still got to deal with 29 banelings. He's got tanks coming forward. This is going to be a rather nice attack here, but then the Lings get in. The depot does get raised, actually. That's huge. The fact that the majority of the Lings will be kept out. As much as I hate to say it, there's actually a chance that this could work for souL, and Elazer's what seemingly great defense might not have been enough. His 5th base does go down. Yeah, and the 3rd base is now being pressured. He's got a ton of banelings, but souL has built up a high siege tank count, which will help deal with these. Lings are attacking at the natural, but only 6 SCVs have gone down, and souL's horribly oversaturated anyway. Elazer just has to back off as he's gonna lose his 4th base, yeah. And souL might be able to keep this push going as well. Really, I think he still has to keep his push going. Elazer, I mean, has lurkers on the way, but... And he's got lurkers done, so that's actually pretty significant. Lurkers being done against a Terran who only has like marine bio. But then of course there's also the Liberators, which are great against lurkers. The Liberators are setting up on the ramp, the tanks are sieging up. Elazer's gonna trickle on in here. I think the Bane should be able to make this blitz happen, but no, they're just melting under the tanks. Is that gonna be enough to dislodge souL? Yes it is. He just loads up, but then can he unload right away? He's gonna start unloading, and all of a sudden, all of the Elazer's banelings are gone. How does souL make these crazy attack works? He's up in supply. The Zerg player does have lurkers to stop the attack momentarily. souL's gonna stim on in, though, just on top of the lurkers with Marines, the Mad Lad. I don't even know what to say, like how far ahead it seemed Elazer was, but now he's lost 41 drones. He's just being destroyed here. I mean, it's 3 base to 2 base, but the Zerg had all these hopes and dreams that he had a huge supply lead. He was up 50 supply at one point in this game. His upgrades are really showing right now by how well he's dealing with this. And maybe he's not done for yet, but as I say that, I check his 3rd base, and it's just gone. souL now pulls away from those lurkers. He's got this Liberator. These Marines really are trapped here. But, I mean, it's a 2-base Zerg against a 2-base Terran. souL's already floating over his main. Elazer's getting adaptive talons. He's going to have to make very efficient use of his lurkers, but he did clean up that army. I mean, souL can use medivacs, though. He can drop. Elazer does have the +1. souL grabs a lurker, though. Nicely done. Not something Elazer can easily afford to replace, so souL gonna be ahead in the economy with that worker transfer. And I guess if you're souL, just keep making tanks and libs, right? And if you're Elazer, with your better upgrades, with your lurkers, try and catch souL out of position, off guard, catch his libs, catch his tanks. That's nutty, how close this game is. I mean, souL calls for a pause, okay. Oh boy, I wonder what that's about. souL, you good? I wonder if souL ordered food and that was the door. I don't know who's gonna win this game, but souL's killed 17,000 resources worth of stuff off of 2 bases. We'll make sure everyone's ready, then we'll count down back on in.
Game resumed.
I don't know. I don't know, guys in chat. I'm not sure souL could have made it to the washroom and back in that time. Oh god. Oh. Okay, I mean, it's mass Liberators against the few Hydras Elazer has. Like, he's got 6. He's got Vipers, but the Viper, like, it's the tank Liberator. Yeah, I think souL's got this. The Elazer is broke as a joke. The Liberators might be setting up a bit too far forward, but then this is still going to let souL push in to kill this base. And at best, for a Elazer, that's putting them on an even economic footing. Then souL's going to keep going further and further forward. The Vipers are going to need some amazing spells, but he's only got so much energy. There's an Abduct that goes down 1 Liberator, 2 Liberators, but then souL stims forward with this seemingly large amassed amount of bio as he started adding Marauders into his composition. GG gets called. souL now has got himself a 12-4 lead. I did not expect such dominance in this series, to be honest. But by gosh, the mad man is doing it. So it's Dethara that's out of the pool. No Dethara. It's weird how that's still in the order. Okay, looks like we're planning on having the break in about an hour and a half, I want to say. Yes. Or 1 hour. Half an hour? Yeah, half an hour. All right, both players are ready. Can we hit the thumbs up button too? Yes, you guys can. Hit that favorite on the stream. Show some love. You guys are the best. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning on in to souL versus Elazer. We've been live just under 4 hours now. Let me just double check. Time in Poland. Yes. In about half an hour, depending on how long this game is or the game after that, we shall have a break. And this is actually game number 17, which is about as close to a quarter of 69 as you can get. Hatch first from Elazer, no surprise there. Honestly, I think souL, partially where his victories come from, is just his extreme amount of builds. That's definitely part of it, I think. And the best part is, guys, I'm not even losing my marbles from sleep depth yet. I think around 1 PM you can slowly expect it. Maybe 11. As yes. It's gonna be a long day for me. I shall sleep like the dead. You click the showcase. Maybe that, like, if you have followers on Afrika, that lets them know what you're watching? Who knows, to be honest. souL just chugs right through that obstacle. I wonder if the Reaper would technically get there faster if you navigated through it. Like, did like the whoop, the whoop. I don't know. That's a good question. Some Terran, we'll have to test that. Or just some player. On that note, are adept shades slowed by inhibitor zones? I imagine they are. We see souL even moving across the map with his marine, interestingly enough. He was starting up a bunker, I think, but then he cancelled it once he saw the third base of Elazer in this location. Notably a rather forward third base. I'm not sure if Elazer took that just due to the SCV, or because he actually wants to get aggressive. Who knows? Maybe yes and no, and then just yes, because he says, I've got the forward base, let's get aggressive. So who knows? Maybe he'll throw up a Roach Warren in a second. It's a possibility. It's a very real possibility. No Roach Warren, 8lings on the way. More drones, okay. So no aggression just yet. souL going up to 3 racks before his third. So changed gear a little bit. The past few games, playing more aggressive. Banshee gets pushed away by Elazer. So far the Zerg just playing defensive. Getting up a Roach Warren actually rather late, I'll say. Like if you're a Zerg and you're relying on a Roach Warren for defense, like this is late. So he has just been relying on the lings and stuff, confidence. There would be no major aggression coming from souL, and he was right so far. Then the Roach Warren is going to finish up and double Evo, so maybe we'll see in a missile attack and Carapace, and then just a boatload of Roaches. That's an option. Although then when there's Banshees out, who knows? I mean, there is the 1-1 on the way. Roach production should be starting. There we have it. The Banshees, ballsy call by Elazer. One actually does go down due to Elazer literally just saying, yeah, I think that's going to run out of energy soon, walking underneath it. Then it does run out, so great call by Elazer, actually. souL actually has 1 tank right now, and oh my gosh, is he going to use the inhibitor zone? Is this a valid strategy? I'm not sure. Anyway, in comes the Terran stimming in towards this base. Elazer is only on 3 bases, so he really needs to defend this one. He's got Roaches on the way. Is he going to have enough? That's part of the question. I'm really not sure, as these Marines with their +1 are coming on in. Elazer's ages away from his 1-1. He has to abandon the base, but that's almost a death sentence here, as it's not like he's got a spare one in his pocket. He's going to fight with the Broodlings, hopefully take a great engagement, but the tank's just been shelling non-stop. The Marines are putting out so much damage. Elazer's army is falling short. He's on 70 drones, but only on 2 bases. Even if he does win this fight, it's not going to be a great position. He's making Roaches, but he's barely got anything to support them with. Or really anything to produce them with. I mean, 2-base Zerg is not great for making Roaches. Is he going to double expand? Yes, he is. souL, though, with his third about to finish up, seems to have got himself in a pretty decent spot. I mean, that was a rather committed attack, but still, getting the third for the Zerg, you generally consider yourself to be in a pretty good spot. Maybe not, though. Maybe souL did just enough damage to put this game evenly. to put this game into an even position, to speak actual English. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's +2 carapace on the way for Elazer, which is significant. It's going to make his forces a lot more tanky. I mean, he's got that inflated Roach army supply, but then with 2-2 on the way, I mean, it does hold its ground. The main thing he's going to have to worry about is not letting souL get into a good position with his tanks again. So we'll have to be proactive with his forces, shut down the drops and such. With his queens here, I think he has. Did he kill that medevac? He's killed 2, so I think he did. Liberator harassment being queued up. Yeah. This is something here. There's the harassment hitting the natural, Spore reburrows. There's one at the 3rd. No Spore there, no Queen either. Rather slow response from Elazer, busy dealing with the one in the main base too. The Queen's finally pulling back, but not even coming back all the way. Elazer literally just waiting for the Spore. Transferred drones to this base. Gonna push that Terran force away. Now this base is mining again. The Lib will reposition. Let's see if Elazer's just gonna get aggressive. He's got a high Roach count. Repositioning his Ravagers. Wants to deal with this Liberator. He's gonna have 2-2 for potentially nice timing. Does he, like, aim for a big attack? The answer seems to be no, as he fires up a Hydroden and an Infestation Pit. Could this be the truly late game we get, that we've been waiting for? Cancel on the 5th base of Elazer, souL shutting down the gold base. Elazer floating a big number of resources, I guess just waiting for something to invest it in. Fighting away from those tanks with the Roach Ravager is important. He does have a lot of units shaved off by that. Honestly, Infestors with Burrow I don't think would be too bad here. Or even Roach Burrow. Tunneling Claws. Because the Elazer's going to need something to deal with all these tanks, whether it be great positioning. He's trying to buy time with his Corrosive Bile to hold this army off. Look at that splatter there as those tanks got big shots off. There's Corrosive Bile going down again. In come all the Marines. The problem is they're so lethal that they can actually push the Roaches away. And so yeah, souL's just tank pushing. Pushing and pushing and pushing with his absurdly large force right now. This force seems to put out so much damage. Even though Elazer has the upgrade lead, Elazer now has Vipers on the way. That's what he needs. Something like Vipers. And by gosh, he's going to get Vipers, but they're not even finished yet. They're going to take a long time to build up energy. Corrosive Bile does pick off one of those siege tanks. Is he going to get the other one? Looks like he should. That's actually quite good, whittling that count down. Elazer taking a fight against the Marines, but souL's just so darn good at targeting down the Ravagers. Like, the Roaches don't kill the Marines quick enough, and the Ravagers just get picked off. Now, where's those Vipers? The answer is not in position. There's a lot of Roaches to the north trying to deal with this drop. That explains why souL's bullying Elazer back so much. A lot of his supply is not here fighting. The drones are transferring. Yeah. Okay, souL now going for a big drop into the main base as he has killed the Zerg's 4th base. Fortunately for Elazer, he's got another one up there, but oh man, the the Vipers really being the MVP here, as it does allow souL to, or Elazer to get up this ramp, clean up all the tanks. Actually, a rather great fight because of those Vipers, but then here's the rest of the Terran force. It seems there's just so much souL. Despite him being down in supply, it seems there's just too much Terran. This could be a good engagement for the Zerg, getting a nice concave. The Lurkers get set up. Liberators may kill off the Vipers, which wouldn't be great for... would not be great, but then we do see, yeah, Elazer pushing souL back on pretty much every front. As I say that, though, this drop returns to the main base. Going to be hunting drones, getting at least some of them. Anything that's unfortunate enough to walk up here. Till all the units come on in, but then souL targets down a Hydra or two, boosts on away. He's harassing this base here, though. And Elazer really needs that gold base income, all the while souL on 4 bases now at this point. Could definitely transfer some workers. We'll see when he does that, but yeah. souL seems to be taking the better trades still. So much souL. Yes, that is the trick to winning. If your name's Jeff and you're playing Starcraft, you say so much Jeff is the trick to winning. Just make more of yourself, make more of your units. And souL with his just mass marine tank, mainly marines if I'm being honest, is making work happen. He's got to be careful to avoid the Lurkers. Once they have adaptive talons, they'll be a lot better. They do, however, have that seismic spine, so the longer range. Here's a counterattack with the roaches. I'm not sure they'll get the PF. They did grab 11 SCVs. souL unloading this force, wants to stim forward onto the Lurkers. With Marauders, you can do it. You can do it more successfully. With just Marines, I'd avoid against stimming into Lurkers. Ghost production is starting, however, now. These 3 Marauders actually going to be caught off guard by the roaches. That's a cute play. But these roaches should be cleaned up. Ghosts are en route. souL's economy is looking pretty good. Should clean up these roaches relatively soon. And there's the 5th base on the way now. The Liberator usage, I'll say, by souL against this Viper composition has been huge. A snipe goes down. I don't believe that hit a Viper. I think that just hit a Roach or a Hydra or something. We could see EMPs on these Lurkers. Or EMPs on these Vipers, potentially. That would be nice. But either way, this is looking darn good for souL. He's pressuring the 4th base. And that's it. There is just 4 bases here for Elazer, so he's got to take a really great fight. He moves the Lurkers forward. They do seem to be doing pretty darn good if the Liberators can be taken care of, and they do get taken care of. This attack to the north is not doing anything for souL, as Elazer does have Lurkers still there. Elazer holds on, and he is playing this defensive Zerg style, the more efficient Zerg style, the Lurker Hydra composition. And this could be all that Elazer needs, like, just to hold on with these units. Just keep defending kind of thing. The Lurker's going to reburrow to the north, clean up this drop entirely, all but 1 Marine. And now Elazer going to be getting this base up. Just slow expansion, stay alive, don't take bad trades, anything like that. And he could very well have a successful late game, but then as the Zerg, you really do need to be counterattacking too. Hydra's doing what they can against this army, but really it is all just about the Lurkers. Here we are on Blackburn as the game's going later. It's not like either player is in a comfortable economic situation. There was some lurker harassment, which actually did some good damage. Or, well, did alright. 3 SCVs. But it was a good start, okay? souL still grossly oversaturated at his natural base. Could maybe do something about that. For now, though, he's doing alright. His economy's still going pretty well. He's still up on supply. Lands some snipes on a couple of the lurkers. He was going to want to push further forward, and I mean, he's got libs, tanks, and ghosts to do that. So I'm really unsure of what you can do right now as Elazer. In goes souL, pushing the Zerg away. There's mainly just Hydras here. The rest of the Zerg force is coming down, and there's no threat towards the top right, but even still, dealing with this Terran force is not going to be easy. Ling's trying to get as far forward as possible. Lurker's gonna burrow. The Lurkers deal surprising amounts of damage to everything along with the Hydras, so it looks like we're gonna see a hold made by Elazer. He hangs on. He's got that 5th base on the way. He's got that Lurker being the pain to the top left. He really needs to keep that coming. That kind of thing needs to be happening all game if the Zerg really wants a commanding lead. And that is what some other Zergs do. Like, you think of Raynor, you never think of him sitting back just trying to hold on. If he's playing a defensive game, he's still got an attack planned out. And we did see some of that from Elazer with getting, say, this Lurker to the top left, but he needs to be almost relentless with that. In goes the Bio, gonna get on top of this Lurker, kills off one, but then a retreat by Elazer forces that back. No adrenal glands for the Lings, but there is +1 melee on the way. Elazer is holding on. 145 supply to 169. souL's economy, though, is booming. Okay. We are now 20 minutes into Blackburn. Snipes going down. Liberator gets abducted, but there's not a ton of anti-air. It still goes down, however, but then souL's just going to be able to push on in once again. Elazer was not able to replace his units, build up that big enough army that was able to deal with this kind of ghost tank composition handily, and so we're seeing him just be bled to death. There is one lurker at this base dealing with this drop. Another 2 are going to have to be brought up, but then yeah, I'm having my doubts if Elazer's going to be able to clean this up. And whilst he's hanging on longer than expected, GG gets called. souL is going to take a 13-4 lead against Elazer. This poor Zerg player cannot break the streak of losing that he's on. Yeah, that's nutty. 13-4. Okay, we're gonna do Romanticide. We haven't done that yet because of error on my part that I thought it was out and Oxide was in. But it turns out Oxide's out and it's in. Or I mean Dathara. Oxide is in. Okay, both players are in the lobby. souL says go go. Does the Elazer say ready? The Elazer's ready. And souL has got a 13-4 lead. We're a quarter into this best of. souL needs to win 22 more maps to win this. Yeah, 22 more maps. Elazer needs to win 31. Which is a tall order. Regardless of who's going to win, go ahead and hit up that Matcherino. Use coupon code BO69. It's linked in the little blurb above. And it's going to let you... Gonna add money to the prize pool. It's split 50-50. So even if souL wins all these maps, at least you guys can give Elazer a little bit of extra dosh through the Matcherino for free. I do worry, though, that Elazer's a little bit predictable. A hatchery first once again. Like, this is literally... I mean, he did the one proxy hatch. Other than that, I think that's it. Yeah. Anyway, hello, Hostility. What's up, LaughNgamez? How's it going? Fun idea, hardcore AF. Yeah, definitely needed to do one of these in my casting career. Even though it's not necessarily going to be an all-in-one-day kind of thing, because that would be a heck of a commitment. It's still gonna be darn good fun. And it is darn good fun. Command center on the way for souL. And I mean, souL didn't SCV scout this game. What if Elazer went for an early pool? souL's been known to go for Marine after the Reaper most of the time, I think, though. If I recall correctly from this. So I mean, an early pool isn't exactly amazing against him, but still. But still. I want to see Elazer win a map and get the momentum back, or gain some momentum. Because right now he does seem to be in that trap in which your opponent is just toying with you, and he needs a solid W. Oh, but then oh god, he loses his creep tumor. The Reaper gets away. And yeah, it's rough for Elazer, but souL's doing good. souL might be looking like the best Polish player at this point. Of course, mana is a challenge. Gerald, too. Then again, who knows? Maybe it's like fish eats fish kind of thing, like souL eats Elazer. Or at least so far it's looking like that. And then Elazer eats Protoss, and then Protoss eats souL. Protoss eats Terran. Hostility says, did Afrika drop Chromecast support? Don't quote me on this, but I think you can change, you might have to change to like a different player mode or something, like between HTML and Flash. Don't quote me on that, but yes, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know if it was intentional, although I think you can like send it to your devices still, so looks good. souL comes in, gets a couple drones, great save by Elazer, turning that drone into a spore. The Hellions grab yet another creep tumor. souL may want to take these home to repair them, as he's got himself a 2-on-1 going on behind this. Although I guess it's a 3-1-1, because he's got his third on the way. Third done before it really hits. Then of course there's Hellions, so really it's not even that, it's just a 2 barracks play. Off the back of a fairly standard Terran opening. Elazer hasn't lost too much this game. Alright, souL unloading on the front lines, getting up in the face of Elazer, who fires up 8 banelings. souL scans ahead though and sees the banelings are morphing. Oh no, Elazer. If souL can target down these banes, that would be just disastrous. They're gonna finish soon though. souL is grabbing queens instead of the banes. He will be forced away. Tosses down a KD8 charge amidst all the chaos, but then yeah, boosts out. That definitely could have been worse. The queens took the brunt of that, so the banelings could finish. Three queens died, which isn't great. I mean, Elazer still has 5 on the front line. None in his bases though, which will affect his macro. That's why he's building so many new ones. souL targeting down banes, plays with fire, gets a little burned, as that one baneling does get a decent connection. Transfuse heals up that queen. souL engaging the lings, lifting them up into his medivacs. Eats another baneling connection, loses some marines. souL dropping again on this front. Elazer has shut down his harassment pretty well, I think, so far. That he should be in a fairly confident position as the Zerg. He's got his 2-2 on the way. souL just fired up his +2 attack. The Hive's on the way. We've seen Elazer try to tech to this most games. Not that it's been like it's saving grace or anything. Banelings rolling forward off of creep. One of the tanks that belong to souL did go down there. That's not bad. Lings get a surround on the Terran Force. Banelings get some great connections on souL's army. Oh, souL, is he paying attention with these Marines? Targets down a few Banes, but then has to boost away. This Zerg force moving forward off of creep. Gotta be making souL a little bit uncomfortable that there's this much Zerg near his base. You see the one scouting ling goes in, that's not suspicious at all. souL moving out to secure up his 4th base. All the while this is going on though, we see 26 banelings morphing. Elazer's enjoying the strong economy. I was about to say that souL maybe should have left a tank here. He did not. So the banelings come in, they crash through the depots. There are marines here. The banes really don't care though. They're just going to crash forward. Lings are going to get on top of the tanks. SCVs are being pulled into the fight. A few more banelings coming forward, forcing the SCVs to run. This could be some great connections here for Elazer. Gets 7 SCVs, compromising the production a little bit, but it looks like there will be enough reinforcements here in order for souL to stabilize. All the while his drops are trying, but they're not going to find too much. Cope says I joined when it was 3-3, so I've just watched a 10-1. Yeah, this could make it a 10-2 though. This could bring his win rate up by 100%. And I hope so. I hope Elazer is able to close this one out and that souL's not able to pull out any voodoo magic to win it. Loading up goes souL. Banelings harassing that third base. Zerg showing relentlessness, but with a siege tank, with these Marines, I wouldn't worry too much if I wasn't SCV mining there. I mean, if you're an SCV mining, you have your own slew of problems, but that's not the worst in the world. Okay. Bio moving towards the bottom left, cleaning up some creep. It's 200 to 160 supply. Hatchery getting shot down. Still constant drops, so I souL all over the map with these medivacs, not letting them be caught. It's like they will actually go down, as they kind of jinxed one of them. Lurkers moving forward, sieging up this third base. Lurkers are a significant attacking force for the Zergas. I mean, it takes a lot to dislodge them. Liberators, though, when there's no anti-air, will do it. Tanks as well, getting shots up on these Lurkers. Oh no, this is too many losses for Elazer. Just threw away like 5-6 Lurkers or something there. Lost a base in the bottom left. He's still at a darn good supply, but I'm quite concerned. I mean, souL's just been able to take good fights all over the place. Maybe this is it, though. Maybe Elazer is going to be able to crack this nut. He's got all these lings here, shutting down the 5th base. Banelings are rolling forward. We'll probably see some more morph for Elazer. There we go. Oh my gosh, it's just straight up 28. Every single ling into Banelings. All the while there's an attack moving towards the left, shutting down this attempted expand. Yeah, it's 200 for Elazer. souL, only at 150 supplies, just trying to weather the storm for now. And to be honest, this is not what souL's been doing this entire game. He's been the offensive player. Now he's on the defense. It's not looking too hot. SCV's running away, trying to avoid the Banes. They will successfully do that, but I'm not sure there's enough here for souL to hold on. He taps out. GG. Elazer is able to put one on the board. And all of a sudden, 13-5 is looking a lot better than 13-4. Well done, Elazer. So, it looks like we'll be having an 8 to 10 minute break, ladies and gentlemen. That is kind of needed in a tournament that's this long, a match that's this long. So, yeah, make sure to use that Matcherino coupon code. I'll link that in the chat once again. Let your friends know what you're up to. Stretch your legs, get a drink, all that good stuff. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks so much for tuning in. Well, not next time. Autopilot's kicking in there. We'll be back in a few minutes, 8 to 10 or so. Don't go anywhere. Alright, alright, alright. Let me just adjust my desk. As Bane would say, time to go mobile. That was not my best. I'll be honest with you. I'll keep it 100. Okie dokie, everyone. Here we are into game number 19 of souL versus Elazer. There's souL. He's proxying. It's Elazer. Elazer just had a nice break. He's like, okay. I'm ready for this. I can do this. I can play against souL. I just won one game. I feel great. Won one game, took a nice break. I'm ready to win the next one. And souL's like, yeah, no, dog. It's proxy time. And I find it rather hilarious that souL was asking, he was asking like, oh, how many more games and stuff? How many more do I need to win? How many more today? And then he goes for a proxy. He's like, yeah, okay, I think this is gonna take a while, isn't it? And, okay, here's the honest to God question. Why not just proxy Elazer literally every game? If you're confident that your proxy, unscouted, will do damage against Elazer, or do damage, pardon me, against a hatchery first, why not go for a spawning pool? Like, I mean, pardon me, holy cow. Why not proxy him every game? Because, like, Elazer literally never hard counters a proxy. Never. He's a hatch first Zerg. He's been that way since I started casting him in Afrika World, like 4 years ago. It's nuts. It's nutty. It's bonkers. There's the proxy, and Elazer's like, well, how about that? Drones are pulled. Holy cow, he's going big. Elazer says, get out of my swamp. The kiting is going now. 4 Marines put out good damage while kiting. Look how quickly souL's popping off drones. They do get a partial surround, kills 1. Bunker gets cancelled. 5 drones are dead already, though. There's still 2 SCVs on the front, meaning that this bunker can still potentially be worked on. The Queen, though, she's a big deal. The Spine about to finish up. This could mean that souL is not going to have success with this proxy. Maybe Elazer's already learned his lesson in the previous game, not to undercommit to the defense, and souL has already completely abandoned producing more Marines. Hi there, Caster Muse. Falcon is not around. He may join at some point. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Who knows what he's up to? I was literally just like, hey, I'm gonna be casting a best of 69. This day and this day starting this time. Maybe I'll see ya. And Falcon was also sick too, so hopefully he's feeling better. Yeah, I think souL did a decent amount of damage. I think he's slightly behind here, though. Because the laser's going to shoot up drones pretty high. He's going to shoot up pretty high in the drone count. I'm also having another Red Bull, guys, so I'll start to wake up. I did the math. I've already been up 17 hours. And so we're probably going to go for another 3.5. And then I'll pass out. Wake up at some point. And then we'll do it again. We'll continue and see this bad boy through. I hope the commentary has been alright for the most part. It's definitely different pacing. You're off by 1, Zeliard. 35 games for the win. So it's at least 35 games. souL needs to win 22 more. Elazer needs to win 30. Which 22 is not that high, but oh boy, he could be getting close. As those Hellions roast and toast some drones, but oh boy, great snipe on the Medivac. The drones are still locked out of the main, but... So a lot of lost mining time here. Oh gosh, don't jump the gun there, Elazer, though. He jumped the gun a little bit. souL gets at least one more drone. And he must have got like a drone or two of... Must have got a drone or two of like lost mining time in a sense. Like that was quite a bit of running away for the entire mineral line. So yeah, that was probably worth it, even though he lost the Medivac. Cheers, I will have some rum and coke. I'm drinking a Red Bull, you're drinking a rum and coke. That hardly seems fair. What kind of rum do you drink in your rum and coke? Do you have ice? Do you mix your drink? These are all questions. Not that it really matters. Rum and coke is pretty much good no matter what. It's hard to mess up. Alright, so souL has, interestingly enough, moved out with all these Marines. He's waiting for the Medivacs to join up with them. Or Medivac singular. There's the second. And I'm not sure Elazer expected this push to hit so quickly. The Queens, yeah, one just evaporates. Elazer trying to get up his third base, which is now all of a sudden gone. I honestly don't know how he didn't expect this, but souL all of a sudden came in with a rather strong stim timing attack. I guess he was just further ahead than expected. Yeah. Diplomatico. I have never heard of that. Meanwhile, Zeliard's drinking wine at at 2 a.m. I lie if I'd say I hadn't had a beverage at 2 a.m. and watched Starcraft. That's for sure. I don't like much sugar in the Coke, so I use Coke Zero. Yeah, it's honestly healthier, that's for sure. We see Elazer going for a counterattack right now, but souL just... His Marines, I swear, they just deal extra damage. And GG gets called, just like that. souL, 14-5. G to the GG. Let me up that Terran score. We just played Jag. This means we are on Lightshade. Yeah, I never used to be on the Coke Zero train. I called it heresy, but it's worth it. It's healthier. And you quite literally, I don't think, can tell the difference. Not in a rum and Coke anyway. Okay, we wait for Elazer to join the lobby, and then we'll get into it. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to keep standing. Also, my webcam is in, like, a terrible position. Let me adjust that a little bit. I should be more dead center now, as opposed to, like, peeking out from behind the microphone. There we go. We'll make sure both players are ready. souL is ready. Waiting on Elazer to be ready. If you guys are watching and you enjoy the commentary, check me out on Twitter and YouTube and stuff. There's now light in my background. Yeah, it was dark out when I started. I should probably close the blinds, to be honest. Anyway, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that just right quickly. souL is not proxying this game, and Elazer is gonna go for a hatchery. I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna put those blinds down. Oh, look at that. Elazer went for a hatchery first. I want to know if this is a bad thing or not. Like, other Zergs do pools firsts. souL does it. I'm pretty sure Raynor does it. So, why does Elazer not? I actually find it really curious. Maybe he... I got nothing. I got nothing, boss. I'm not gonna start criticizing these guys too much, even though I'm probably one of the most critical casters out there. SCV Scout ahead for souL. souL does this notably, even though Elazer literally never early pools. Okay. I think after this I'm gonna need to detox off of caffeine. Reaper bugging them lings. No pun intended. Yeah, it's been a bit of a more casual cast. As when one's casting for this long, you gotta take it slow. I'm probably gonna wake up with a sore throat. I'm like, oh my god, do I have COVID? It's like, wait, no, I just casted for 8 hours yesterday. Orbital command finished up for souL. Drop that mule. Drop it. Okay, I was wondering when we'd get a Hellbat push. I was wondering. Elazer's been dying to a lot of mid or late game pushes. So naturally, an earlier game push might not be on his mind. Then again, souL has YOLO'd his Hellions a ton. Alright, Ling's coming on in, getting on top of the Hellions. The Hellions are avoiding it, but here's the Medivac, and soon it's going to be time for Autobots to roll out. Transformers. That goes down. Hellbats are waddling forward. I love this type of attack, to be honest. The Marines just had such a good amount of firepower. Queens are going to try and target the Medivac at some point. souL's already pulling that back. Yeah, the Medivac's really getting a lot of mileage out with its healing. Ling's getting on top of the Hellbats. There is quite a few softened up ones. Queens are starting to go down though, and these units are dangerously close to the drones, but beautiful spread by Elazer with the Queens. Like, take a look at this. He's just dragging these Hellbats back across the map, and souL is going to have found very little with this attack. There's 2 more at the natural base, but yeah, more Lings finishing up. Great hold by Elazer, to be honest. I'm not sure if souL should have tried to go for the drones at some point there. Maybe make Elazer panic a little bit, but yeah, once the Hellbats started chasing the Queens, Elazer's just like, yep, back. And it went great for him. Now, of course, there's the Cloak Banshee follow-up, which is an option, but oh boy, Lings get into the main base of souL. He does have 2 Hellions here. Another one actually just finished up, which is a big deal. Elazer's actually electing to try and kill off this 3rd command center. He forces the cancel. Beautifully done. The Banshee of souL is coming on in, but quickly nopes out of there based on the 4 angry sisters. Banshee is gonna try and move around towards the north for souL's sake. Hopefully they'll find some damage, but whoa, look at this. souL changing it up, going for mech. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on game number 20. Our 20th TvZ, and we're finally seeing mech. That sounds about right for the pro level. Mech 1 out of 20 TvZs? Yeah, that sounds about right. I think that souL's kind of behind this game, and that's why he's just saying, yeah, why not give it a go, right? And who knows, maybe with some Thors and Medivacs, he's going to be able to give Elazer some grief, and I honestly think he will. Elazer isn't getting a Spire yet. Then all of a sudden, if souL comes in with like a bunch of Hellbats and a couple Thors, blue flames on the way, this could be nasty. Is he just gonna do this off? Well, he's got 3 bases up. Huh. Oh, this is actually so cool. I love this. I mean, remember when double Thor drop was really popular for Terran? Alright. I mean, souL's going to be moving out. His blue flame is quite a ways from finishing up. Ling just made it into the natural base. Let's see if Elazer's ready. He's firing up 10 more Banelings. I think he's honestly going to be fine against this, but it's rather funny. There's going to be literally no answer to the Thors. The Queens can't deal with Thors. The Banelings can. The Lings can, but a lot of them were turned into Banelings, and there's a good number of Hellbats. And yeah, the Thors are actually just massacring the Queens, and then the Lings wrap around the Thors, but then the Hellbats are cooking them up. Then the Medivacs can save those units. More Banelings coming forward, but not efficiently, as souL's splitting quite well. The Medivacs are also healing the Hellbats upon being the escort for the Thors. There's the blue flame finished up. Looks like souL will have to evacuate the Thors. The Banshees then come on in. One comes in just to die, but that did not go too badly for souL, I think. We see Elazer, he's going into roaches as opposed to the mutas. Hello, Andy, by the way. Couple tanks on the way for souL. That's the smart approach. If his mech games are anything like mine, I die to roaches a lot. Then he's already got 2 Thors out. Thors aren't bad against roaches, particularly with the Medivacs to micro them. He's actually already going to be at 4 Thors. And, seeing as how Elazer is not going for seeing as how he's not going for mutas, this basically means that the Thors won't actually be shot down out of the medivacs. And so souL can just micro these for days. Like, just save the Thor, save the Thor. Boom, save Thor. Save that Thor. He saved it. Save all the Thors. Save him. Oh, he lost the Thor. But I think he took some pretty good trades, though. From is he lost 12 SCVs while this was going on to Banelings. I think souL needs to pull back with his Thors. He'll need to repair them as Elazer's going ham on the roach count. How many tanks is there out for souL? There's currently 2 tanks. That probably isn't going to be enough. And now there's a single muta on the way. So Elazer may be a little bit unsure of what he needs, but yeah, this is where the concern is. There was not time for these Thors to be repaired. And so souL is going to lose 1 Thor, lose 2 Thors. He's down to 1 Thor, and GG gets called, yeah. A bold attempt by souL, but he really was behind, I think, from that opening. Yeah, maybe though if he did pull the Thors back earlier, he would have been able to hold on and drag the game out. It would have been a scary prospect nonetheless. As Elazer, of course, would have had basically the full map as the Zerg, and then bad things happen because the Zerg just Zergs. Okay. So that was just... What map was that? What map did we literally just play? Oh gosh. That was Lightshade, right? Yeah. Next is Oxide. I mean, Thors were literally part of the meta for quite a while. Double Thor drops. So I wouldn't say it's a bad thing. I watched the first game, now half a day later I come back to see some more. And it's only 14-6. That's a sad reality, Bydra. We've probably got another 3 hours to go from here. Yeah, about 3 hours to go. If I fall asleep at the desk, so be it. That's why I'm standing. Can't fall asleep if I'm standing. All right, here we are. It's 14-6. In the bottom left with a significant lead, it's souL. And in the top right, it's Elazer. How are you feeling? Very tired. Although I'm kind of pushing through it. Because, like, you know, I'm sipping on a Red Bull. The main thing is that I tried to flip my sleep schedule around for this. Because I worked I got up at 4 p.m. my time. And then I went to work 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. And then I started this at 5 a.m. And here we are. Yeah, exactly right. It's like that tiredness, coffeeness. In which you're like, oh, the coffee's stimulating. But then at the same time, your brain's like, this is not good. Proxy hatch from Elazer. I wanted to see this again. We saw it in that one game that souL super hard countered it when they both decided to do weird stuff, and now we've got Elazer doing some weird stuff. I dig it. I dig it. souL is SCV scouting this game. Whether this will reach in time to... No, it won't reach in time. I mean, it will give souL a heads up, so he'll probably start a bunker, I want to say. That's what you do. You cancel the CC and you bunker the high ground, right? Then I imagine the play for the Zerg is just to creep everywhere and go into macro, though. So it's kind of a tricky spot. So then what do you do as the Terran here? Do you throw up 3 CCs? Oh, souL found it. Okay, that's good for him. I mean, knowing is only half the battle. Has the quality of the games gone down, or is it still the same? I'd say these guys are playing good games still. They just had like a food break and stuff, and now they're back at it. There's one bunker. A second bunker's on the way. Interesting approach. So souL's trying to hold his natural base. And I mean, it's taking so long for these roaches to get out that the fact that he's going to have 2 bunkers up will buy him quite a bit of time. Assuming that souL pulls like 2-3 SCVs to repair this. And then he's going to have 3 Marines in the bunker. That's significant firepower. A 4th Marine on the way. All the while there's Reapers being a pain. Yeah. Yeah, he's got 3 SCVs here. They'll be able to pull and repair. Factory is about to finish up. Let me guess. Siege tank. Interestingly enough, because obviously there's going to be Ravagers, so the tank is a bold play. I think I'd have preferred Cyclone, to be honest. Although I am no expert, where souL quite literally is. Yeah, the players are probably getting a little bit tired. The main thing is I had to work a shift before casting this, so. Anyway, this is looking really great for souL, but as I said, the Zerg is just going to creep this up. The main thing is, though, that souL is holding his natural base just fine. So, I mean, he's a 2-base Terran. The Zerg is getting up that natural base. But the fact that this base hasn't even been cracked at all is huge. Like, souL, I'm surprised he hasn't started Stim or a starport yet. He'll probably do that soon. Presumably Stim, I want to say, but he doesn't have the gas for quite a while to make a starport. So it's starting up a tech lab is natural. There we go, there's the tech lab. So he'll start up the Stim, have that tool to play with. Andy says, I'm a newbie. Why are they playing matches for so long? This is something that we're just kind of doing for fun. It's a best of 69. It's like a crazy long tournament. Afrika, where I wanted to do something different, and Afrika wanted to as well. And I'll be more awake for the rest of it tomorrow. Not that I'm like super tired or anything, but... Anyway, we've got a command center on the way here for souL. Combat shield, pardon me, not command center. Evo's on the way for Elazer, so presumably he's just going to go into a ton of roach production. 2-base roach, 2.5, 3-base. Do you really count this base? I mean, he's mining from it basically full tilt, so yeah, you do. He's a 54 drone economy, 3 bases. Getting up his 4th, whereas souL's just chilling on 2. Like, this is fine, I guess. This is normal. Interestingly enough, souL's got combat shield, not stim. That's going to allow his Marines to have kind of the raw power to bully the Zerg around. So he might try and push out sooner rather than later. I think he needs to bring all his Marines and his tanks, and then he probably can do it. But if he doesn't do it soon, Elazer is actually just going to lay on that roach key. And I don't know if souL's ever going to break out this game. The Medivacs will be huge for souL, of course. Snim's on the way, 1-1's on the way. But I mean, Elazer is gonna be pretty comfortable. Like, the fact that souL's gonna have to clean up all this creep on his side of the map, try and push into Elazer, who's gonna be on 3 bases back at home, probably have a 4th by the time souL breaks out, I imagine. And then just have a boatload of roaches. It's like, man, what do you do? Like, souL's gonna go for a drop. What's he gonna do? Fly over Elazer's creep or go the long way around? It's sort of like how airlines have no choice but to fly over Russia and pay the Russian toll or whatever. It's just so big. It's like, what are you gonna do? Go around? It's not easy. The souL is trying to clean up this creep. And he is cleaning up some of this creep. The problem is there's a lot of it. In theory, if souL just builds up a big enough army, he'll be able to take a nice fight. The concern is, however, that Elazer will add in something like Infestors. And then all of a sudden, souL's army advantage will go away. Here we go, more roaches coming on in. And then the tanks are rather slow to push out, and then you're trying to push out into your own creep. Elazer's denying the 3rd base. souL will eventually get this base, presumably. Maybe? Or just try and secure his own. This drop is good. Roaches are responding, however. They will clean up these Marines. souL does have the air advantage. The Medivacs really don't have a counter, but... still, this is rough. Queens popping down more and more creep tumors. Elazer even going to replace those. souL's literally just boxed in on creep. Like, man needs a Raven. But it's just not easy to get. souL realizes the Ravager stepped forward. He's going to take the fight now. Can't really go up the ramp, however. The 3rd base under fire again. souL's economy is lagging behind compared to Elazer's, but I wouldn't say he's in that bad of a spot. I mean, army supply is close. His close-ish. Mass Marines is pretty decent compared to Mass Roach. And the upgrade advantage that's coming for Elazer will be significant. But yeah, I mean, souL's hanging on. He's hanging on. Elazer's making more and more roaches. What do you do as souL? Just throw up a 4th base? Like, honest to God, he needs a Raven. I don't know how you deal with this much creep without a Raven. Either you try and end the game so you don't have to. Maybe you turtle and just never leave your base so you don't have to. Alright, surround going down by Elazer. Coming in actually at a beautiful angle. The Zerg player now with this 2-2 against the 1-1 of souL. The Marines, I'm not sure, are going to cut it. And we are seeing souL being pushed back. He had loaded up a Medivac for a drop, so those Marines aren't helping out. The 3rd base is compromised. SCVs are being pulled into souL, and SCVs into Roaches is never a good thing. If souL was on even upgrades, I bet this would have gone honestly okay for him, but the 2-2 on the Roaches is so huge. The counter drop is not really getting too much done, and the Elazer does have up his 4th base. This base hasn't even been cleaned up yet. Elazer's researching Burrow, because why not? And yeah, I think souL is just done and dusted, really. He's got his +2 attack done, but Elazer is just doing that roach thing, you know? It's like, I can make a lot of roaches. They don't have to trade perfectly. It doesn't have to be pretty. But by God, I'm gonna put another point on the board, and we're gonna be at 14-7. Yeah, souL is Crocodile Dundee's. Even though Elazer's only on 51 drones, but like, it takes him, what, 2 seconds to, or 30 seconds to go up to 70. And then just make more and more roaches, and if souL wins this game, I will probably eat my hat. Not definitely, but probably. souL's going for a drop. I mean, his drops haven't been too successful this game. The tunneling clause is just going to be fancy footwork for Elazer to finish this game, I feel. souL, I mean, he had his third base very briefly, but he has not been able to re-secure it. He's just muling his natural base to keep that economy artificially high, or higher than it should be. And yeah, like, this hatchery is still there. Is Elazer gonna someday mine out the base of souL? Mine out souL's third base? I mean, souL's just macroing on. Continuing on. Like, just chill home, I guess, and hope the Zerg takes a terrible fight. Oh, look at this, he can't get up a third base. Alright, this could be good here for souL as Elazer goes up the ramp. But I mean, Elazer needs to give away like another 30 roaches before before souL has hope. Lurker Den's on the way. I mean, that's the 5th base for Elazer. Here's a drop. And this drop is actually doing some work, knocking Elazer down in the drones. If he gets the hatch, that's going to be pretty good. souL capitalizing still on the lack of anti-air. Does get it. Although Vipers are now on the way. We see the Zerg just pushing up the ramp once again. Tanks doing what they can. The Bio's coming from behind, doing okay. But there's the reinforcements, and oh my gosh, let's check the count. We're looking at 36 Marines to 46 Roaches. You guys do the math. Yeah. souL's been fighting out hard this game. He does not want to accept he lost to a proxy hatchery. And that Elazer has his third base 15 minutes into the game. Like, by God, good catches on these roaches, but the problem is there's always more roaches. 115 roaches have died to 138 Marines and 13 tanks. But here we check out the natural base of Elazer. Of souL, pardon me. Which Elazer's actually just straight up abandoning. He's running home. Like, he's worried about the Marines, and there is a chance the Marines can get like a really good snowball off against the small number of roaches, but with them all coming home, souL is kind of just running around. That was an amazing respite for souL, but there we go. He taps out. GG. Elazer is able to win 2 in a row now. Is this the start of the reverse? The reversal? Alright, that was Oxide. And now we are looping back around to 2,000 atmospheres. It's 14-7 is the current score. If we were to go halfway of maps today, 21... Yeah, half is 35, and we've done 21 out of 35. Another 2 hours to go. We'll get close, probably. And we don't expect all 69 maps to be played. All 69 maps to be played. Close-ish, maybe. But you never know. Anyway. Going down. Down, 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 down. Ooh. souL is taking his time to join the lobby. Maybe he needed to bash his head against a wall against that or whatever. I don't know. After that, I don't know. Anyway, please go help us use the Matcherino coupon code. BO69. Just go there, press contribute. It allows you to add 50 cents to the prize pool for free. Making sure Elazer is ready. And now Elazer is at half the map score of souL. Elazer went to go say ready, but then he just said dry. Because RDY for ready, but he wrote... I don't know why I find that amusing. Anyway, here we go into the next game. And here we are into it. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in, hanging out. We're on the map 2000 atmospheres. In the bottom left, we have got Elazer. He's showing some signs of life. And in the top right, it's Pieter, souL. So yeah, the plan is stream 8 hours today. So 2 more hours to go or so. Or 3 more to go. Oh gosh. We'll see. Pull up that production tab. Nothing too odd. Damn, this part of the SC2 soundtrack is pretty hard. Saw a spore on the production tab. Got confused for a second, realized it was the Reaper trying to do some murdering, and souL actually already got a drone. Pardon me for not observing that. That's my bad, guys. We'll keep an eye on this cheeky devil from now on. This is the drone that briefly turned into a spore. But souL getting a drone is actually pretty good for his momentum in this game. I think that it's I guess the jury's still out on what maps are good. What maps are good, what ones each race favors. Okay. souL has a Liberator on the way, which is a bit of a change of pace from what we've seen typically. And that's really all it is that souL's been doing, is changing it up ever so slightly. I mean, of course he's done some fairly radical builds, but like Liberator instead of Banshee. You know, that kind of thing. SCV Scout, no SCV Scout. Then breaking out various builds that are designed to get damage done, like the battle cruisers, which I bet we'll see again soon. Like the battle cruisers, the Hellions, the Hellbat all-ins. Alright, Hellions moving on in for souL. Is he just gonna YOLO in? No, he changes his mind. Queen's putting up some serious resistance. Yeah, it is interesting how souL committed to a higher number of Hellions, yet isn't doing much with them. The Liberator harassment did not seem to achieve much at all as this game progresses on. Fourth base on the way for Elazer. Hellions come in, gets a tumor. Lings for Elazer, getting in towards the third base of souL, which is quite undefended. There's a tank which will help deal with the Lings, but getting a few SCVs. Certainly something. Might get a supply depot as these Lings are kind of just doing their own thing, all the while Elazer's trying to reflect souL's attack. But so far, Elazer seems to have been rock solid this game, even getting a few nibbles in with these Lings. Even supply block souL with that. The Queens for Elazer also doing well for themselves. The transfuse is constant. souL not able to pick off any, and he gets repelled. Tank's starting to join up with the push for souL. Armory is done for souL, but he's yet to start his 2-2. He's bringing all of his force here, it would seem. Gonna set up the tanks in a good position. Start to inch forward, make the Zerg uncomfortable, bait Elazer into a bad fight. That's the aim of the Terran. Elazer's setting up the standard Zerg counter flank. souL, of course, knows it's there. But really has to respect the Baneling count. I mean, it's 20 Banelings. Muta's coming on in too. The Banes are getting shot by the tanks, but there's the big surround. souL has got himself backed into a corner. He tries to snipe down the Banes in time, but not quite able to make it happen, and thus takes massive losses, total decimation of his forces. And yeah, that is really turning this series around for Elazer, or at least the past few games. Elazer's been looking good. Creeps now all over the map. We see 2-2 on the way for souL. Later than what Elazer has. Much later, actually. Double armories are on the way for the Terran. Probably just to build up a big siege tank count. Lots of mines, that kind of thing. Take the game later as he's got his 4th on the way. But Elazer might actually just try and kill souL. I see 22 banelings on the production tab. More lings on the way. Is the Zerg going to try and make this happen? It's a decent possibility. It's not going to be easy for souL to hold on. He was busy expecting the mutas to come in. Instead, it's all of the forces for the Zerg right up the front. And that means that with all those Marines in the main that were getting ready to defend the mutas, that souL does not have a huge army here. There's the reinforcements coming on in. So it looks like Elazer might have overextended a little bit. Marines trying to repair that bunker. 11 SCVs died. But honestly, at the end of that, I think that was okay for souL. The main blow was that he lost his 4th command center. If he hadn't lost that, I'd say he's in quite a great spot. The mutas, though, now bouncing around, being a pain. Grabbing add-ons. Thors are being elevated underneath the mutas. The continued Zerg onslaught really shows no signs of stopping. It's not like a Terran ever really weathers the storm till the Zerg just runs dry. At some point it's all about the Terran actually building up a big enough army that they can start to bring it back to the Zerg, but based off what we see that souL has and what Elazer has, I'm not convinced that that's going to be on the table. Like, Elazer is going to try and kill souL. It's just a matter of how he's going to do it, and the answer is banelings, banelings, banelings. Muta's coming on in, picks off one of the tanks, the other goes down, souL just taps out. He knows it's over as we witness that command center take a beating, and now Elazer is no longer being doubled by souL as far as the score is concerned. How about that? That's wicked. Yeah, the momentum definitely in Elazer's hand for the past few games, it would seem. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. I hope if you've been watching this whole thing, it's been good background noise. Or if you've been staring intently and actually watching every single game, you're the MVP. And you love Starcraft as much as I do. So we're on Beckett Industries. Not seen a ton of this map, but I'm looking forward to seeing it now. We've got souL taking on Elazer. That's cool, by the way. Look at that, the hose graphics. Going to the hatch, going to the gas geysers, whatever that means, I don't know. The Terran Command Center has the same. Looks like this map is one that could go later, even if there's not that many bases. Like only 6 bases per side, so it's not actually that large of a map. Do check out my Twitter. I've been watching mostly, but also playing games myself, like Starcraft games or some other games. Yeah, one monitor has got to be hard. Maybe you can ask the winner of this to buy you a new monitor, or a second monitor. I mean, say souL or Elazer, whatever one of you guys. You just won $500. Please buy me a new monitor. It's only fair. Yep, based on the current dollars, it's 140 for souL, 80 for Elazer. And I mean, Elazer's got to be thinking like, if I can win 6 more games, we'll be tied. And I mean, there's big money to be had if you can beat your opponent with a convincing score lead. So souL's got to be like, yes, hey Elazer, stop winning maps. I want all the money. You can have your $80. Let me win the next 21 or 22 in a row that I need. 21. 2 Reapers for souL jumping into the main base. Great control by Elazer so far. Not losing a single one of those units. Quite impressive, actually. souL keeps the Reapers alive. Ah, your old desk doesn't have space for 2 monitors? The Reapers of souL dive into the natural of Elazer. Gonna get 1 drone. Do we have a second drone? Yes, we do. So the Reapers are making work happen. Great micro on the Reaper by souL. We'll end up losing both of them, but gets 3 drones. Decent. Slots for CDs and DVDs. No CDs you collect? Ah yes, the future is now. Banshees for souL. Kinda crazy how there's this acceleration zone. Like, it's just beelines the Hellions right into your natural. Or right into your third, pardon me. Ah, yes. Storage space is important. That's why I bought my hutch thing. All the space for all the organization. That's kind of the cheat. If you have a lot of space, you can make things look really neat, as we witness these Hellions try and make it in, but beautiful block on the Queen. Apparently, this ramp is so narrow that only one Queen can block Hellions getting up it. That's an important feature of Beckett Industries. The two Banshees moving towards the third. Might be better if they go to the main. And thus they go to the main. Queen's being a target. Hellions dive into the third, taking it as an opportunity to find damage. Elazer has lost drones already. This is going to be the end of the Hellions, but they got some good shots off on the Lings. 16 drones in total died. And that's looking like one of the earlier games. Elazer losing 28 in total by the 6:30 mark. That's rough. Now that was what? 8 Hellions? Yeah, that's a lot. But for the amount of drones that died, definitely worth it. Lazer's making more drones. 1-1's on the way. Armory on the way for souL, so he'll be able to have his upgrades rolling through. And yeah, souL does throw up a 4th base here. So maybe he's just thinking, right? No need to try and gamble it away on a push or anything. Just take the lead you got, macro up, keep going. Maybe. Yeah, I'm actually curious. Like, what is the best pushing path on this map? I mean, presumably out here, but then you can kind of get surrounded easily. So, yeah, not completely clear. Marines unloading on top of those Lings. There's Lings on the low ground, Lings on the high ground. You can go to these Marines. You can snipe down the Banes. He does a pretty darn good job of it. The Lings are there waiting, so souL is to lift up. Alright, now souL's maybe looking to push out. He's got Drilling Claws on the way too, so would be cool to see him play Widow Mines. Banshee finds the base without a spore too, that's neat. So the Elazer really being tested right now. Ling's going to be looking for a big surround. He's got to be careful because of the Banelings. All they want to do is find those juicy Marines, and they do find a lot of juicy Marines. So that did not work out too well for souL, I'll say. There's his reinforcement, so he'll be able to keep this going. He's got his 4th up. Okay. Attempt to drop at multiple, well, towards the right, then just a small push towards the center. Elazer though looking solid. souL is building up an army, but where's the majority of it? Where's all your supply at, souL? There's no way that can be it, right? I mean, he's got 83 SCVs, 11 Widow Mines. I guess that kind of inflates his supply a little bit. Or deflates it. Couple factories going up for souL. I mean, he's just gassing it away. 5th base on the way up. He's keeping the pressure on Elazer. He's got himself a supply lead. Even though the Zerg has a big bank, Elazer has yet to spend it on anything. And Elazer is at that high drone count, so he can start to trade out. And we could be looking at a longer game as we witness the Fusion Core, the Ghost Academy go up. 2 Liberators trying to harass, not having the best success. souL's making tanks, continued bio production. Pulling away. Widowmine drop for souL, gonna make use of that drilling clause. Not an easy thing for the Zerg to stop because it just happens so quick. And there it goes, Widowmine's getting shots off. Not a ton of dead Zerg. souL taking this space, making it a planetary before the Zerg is able to. Good for souL actually if he can hold on to that. Not that that'll be easy, but maybe. The drone's like, oh, that poor drone. He tried to fly. Okay. Double ghost on the way. 13 lurkers. That is a lot of lurkers when you really look at it. 13. The tanks on the high ground doing what they can, but those marauders quite literally disappeared. 1 second they were there, the next they were not. Marines being baited into the lurkers. Oh, that's real bad. And this game is starting to slow down as tanks and lurkers are engaging each other. I think Liberators once again are probably the best bet for souL, as they've found him a lot of success so far. Drop attempt being shut down. Bio walking into lurkers, not a good idea. Ghosts are also another good option for souL. He calls in snipes on some banelings, interesting. But then yeah, just build up ghosts, start to snipe the lurkers. Snipe goes down on a lurker, takes a lot more than 1 to kill him though. But yeah, Liberators are pretty good at zoning away. Command center gonna stay alive. Good lift by souL. All the while the Liberator doing work on the lurkers. And the game's kind of just slowing down a bit. Hydras and lurkers hitting this base up here. So I mean, I said it's kind of slowing down, but maybe that was misjudgment, as there's a battle going on here pretty heavily. souL pushing forward, landing snipes on what the Zerg has. Is just going to start trading more and more efficiently. But all of a sudden we take a look, the Zerg is going to get on top of what the Terran has. Terran's forced to load up everything into the Medivacs. I mean, retreats to the planetary. That's actually going to be pretty good for the Terran, I think. Is he going to finally be able to deal with those lurkers? That's the question. Lurkers now moving towards the 3rd base position, so might need another lurker there, or another Liberator there, pardon me. Ghosts, Marauders do deal with that. Orbital's once again kind of under fire. He's going to have to That, and really this is just classic back and forth between Elazer. Really being in control of this game. souL's just trying to patch the holes as quickly as he can. Tank's setting up once again. That base falls to Banelings. There's the extra orbital command. We'll see if that goes down or not. Snipes are making what they can happen, but there's the Banes looking to push everything back. The Banes really just nullifying any larger groups. Okay. Marauders, Ghosts, Marines. Gonna be able to pick off this base. It seems souL stepped forward. That might be a bit of an overstep, however. His tanks are setting up, but it's a little bit too late. He's retreating to the rest of them. He's got lurkers and such there too, but the Zerg just crashes forward. And Elazer with such a huge bank, I fear, can probably take this further. souL, I mean, he's got a little bit of army supply, but a huge chunk of its medivacs. This attempt at a base is being shut down. The Zerg even took this hatchery down to the bottom right, so that's not an option for souL. And if souL can't secure up this position and build up a solid enough army, he will just expire, and I think that's just about where we're at. I mean, it's 181 supply to 114. The lurkers, they burrow so quickly, they annihilate everything. I mean, souL's still got a pretty decent economy, but yeah, like this is just super scary, the current conditions. That planetary fortress melted rather quickly. Lings making mincemeat of whatever they set their sights on. Adrenal gland +3 attack. GG gets called. Elazer is gonna win yet another one and bring us to 14-9. Wow. Netting himself another $10. As we continue on. Close the blinds. So that's better, even though it's not as nice of a day out today as it has been lately. Lately it's been real nice. Making sure everyone's ready. souL is ready. Is Elazer ready? Yes, he is, and away we go. Wow, Elazer is looking to tie this up with ferocity. I mean, he was at what? The worst he was at was 12-4, was it? So he's won like the past few maps. He's really turned it around. That's all I can say. That's all I will say. And we've got souL now in the bottom left, taking on Elazer in the bottom right. I don't know what race is better on this map. I feel like this could be a mech map. There's such a huge distance between the bases, which is good for positioning, obviously. Like, you set up some tanks, you can really lock down the larger areas. Like even race car mech would be able to go back and forth in theory. That's where my mind's at anyway. souL may just be like, no, bio as always. There's a reason I only mech'd once in this best of 69. One so far, anyway. Okay. Overlord getting chased away by this Marine. There'll be a factory on the way. You'll being dropped. Cinnamon spice and everything nice. I am curious how these guys are going to play out this map. I do like the look of Blackburn. It's not like it's a new design or anything. We've definitely had maps like this. That don't mean it ain't fun to watch. Third base going up. Laser grabs that. Ah, there we go. A fusion core on the way for souL. Even though it looks like it's already built. I was wondering when we'd see one of these next. I wonder what the idea of this build is. And is this going to be the one which he throws up a second starport? Maybe. Ling's trying to give some grief to souL. A few Lings did die in the process of that, though. That was what, 6 Lings for 2 SCVs? Decent for the Zergs. Not too significant, though. He saw a bunch of Marines, but nothing more. I feel like Elazer should suss this out. I mean, naturally you might assume that it's going to be a 2-1-1 or something. And if we see Elazer start going up to the magic number of Lings, then we'll know he's read it wrong. And he throws up 2 more Evos, he's making more Queens. We'll see if he goes for Spores or not. If he skimps on Spores, then yeah, he probably will be in a bit of trouble and maybe misreading this. Like 14 Lings are on the way, but there's nothing that's really going to threaten him on the ground. Not till Stim's done, I don't believe, anyway. eBay's on the way for souL, however he's behind in upgrades compared to Elazer. The battle cruiser is now teleported into the main base at 4 kills already, make that 5. Probably wants to get out of dodge. The Queens are actually getting a lot of contact with it, so pushing it out. Ling counterattack finds the 3rd base of souL. I don't know if he's going to be able to save it in time. Those Lings are right on top of it. Oh, that's so bad. And it was a kill, not a cancel. That's huge. Right? That was a kill. Yeah, it was. Oh my gosh, that's a disaster for souL. What a disaster. Okay. Medevac drops for souL. He really needs to start cleaning up some of the creep that's around. Is starting to push it back a little bit, but I'm not feeling a ton of confidence for him in this game. I mean, Elazer did a good job with this creep. I imagine he's going to respread it in just a second here. Battlecruiser comes on in, kills off another 5 drones, sees a queen. BC never got the Yamato cannon upgrade, but it's still had some good effect, keeping Elazer's mind on it. Elazer's making more queens, a lot of queens actually. Like, gosh, Elazer's going up to a ton of queens. He's gonna be at 13 queens already. He's going up to 16 of them. That's the most queens I've seen in a long time. This is like a snoot level of queens. This one battle cruiser is causing so much hate. Armory on the way for souL, so he'll be able to have his 2-2 upgrades going. So they won't be too far behind. Spire's about to finish up. Oh my god, these queens. Apparently doing a good enough job as the attack of souL just got rolled as the Elazer is at 14 queens still. Spire's moving forward, gonna be cleaning some of these up. Elazer has now secured the gold base. souL's not going to let that happen though without a fight. Drones transfer to the base, then just transfer right away. They nope out of there. Elazer though, seemingly every time lately, souL has been moving out. Elazer's been going for a counterattack, and this is honestly something I feel he's been getting better at throughout the series. Elazer getting the feel of when souL's making his moves, essentially. Dropping the main base is going to find the spawning pool, however, of the Zerg, and I don't know if you guys know, but spawning pools are a big deal. All these Marines just putting out so much firepower are able to grab that. Gonna need to avoid the banelings, so it's going to be rough, but he does slow it up into that. Third base, we see 12 SCVs go down. I mean, Elazer did have his 5th base canceled. His 4th base is not mining, so it definitely is tit for tat. Okay, souL still only on 3 bases. Needs to make something happen really, and needs to deal with these mutas with minimal effort. If he's caught chasing these mutas around, he's just going to die again. He tried to avoid some banelings, but he just lost another 8 SCVs. And I feel like Elazer is going to be gaining control of this game. By God, he really is. souL, yeah, just chasing these mutas endlessly. This is just going to continue on. souL has an attack moving towards the top right. These 2 tanks are a godsend, but I think Elazer's probably built up enough lings and banes that he can clear this when he really wants to. Particularly if the queens get involved in the fight. If not though, I mean, souL has killed the 5th. He shut down yet another expansion attempt, so it really is a 3-base Zerg against a 3-base Terran. 11 more mutas on the way for Elazer as he elects to spend his money that way. These boys are going to have to put in some work. Still going for a drop, trying to use his tanks on the queens. The laser can transfuse basically forever, though. For infinity, it would seem. The bio doing what it can. Trying to engage the queens into tank fire, and I mean the tanks are doing some serious work too. The queens, the bio is gonna kite back, trying to make it happen, but in the end there's just too much Zerg. That force gets surrounded and snuffed out. souL has got another push out across the map, but it's like one medivac, and oh god, 50 Marines. One medivac and 50 Marines are crossing the map. Good luck, souL. Good luck. He's going to try and make this attack happen. The pressure's really on him. The supply isn't that far apart. If he could have some god tier splits, then maybe. But as we take a look, he just needs to split like every unit individually. Otherwise, he will not succeed. And yeah, we see souL tail running between his legs. I mean, Elazer realizes the position his opponent's in. Lings are engaging, mutas are engaging. Here comes the Banelings. They're going to be the big party breakers. The Widowmines actually had some great connections, but now the Banes just start rolling, and the third base of the Terran is going to just be destroyed. souL does a beautiful SCV split, all things considered, till the end there when they all clump up, and souL's down to 33 SCVs. All the while, Elazer's meter count is looking just fine. It's going to get even bigger. +2 missile attack on the, or flyer attack on the way. And, yeah. Yeah, indeed. souL's done. Elazer has won, like, oh god, this must be like his 5th, 6th map in a row or something? Maybe there's like one loss in there at some point. Or I'm talking about like the past like 5, 6 matches or so. Yuta's in the main base wreaking havoc. souL can try and make a push happen, but it is quarter past not happening. The mine's gonna be going off, and yeah, Elazer can just A move into whatever he likes, really. The muta's taken over the Terran's production pretty much. souL can try and salvage it. Even if he gets like a good Widowmine hit, 2 or 3, it's still not gonna be enough. I don't believe. GG gets called. Elazer takes another one. Alright, that was Blackburn. Okay, no Dathara, so Juggernautha is the map. You just played 2 matches and 1 against Protoss. Yeah, Elazer's making a real comeback. It's not out of the woods just yet. But he's really shrinking the gap. Oh man, I'm starting to get rather tired, to be honest, though. So we're gonna stand up. That is the ultimate way if you're getting sleepy. Although I feel like I'm honestly doing like pretty good play-by-play still. It's fairly easy just to look at the way things are going and be like, yeah, call it as you see it, you know? We'll make sure everyone's ready and we'll get into the next game. Do some jumping jacks. We wait for the ready. At the ready. Yeah, I thought that souL... Oh, dang it, souL said ready twice. I hope Elazer was ready. I thought that souL was gonna win. I honestly thought that it would be this close. Like, I thought souL would have, like... It would be like, you know, like 60-40 kind of thing. Did I move my stream? Why are you in the kitchen? Yeah, sadly, my living room connects to my kitchen, and my PC is kind of at the edge. It's a hard life, you know? Now I'm just ready for my cooking stream. Yeah. I'm probably going to move things again a little bit. I could really just re-angle my monitors and stuff if I want to. And then it won't look like... Well, it will look like I'm in my kitchen, but... You won't see, like, my sink and everything. Anyway. Yeah. That's crazy how Elazer's been coming back so hard. As we enter into game number 25. Right, I upped the score, right? When Elazer got that W? Did I? Did I up the score? Oh, man. Can anyone in chat verify? I think I did. I have yet to forget to do that. It's actually kind of funny. Like, when you do a best of 7, you're just like, oh yeah, 7 games. No one can forget that. Okay, yeah, I did. Right. I was just trying to think, like, Elazer's won the past few. Was he actually supposed to be at 11? No, yeah. Okay. Game 25. It makes sense. It just makes sense. Good save on the drone. souL's kind of going back to his roots here with a very quick third command center. I dig it. I'm happy to see it again and again. I mean, Elazer did kind of beat souL in a later game match. But really, that was more so souL. Yeah, honestly, I think it's so weird how souL's just rolling over Elazer for the majority of the first 15-ish games. I mean, Elazer, of course, got some wins in there, but now it seems that souL's the player who's against the ropes most of the time. Maybe Elazer's warming up. He's better at defending the harass, but I mean, he's still losing lots of drones to Hellion run-bys and stuff. It's just that last game, Elazer just made so many queens and they worked wonders defensively. He had like 14 queens, and so souL started to try and do his like little poke out thing, hit him everywhere, and then in the end it was just like, nope. Because the queens, they just tank so much damage and they were kept together, so it's not like souL was able to bleed off units really. This one Ling being a pain, good body block by souL. Really blocked that Ling from getting up there. So the Cloak Banshee remains a mystery, even though it's probably not that much of a mystery. Reaper and Hellion gonna find Creep Tumor, nicely done. souL poke in the front with Hellions. We'll see if there's going to be an armory. I think if there was, it would probably already be started. But then again, he's making single Marines, so maybe. Okay, no armory. Just the standard follow-up to 3cc. Keep the pressure on the Zerg. souL's liking his 8 Hellion count lately. These Hellions, they try and dive in past the Lings, not having the most success there. They're gonna get to the natural though, but oh, he chickens out. I don't know if souL should have chickened out there. The drones were ripe for the pick and he killed off all the Lings pretty much. And I mean, he lost 5 Hellions. I feel like if you're gonna lose 5, you may as well go for broke, you know? That's just my attitude though. Here's the Banshees, they're gonna try and get some damage done. And so far they're having some somewhat decent success. Dead drone, dead drone. souL's showing us that his control is definitely on point still. Dead drone, dead drone, dead drone. 8 dead drones with the Banshees is pretty decent. That being said, souL does have his 4th base going up relatively uncontested. When the Terran tries to push out, it's not going to be easy, as it is Juggernautha. Banshees do find 12 drones in total. Yeah, though, it is going to be quite difficult for souL to make a push happen here. So maybe he is better off just to try and get up a 4th command center soon and play from there. But then again, I mean, most of the games that he won, I felt like he was being aggressive to try and win the game. Like, we've seen that he's willing to try and win the game. Like, not rush or anything, but then he's willing to just take it at a steady pace. Dropping all over the place till eventually he gets enough of a win. Right now, this souL is busy just building the Great Wall of supply depots. Alright, these Marines kill off an Overlord, clean up some creep. Cleaning creep is good for making ground, but then souL's still got to be careful. I feel like at the start of the series, he wasn't overextending too much. Now he's starting to do that a little bit. Yeah, now he's having tanks get caught. The mutas are going to try and target down the medivac with the tank in. Does save it. The reinforcing Marines will push this away. The Banelings and Lings try and roll through, but I think that this is enough for souL to push it away. Upgrade lead was pretty significant there. souL now moving forward, scans. Marines moving up the ramp, stepping pretty far forward, so they are getting surrounded by the Lings. souL's army supply is looking pretty good compared to that of Elazer, so he's done a good job cleaning up the creep so far, as he does trade off, or does kind of give away like another 5-6 Marines. He's done a good job pushing the creep back. This could allow him to potentially push forward and take a game-winning fight even. With the pressure he's applying to his opponent, he's keeping the mutas at home. Now the mutas, though, are starting to move out on the map. Maybe he can bring them home again if he starts to apply the pressure, but this is where things can quickly get, as we've seen in the past few games, out of control for souL. The mutas start harassing his base. He doesn't defend that appropriately. He makes a reckless attack to try and make up for it. And now we see souL coming in with some of his Marines, going to push the mutas away. That's a good start. What's his army doing, though? I mean, he's starting to load up into medivacs. Hopefully he's not going too far forward. Although I do like this angle of attack. We'll see. Retreating, retreating, retreating. Gets some good hits. Alright, tanks getting shots off on the Lings. Banelings are still present, however, most of them are gone, so the Marines can push the Mutalisks away, potentially. The answer is no. There's just too many of them. souL has reinforcements coming forward, which is a big save, but looks like that the Zerg has held for now. His Muta's doing the work. He's got plenty of Lings to back him up. And now souL's going to have to deal with a Zerg who's going to be at 15 Mutas, which is not a comfortable thing to take care of. To try and manage. This drop is moving out on the map. Well, this squad is moving out on the map, but I think they overcommitted quite a bit. There's more Marines coming on in, but yeah, souL not taking optimal fights at the minute. Is being pushed back, routed completely home. And Elazer is showing us his continued reverse dominance. Okay, Mutas are gonna be pushing forward. souL's doing the best he can with his bio to split it. The problem is there's so many darn Lings that it's just too much. You split the Marines and then the Lings rip you to pieces. It's a hard life being a Marine. If you split up, you get devoured by Lings. If you stay together, you get blown up by Banelings. It's like, what do you do? Elazer says BRB. I shall say the same. We shall take a 2-minute break or so, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a few. Let the games continue. More specifically, let the gauntlet continue. Alright guys, thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. Looks like we have had Sithar use the Matcherino coupon. Thank you so much. We've still got a few more to go. BO69 is the code. If you can use that, that would be great. If you're going to get distracted by this awesome TvZ, that's also fine. Because this is getting close. Apparently souL's getting pretty tired, he said himself. He said, I'm already dying. And I told him I was already dead. But, it also, then Elazer was like, good, I knew I'd win on stamina. And that could very well be the case, that souL came out of the gate going hot, and Elazer is just chugging along. And yeah, maybe that's a thing. Maybe that's a thing. souL might have lost a bit of his edge. The edge that was allowing him just to slice Elazer to pieces. Anyway, we've got Elazer down here. On my list of things to do is ask Elazer why he never early pools. I'm gonna ask him between one of these games. Okay. Yeah, pretty normal openings here. souL's got an SCV chillin'. Gonna block Elazer's third attempt with a nice little bunker, and Elazer says, nope, get on out of there, run away! Zoop, zoop, bop, doop. Man, the drone makes it safe. The SCV is going to want to run away. Should make it away. Now, yeah, Elazer just takes that expansion, but this means that the Lings could be hunted by the Reaper. Potentially a few could die. Is souL going to be able to find them? The answer is no. souL's actually going to finish the bunker. That's bloody odd. But I guess it's the same as letting it finish as canceling it, you know? And now there's a random bunker with a marine in it for souL. Okay. That's like, yeah, I guess. The marine's just taking out his hatred on overlords. And we've got a third CC on the way for souL. Stim on the way. souL currently has won $140. Elazer's currently won $110. Then, of course, the match arena contributions split between them. And then, depending on how close the series is, winning the series is actually quite a significant prize. Like, if you're able to pull off a 35-20 or whatever, you win yourself an extra $150, so there's incentive there. So every time Elazer picks up a map, that's $10 out of souL's pocket, and vice versa. I do kind of find it kind of funny, souL being like, oh my god, I'm already dying. Spore crawlers going up everywhere, so Elazer being prepared from to defend from the skies. Although there really ain't nothing coming. It is strictly a Hellion into Mass Marine opening. So the spores, more of just a sanity investment, I guess, for Elazer. There's the combat shield on the way. eBay's finishing up, so 1-1 on the way for souL. He's just going strong into the macro. Gonna have some of those double medivac drops going soon. And this is what souL has kind of been kicking Elazer's butt with, or was kicking his butt with for part of it. So maybe this is all we need to see. Notably, souL has got up his production a lot quicker. That's because he's invested in 400 less minerals of Hellions, which I think is probably a wise decision, as the Hellions weren't getting too much done for souL. Now he's just going to move across the map with what he's got. And we've seen pushes across Romanticide literally just straight up kill the Zerg's 4th in a rather uneventful fashion. I'm trying to remember which Zerg it was. I think it was maybe like DRG or someone. Or souLer, who literally just died to a push across the map. Like this. Once the tanks start rolling up anyway. So we shall see, as Combat Shield's about to finish up for the Terran. That's going to give these Marines a lot more HP. Elazer has got Baneling speed on the way, but it's, you know, a fair distance away. Lings are going for a counterattack for the Zerg. I mean, there's a good amount of units here for souL to respond to this, though. So Elazer showing these Lings already might be a little bit premature. souL stims his Marines. He's going to get on top of these Lings. The Lings can try and escape, but yeah, this is not good for Elazer. He's going to lose most of these. souL's engaging while this is going on. He snipes down all the Banelings. The Hellions helping evaporate those Lings. All of a sudden, Elazer has thrown away most of his biomass here. And we are looking at a Zerg who's in a lot of trouble. The 2 tanks going to be coming with this, giving a lot more bite to the push. I'm honestly sweating right now if I'm Elazer. I mean, the tank's getting set up. This one's in range of the hatchery already. A scan going forward, going to clear the creep. Baneling speed is about to finish up, but there's not that many Banelings. souL's already splitting up his army. I'm really troubled right now for Elazer. We see 1-1 already done for the Zerg, so there is an upgrade advantage. Elazer's going to take the fight before souL's 1-1 is finished up to even this out. Now souL's 1-1 is done. All the Banelings are gone. The tanks are getting some beautiful shots off. So far, souL hasn't been able to push through just yet. Where's his reinforcements? Now they're coming across the map, and if souL can potentially pick off this base, that would be huge for him. The Queens really have been MVPs with staying alive, tanking so much damage. But I don't know about this. I mean, there's 60 more Banelings on the way. They're going to take a second to finish. souL's taking the fight now. Another tank getting set up. The Mutas are here to help out, but this is not going to be easy for Elazer to hold on. He's doing a fantastic job, I'll say, though. This fight is so important right now as to who's going to win this game. One of the tanks is going to try and inch forward, force the Zerg into a worse fight. That's what it's all about for souL right now, as he's just keeping his constant unit production going. We check back over at souL's base. He's just working hard off of his 5 racks. The Zerg's going to spill forward, though. souL having to deal with a lot of Banelings right now, but, I mean, Elazer sallied 4th after he lost that hatchery, so losing his 4th, he's got the 5th done, but you don't want this space between the bases because the 5th will fall shortly after the 4th. The tank getting some shots off still. souL very well may just be able to force a cancel on this base, and that would be quite good for him. Tank getting more shots off. How many kills is this guy at? 17 already. Banelings move forward. The problem is, with the tank there, even if Elazer gets some good Baneling connections, he's going to lose units on the way out. souL takes this opportunity as a chance to step forward. Then he steps back, doing this constant dance. I'll say Elazer has done a good job of whittling down the medivac count. It's down to 3, and the other 2 just aren't there. But Elazer taps on out. Wow. Realizing that souL had pushed him to the brink there. And, yeah, he actually just says enough is enough. I mean, yeah, he had, like, no Banelings. His production really did get messed up with him. I think he might have lost a lot of his mutas there. Yeah, he did. Losing the mutas was the nail in the coffin. GG gets called. GG. So souL turns the tide. Put one on the board for the Terran. It's currently 15-11. And we just played Romanticide. I think we just played Juggernautha too, I want to say. So how about Lightshade? And suddenly, I'm feeling much more awake, which is very bizarre. The body's funny like that, how you get second wins. That was actually a great game. Really close to the end there. I think Elazer did lose all of his mutas to the north, and that's what made him tap out. We have got 9 more games to go today, or 1 hour of play. Well, 1.5 hours of play to go. I mean, we're averaging like 15 minutes a game or so. 15, 20 minutes a game. So maybe we'll get like 7 more games in, depending. We really haven't had any short games this series. And we knew that I knew that going into a best of 69. souL versus Elazer was definitely not going to be short and sweet by any means. Not that there's such a thing as a... Well, it is sweet, but a short best of 69. I believe the record for one of these, I think it was Snoot versus Bunny, I read on Team Liquid, was like 18, 19 hours or something like that. I'm not saying that this will eclipse it, but it definitely could. You hating on my dishes? You hating on the fact that I came home from work and didn't do the dishes because I decided it was time to cast some Starcraft? Bly versus Max Pax. That would be short. Although Max Pax likes carriers, and Bly never GGs. Bly actually was going to be someone we were going to have in this, but he wasn't interested in playing souL. Who knows? Maybe I wouldn't count on it, but maybe one day we'll do another one. Or actually, depending on my work schedule, we may do another EU Cup or two. As I realize now, yeah, dang. I'm gonna be on more of an afternoon schedule for the next like month or so. So Africa Worlds very well may be afternoon events. So that might be like, maybe we'll do another EU one or an NA one or something. Not that they'd be this early, they'd be more in the evening for EU time, but... No, they'd be around this time anyway. I think that may be something we'll do, you know? Anyway, third CC on the way for souL. He had success with that in the last game. I think abandoning the 8 Hellion approach is probably a good idea. Light Shade, an older map from the pool. Cloak on the way. As it's gonna be the Banshees once again. souL doesn't even care if his Banshees get spotted though. It's like what you gonna do, Elazer? Bet you'll make some spore crawlers, won't you? Three drones for the Reaper and the 2 Hellions. Not great, not terrible. Better based on the fact that it's earlier in the game, but by God, Elazer's already gone for a 4th base. That's nutty. That is nutty. I mean, good on him. It's a bold move. I don't dislike it against souL, but it does kind of hark back to the fact that we have seen Elazer play greedy against souL and get slapped down for it, even though souL himself was being pretty darn greedy. We'll see, though. Creep tumors being picked off. Elazer is making sure to replace those where he can. There's the 2 Banshees. Gonna be looking for their one-shots on drones. Haas versus Parting versus Max Specs versus Estrella FFA. I'd watch that. Maybe get SOS in there too, just for good measure. That would be a clown fiesta. Banshee is getting what they can. 3 drones, not great. Hellions come in towards the 4th base. souL's gonna see that and be like, whoa, that's done. Don't you know it's only 6 minutes into the game? Banshee's moving around. This is one of the things that's honestly most impressive. If you try and play Terran, microing your Banshees around a spore crawler is so darn hard. Let alone doing it without floating 1 trillion minerals. We'll see if souL's gonna kill off that Overlord or not. Nope, he decides to take his hate out on these rocks. souL now gonna be moving out. Medivac, Marines, that kind of stuff. Stims to actually just kill the Overlord. I don't know if I'll actually get it though, and then getting pushed back by roaches. Elazer gonna play that style, which is kind of cool because the Roach Muta style keeps the Terran in the dark, right? Hellions, by the way, dive on in, get 6 drones. Because as the Terran, you never know when the Zerg's gonna go for the Mutas, how many Lings the Zerg's gonna make, how many Roaches, if it's gonna be like a big Roach all-in kind of thing. In reality, Elazer is banking his resources to go for Mutas. souL doesn't know that though. As far as souL's concerned, he needs to really bunker down and sit back, and that's why we see 2 bunkers. Combat shields on the way for souL. I can't help but feel how that's a little bit late. Big drop, interestingly enough, moving to the north. I kind of like this. We'll see where he's going to unload. Looks like he is just going to unload at this base. The problem, and what I was about to say, is that Elazer hasn't actually taken this location, but he's about to. So souL will at least get a cancel on that. Or should get a cancel. And oh, did he just catch mutas? He just caught 3 mutas. Oh, that's huge. I mean, there's still a good amount for Elazer. Still 11 out. Mutas are actually getting picked off. Another 2 just died like that. Turret does finish up. Gonna help escort the mutas out. And all of a sudden, I mean, we have witnessed the Elazer lose like 5 mutas just like that. Medivac's being pursued. souL's bio stepping out onto the map. Tanks, lots of Marines. Moving forward, and I mean, against a Zerg who's been investing in this many mutas, there's not a ton of Banelings. And that's where it becomes a predicament. Marines charging forward at a rapid rate, just blitzing into the Zerg base. I mean, Banelings are getting decent connections on the Marines, but the splits were pretty darn good. The tanks still set up, the mutas come on in. This is looking like a little too much Terran here for Elazer to handle. I mean, what's that force coming back? Just more mutas? I don't know how Elazer's going to deal with this. The mutas are nabbing up a lot of the tanks, which is real darn good. No more Banelings have been produced just yet. So as long as souL keeps rallying Marines across the map, he's going to be sitting pretty, and he's doing just that. He's got his +2 attack about to finish. Elazer has got his 2-2 on the way, but man, he's losing mutas now to the Marines, and it looks like souL's going to be able to take this one. GG. The tide has flipped once again. It's literally like the tide this best of 69, the ebb and flow. souL biting a healthy lead once again, 16-11 now. Bringing his total earnings up to $160. souL, I think, is getting a little bit tired here. We're 6.5 hours in, which is decent, but it's not that much. The halfway point would be 18 maps for souL, and then we'd be considered halfway. Which would be an acceptable stopping point, but really it should be both players are halfway. Or we're halfway through the map. So yeah, about 7 more to go. Or another hour and a half, and then we'll break for day 2. Put some plants on your windowsill, they will make you happy. But it would actually make me sad, because then I'd be keeping the plants inside when they could be happy outside. I have no issue with seeing wildlife and trees, trust me. I've got some beautiful trails behind my place. Anyway, we got souL in the top right, Elazer in the bottom left. What do you guys think is going to happen? Do you guys think these guys can do 7 maps? Basically a best of 7. Or not really a best of 7. 7 maps. The full best of 7 in an hour and a half? Probably not, right? It would be close. Yeah, I'd say no. You know, I kind of want to sit down. It's like legs are getting a little sore. Carpet's not the most comfy thing to stand on because it doesn't have good support. But then I know if I sit down, I'm done. I'd be finished. But I think I'm going to sit down for a little bit. You guys in chat yell if I fall asleep, okay? Jokes aside, doing fine. No, like honestly, the fact that these games have been so great, it's been real exciting. Like, if this was literally just like a Protoss turtling up to carriers, I'd probably want to die. I'd be like, I put a plant in the dark corner so it slowly dies. That way, when you feel bad, you know it has it worse than you. That is some psychotic stuff right there. Oh, this drone transitioning souL doesn't quite get perfect targeting on it. Still making a laser sweat. This is like the 27th-ish Reaper that Elazer's had to deflect today. That's actually nuts. 27 games in one day already. souL gets the Reaper, or gets the Creep Tumor too. 27 games. Holy moly, guys. The halfway mark is 35. Okay. souL going tree CC again. Seems like a very solid macro build players are confident in. Beyond plays 27 games before breakfast, yes. Beyond is something. Creep tumors spreading. Can the Reapers and Hellions get them? The Lings move out to try and intercept to ensure that they don't get picked off. Good micro by souL. Able to make that happen. Great play by Elazer trying to prevent that from happening, but in the end, what can you do? Honestly, the Creep Tumor nerf was probably one of the best things for the game. Preventing the cancellation of creep spreading. Big deal. Third CC. Not floated over yet for souL. Okay, now this is one of those games. Is he gonna build eBays in the wall? Pardon me, as the Hellions kill off 3 drones. No, he's not. He's gonna do depots or something. The question is why? What brings this on? Because sometimes they do eBays in the wall. Is it just the timing the wall's going up? I don't know. I don't think that makes sense because he could have completed his wall right now using these. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Bunkers are getting tossed up now anyway in a panic for Elazer as, or I mean for souL as, yeah, Elazer's going to be going all in. Saw a couple of Dropper Lords morphing. That means that the Queens are being hot lifted somewhere. 3 bunkers going up though is a significant amount for souL. I mean, he's going to have Stim pretty darn soon, which is a huge deal, a massive deal when it comes to this. The Banshees are just going to zone this out. I think this all-in is destined to fail, pretty much from the get-go. Yeah. As long as those Marines get in that bunker, the wall is raised, more Marines getting in more bunkers, SCVs are coming on in too. There's actually no Overseers. There's the Overseer to help out. But yeah, that was not successful at all. Hellion tried to go for counter damage, did not find anything, got dealt with, but yeah, in the end, it's like, this is no good. Oh, a Medivac filled with overlords goes down. Yeah, Elazer taps out. Elazer took one for the team. I'm trying to rush through. Put souL at 17-11. Yeah, those all-ins just don't work too well. And yeah, souL. One more map. One more map and he will be halfway to victory. Both players are ready. I wonder if souL's gonna return the favor now and like 2 racks of Elazer. Go use the Matcherino, guys. We've got coupon code BO69. And away we go. Okay. We've got souL. We've got Elazer. Doing their thing. Straight up killing it. Okay, production-wise, still gotta ask Elazer why he never goes for an early pool. souL probably gonna go 3cc again if I had to guess. I mean, it makes sense, don't it? 3cc, maybe Hellbats. Eh? Here's the Reaper for souL. Worth paying attention to. It's grabbed gosh knows how many drones. No dice on this guy though. Great micro by Elazer. No tumor either. souL really wanted something going after that Ling. Maybe battle cruiser? It's an option too. Liberator. Oh, there's actually no queen in position. So maybe he can get a shot or two off. Oh my god, if souL pulls this off somehow. No, there's no way he can get a drone. 2 more Hellions come into the natural though, and all of a sudden, it's guess what? Guess what, Elazer? Dead drones, that's what. I mean, he only gets 3 in total. That's actually pretty fabulous. Well done by Elazer. Really showing us tremendous defense this series. souL going for just 1 eBay. 3 racks, 1 eBay. So should be starting +1 soon. No +1, starts a tank. It's priority. Liberator gets a bit of harassment done, but only 2 drones. There's that double medivac drop moving out. I mean, no +1 starting just yet either. That's a little bit concerning. Okay, so he's gonna load the tank up maybe? Or... no, not going for the tank, going without it. Tank presumably will be a follow-up perhaps. souL is just gonna have to drop all over the place. Just as relentless as he's been throughout this entire series. Gonna get an Overlord for starters, that's nice. There's the 3rd for souL, going up. Much later than usual, however, so he expects to get some more damage done. And with these 2 tanks showing up, he very well may. I mean, no banelings made for Elazer yet. He's got the 8 queens, but look at all these tanks getting set up. 6 banelings, I don't think is going to cut it. souL has got a lot of marine firepower to focus these down. Combat shield is going to finish momentarily for souL too, about 10 seconds away from that. Working on this 3rd base, going to eventually force the Elazer to pull the trigger. Lings are going for a wraparound as per usual. It's going to be all about whether souL can take care of the banelings or not. He targets the banes with the tank, then the marines ensure that they're finished off. And oh, this is bad, as the queens are going to go down. The hatch goes down actually as the priority, and souL loses a full medivac worth of marines, but that is definitely worth it for him. All the while a drop down towards the attempt at a 4th base. It's in a beautiful position unless there's banelings. No way is that getting dealt with, so that 4th base attempt goes down, leaving the Zerg just on 2 bases now. The drop on the left, the drop on the right. It's hard to believe that souL was saying he was tired a minute ago at the rate he's going. Queen in the main base going to be the next victim for the drops. Queen's on the left side, going to be the victim here too. I mean, look at this. Yeah, just the Marines cutting through the Zerg. +1 is not even done. Here's the Mutas showing up just now, so souL's going to want to evacuate, but I mean, he's got a third done against a 2-base Zerg. He's got great production. It's just not looking great. Not looking good here. Marine's gonna try and zone the mutas out. Elazer really being tested with his multitasking as this drop now moves towards that 4th base. Can he hold on to it? I'm not sure as more and more Marines show up. Look at this. The 4th just dies. Literally dies. That was not a cancel. Tanks are gonna get sieged up now. Does Elazer take a fight beforehand? The answer is no. How's the main base situation? It looks like it's not great for souL as his extra barracks production was halted. He's gonna have to push this away eventually. That should be enough homegrown Marines. souL pushing towards the natural while this is going on. Where's the Zerg army? It's pretty decently sized. Baneling speed has only just started though. What happened there? Was Baneling speed started and accidentally canceled or something? Or was it just never started? The mutas are here to help out too. It looks like they will end up cleaning this entire thing up, but I don't know. I think souL's still in a pretty decent position. That being said, the Zerg did just secure up a 3rd base. Medivacs are going down. The muta count is no joke right now. Marines doing what they can against the Zerg. Yeah, look at this. A lot of mutas. I mean, the Terran supply is only 21. Elazer bringing the Lings and realizing he may be able to go for a cheeky kill move. And go he may, as souL's production with those extra barracks being cut is not up to stuff. He's down to 50 supply. That's mental. How far souL has fallen and just never really reached at this point. And yeah, he's just going to GG out. Elazer takes it when it really seemed things were going for souL. Okay, I get to update that scoreboard once again in favor of our Zerg Polish player. That was Atmospheres. We are going into Beckett. And going into this match means we shall be going into our final hour of the day. This has been nutty. The best part is, even after this, even after tomorrow, I'm gonna be like, you know what? I could watch a TvZ. Let me see that. Waiting for the ready. Okay. Away we go into the next map. Another one. Another one. In the bottom left. It's Cascade souL. I hope Cascade's enjoying the fact that their players getting this much showing. Same goes for Ago, Elazer. Saying, yeah, I'll play a best of 69 with our banner on, of course. Some odd sounds on this map. There's some odd beeping and stuff every now and then. Okay, so that game, I mean, that was so weird where it went wrong for souL. I guess having his barracks compromised just really killed his production. For how long do they play? Like, do you mean how long have they already played today? We have been playing since 5 a.m. Pacific. It is now noon Pacific. So about 7 hours. We've got 1 more hour to go for today. And then we'll finish it another day. A lot of bruised lings. No dead ones, though. 3cc from souL, no surprise. Zerg really has no way of punishing that. I mean, the Reaper opening is literally just too solid. There's the extra racks and such. Stim on the way. Four Hellions for souL today. We'll eventually float over his third, have that good income going. Couple of dead drones as souL YOLOs his Hellions in. How many times he's done that this series, but it does not seem to be losing efficiency. 12 dead drones. 13, 14 dead drones. Less than 5 minutes into the game. That is critical damage being done to Elazer. Last time something like this happened so blatantly, Elazer droned up, souL pushed across the map, Elazer died. We'll see if Elazer is able to muster a hold, but based on the fact he already invested in a fourth, that's going to be a tough line to walk. Like, I think he needs to start making units to defend now, basically. As, yeah, souL's going to have a big marine count and some medivacs to go across the map soon. Queen positioning is going to be huge, along with the links to support them. Not that there's a lot. Yeah. The queens are good, but the lack of any lings to support this is not good at all. I mean, Elazer has yet to make any more lings. We see this double medivac drop moving out. souL's gonna stim on in. I really don't know what Elazer has. The third base is probably just gonna die here. 16 Marines puts out quite a wallop. Broodlings now pop out. Queen gets sniped down. souL all of a sudden has just reduced the base count by 1. Fortunately, there was the quicker fourth base for Elazer, but at some point souL will wind up to that too, while he's also pressuring this third base. More queens are being produced by the Zerg, but that's really because he got nothing else going for him. Medivacs do force the Marines to evacuate. Alright, couple of tanks moving out for souL now. Lings and Banes are just going to be trying to push, souL back. That seems ambitious by Elazer. I don't see him going any further. As a matter of fact, I think he really needs to go home. That seemed like an odd push out. It kind of worked, but then here's these Banes getting caught, and that's where the trouble begins. 3, 4 dead Banes extra. Yeah, Elazer tried to pull a fast one by using the acceleration zone and spinning around. Maybe if he had a few more Banes, a play like that would work, but presently, that is not the case. We see Elazer making 11 more Banelings. He's got a good number of Lings, but oh man, this is not going to be an easy cleanup. The tanks sieging up. The Banelings are coming forward, but all the regular Lings are dead. Elazer has just lost his defense force. That's melted. That's going to be GG. souL has now officially crossed the halfway point to victory, having a series lead of 18-12. That's 30 maps done now. We're heading into 31. So 5 more maps. Or 55 minutes to go. And that one was actually pretty quick. And we're off to the races, continuing on. GLHF. This has been something. We're nowhere near the end. Would I say that this has been bad? Absolutely not. Some very nonchalant casting. I can't. I'd be having. Oh, I'm having a good time. All right, Elazer moving out with a drone right away. Is this just to check for proxies, or is this to be the proxy? You gotta be the proxy. Yeah, where's this drone? It's going to souL's gold base. There's some creativity right there. I dig it. It's been a while since we've seen a gold base used in such a tricky manner. Even when Elazer cheeses. Even when he cheeses. We still get, we still get a hatchery first. This poor overlord being hunted. High ground vision does make it easy to kill. Does make it possible to kill. Thus the Roach Warren, pardon me, from Elazer at this point already. That's no surprise, obviously, because he went for the proxy gold base. Has souL spotted this? The answer is absolutely not. The lack of scouting really gonna come back and bite souL. I mean, either an SCV scout, a Marine, obviously the Morning Reaper, that kind of thing. And once roaches show up to your base uninvited, unprepared for, you will regret it. Like, yeah, I think this is actually just going to be a super quick victory for Elazer. There's a starport on the way for souL. The factory is moving on over, so we'll be able to start producing Hellions, but Hellions aren't even what you want. Yeah. These 4 Marines can do their best. souL is in trouble now. It's just 2 Ravagers and a Roach, but there's nothing really here to buffer for this. The SCV is going to try and help at the top of the ramp. There goes the Corrosive Bile, though. souL does kill off the Roach. That doesn't get morphed to stay alive. A couple of Hellions are on the way out. 3 SCVs gone down so far. Gonna try and muster a force, but really it is just the 1 Hellion. That other bunker went down. We see great transfuse there by Elazer. 2 bunkers are on the way, and we do have a Banshee on the way now. The Banshee is significant, but there is 2 Queens. That's part of the problem. SCVs are being pulled into the fray of this. They're going to get a pretty darn good surround on this, so that's good. Actually, great surround on the Ravagers. Still, though, GG gets called. Yeah, souL not able to hold on. Elazer trading the blows. It's now 18-13. Hot damn. That was just a strong cheese by Elazer. The thing is, if souL scouts that, though, it's just no sweat of a hold, really. That's why it's hard as Zerg to rely on those cheeses, even though they're very useful in your wheelhouse. Both are ready, and away we go. Here we go. Map number 32. Elazer got a little bit cheeky. For the few times he's done that this series. Like, I mean, he's done, that's what, like his third kind of proxy thing, I want to say? Not been a ton. Definitely more on the side of souL, but even souL hasn't gone for like a 2 racks in a bit. Yeah, the players just falling into macros, they get more used to each other's fromage. $32, yeah, we're pretty close to the middle. 35 will be over halfway. Or, yeah, halfway, over halfway. Halfway. Reactor first. From souL, skipping the Reaper. We'll see if he's gonna go for 2. Two Reapers, that is, once the reactor's done, but nope, it's Marines on the way. Okay, back to standing. We see these 2 Marines did find this overboard. They're not going to get it, however. Good attempt by souL. Plays like that are always sneaky. Trying to catch the Zerg off guard. What's souL going to do with all these Marines? That's the question. Starport on the way. Going to be going into Hellions, presumably. And then, yeah, just Hellion Marine. There's the Reaper on the way. He did that previously. Wanting to have the Reaper with the Hellion. And then just move across the map with the Hellion. You're right, and try and build the bunker at the 3rd. This is an interesting attack. We'll see if Elazer's prepared for this or not. I'm going to go ahead and say that the answer is probably not. 2 Queens are there. However, and 6 Marines against 2 Queens is good, but Queens are pretty darn tanky. She's going to transfuse, so she's the first target. The Hellion's coming in too. The bunker gets started. Creep Tumor gets taken care of. souL just trying to push these Queens as far back as possible. Ling speed is about 10 seconds out. 16 Lings are on the way. That's no joke. These Hellions are trying to grab up a drone or 2. But it looks like that souL may just settle for trying to grab the 3rd base. Yeah. I mean, here comes the Lings. The Marines should be able to make it into the bunker. It's not yet done, but there we go. Bunker done, fully loaded. Hellions supporting, preventing any Lings from really diving on top of this as the SCV repairs the bunker. That's problematic for Elazer. Reaper Grenade gets tossed on down too. Queen's losing HP. That SCV is repairing for quite a while, uncontested. Hellions are doing what they can amidst all this chaos, and this is costing Elazer a lot to clean that up. Bringing all of his Queens to the front line, but still he managed to hold on. Well done by the Zerg player. souL behind this does invest in the 3rd. He's got Stim on the way, but that was a notable tech delay going for a build like that. It's one of his more aggressive openers, as we've seen it once or twice before. Hellions moving around, but they're rather softened up, so I don't see them getting much damage done. souL loses one. Two eBays on the way. 2 Evos on the way. And this game will just head into Macro Town. Barracks on both sides. We'll see if he's going to repair the Hellions. He will. Elazer. Not taking this 4th base location yet. Just expanded to the outer one, then the northern one. I mean, the last time we were on this map, souL literally just went for a push across and kind of killed his opponent. I don't know if that's going to happen on this map. I don't feel it will. I mean, it's a possibility. Reactor. Reactor. Get that marine production up. There's the 2 medivacs on the way. Should see an armory soon for souL. All the while, hatchery is going up for Elazer, and can souL just go for that push like he did in the previous game on this map? We saw how close that was. This time Elazer's probably going to be a little wiser. I think his creep spread is better. It hasn't been pushed back as far. And so yeah, this will be a challenge for souL to gain some ground. He does have a slight upgrade speed lead. He's going to have combat shield in quite a while, to be honest. So not going to have that to help deal with the banelings. The banelings will have baneling speed similar to when combat shield's finishing up, maybe a little bit sooner than that. Ling counterattack gonna kill off that supply depot, being a pain. souL has done that before too. Interesting kind of just early warning system for Ling run-bys, that kind of thing. Tanks on the high ground getting shots off, but yeah, in the end, it's not looking super divulging as to which way this game's going. 1 tank set up, 2 tanks set up. There's a lot of Marines now surging forward for souL. He is up 30 army supply. The baneling speed has finished up. Combat shield has not. Now it's finished up as the battle's about to start, but then beautiful splits by souL are going to make life rather difficult for the Zerg player here. Tanks inching forward. The tank's going to start shooting away on that Zerg force. The banelings really have no choice but to engage. souL now just has to retreat. He's manufactured this great engagement. He's stimming forward. And we see Elazer's 3rd base is in trouble. There's no more banelings on the way to help out with this at all. And so as long as souL can just take a fight against these queens, against these lings, he'll be sitting pretty. The medivac's healing non-stop. The queens have been staying alive with lots of their energy, just burning transfuses. And Elazer stays alive. He's got another 7 banelings on the way. Tanks inching forward, though, could force the issue. As souL's already been pushing it so hard, Hellions turn into Hellbats. Just adding insult further to injury. But then again, 17 banelings being produced at a time. That is no small number of banelings, although the fight is occurring before that. And with that being the case, I think that could have been a complete clean potentially if there was 17 banelings sailing forward at once instead of just the 7 and then the 10. And souL keeping the pressure on his opponent, pre-splitting his bio as well as he can. Okay, banelings get some good connections there. Marines unloading from the medivac. souL's just been constantly reinforcing this location. Supply is pretty much what it was at a minute ago for both these players. Banelings getting sniped down. None have found amazing connections on the Marines just yet. The queen count's starting to wear thin. It looks like that 3rd base is probably going to go down, and that could be the tipping point for Elazer. I mean, he's got this base down here that's just finished building up. He's got the base to the north, but now he's cut off. So many more Marines come forward, and that's all Elazer has to see to tap out. GG gets called. souL puts another one on the board, extending his lead 19-13. That was Romanticide. Which means we are on Juggernautha now. Do you think souL's gonna proxy on this one? Now we're heading into 33. Waiting on souL. souL is ready. Lasers ready, and away we go. souL now having earned $190, a Elazer $130. Of course, these guys are battling it out for basically each other's final share. If souL wins, he gets whatever wasn't claimed by a Elazer, and if Elazer wins, he gets whatever wasn't claimed by souL. And here we are. Juggernautha. souL is going to send out that SCV. I thought that looked a little bit late for a proxy, but no, souL really likes to proxy on Juggernautha. That's his MO. Yeah, I mean, I guess he doesn't want to play a longer macro game on this map, and that's understandable because it does trend towards that really, really long type of game. Really interesting proxy location. That's in the face of a Elazer. That is literally in the path of it. Could not be any more further forward, I think. Unless it's like big brain mind game attempt by souL. But Elazer's, yeah, he's just gonna see this and know it's coming. Oh, Elazer's like, huh, neat. Alright, 3 drones coming on down. Someone ordered 3 barracks, so I'm ordering 3 drones. The drones will head down. Problem is, they're not going to be able to stop the first barracks. Probably not the second, right? I mean, RNGs, this is a fickle mistress. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh dear. RNGs? Oh god, souL. Trying to get that first barracks up, but this one SCV has got a lot of building to do. The RNG was not kind to souL this game. As one of those finishes up, does he get does he get the second up? Looks like the answer is not yet. This SCV running away, but 2 more SCVs coming on down. There's a Marine out. We're gonna work away on those drones, but yeah, the Marine production has already been stifled so much. souL can potentially turn this into a game, but I feel like if you're souL, you probably want to cancel this last racks, right? And then just try and transition. But then you need to get damage done. It's almost an impossible call. You just keep building up Marines if you're souL. Try and make the magic happen, but then a Elazer just sends some lings across the map. What do you do as souL? Okay, you build a solid wall, which is at least going to allow you to repair. souL throws up 2 more barracks. That is what I wanted to see. I didn't know it, but what I wanted to see was souL just go even bigger or homier. He sees the spine and he says, nope. Yeah, Ling's being a pain on that wall. SCV is going to have to repair that. Marines are going home. Okay, now. souL coming on in with these 5-6 Marines. I think the aim here is to try and trick Elazer that souL is transitioning out of this. Yeah, souL was kind of trying to hide this one Marine. Hide that second Marine. In reality, he's making 5 at a time. Yeah, souL lifted off the barracks to hide and move them. Oh my god, this is so smart. So Elazer's just droning, but souL's going into the full Marine production. Oh my god, this is so smart. souL is just pumping out Marines still. Oh my god. This is actually just so brainy. Like, Elazer's like, yeah, la-di-da-di-da, drones, third base. souL's just gonna roll on up with a bunch of slow boys. Guns blazing. I'd say the problem is that there's gonna be a lot of transfuse here. But then Elazer's dropping creep tumors. That's gonna burn through some of his transfuse energy. Does he spam some injects maybe? We'll see. Is souL pulling the boys? Yeah, pulling the boys is the next step. There's not an overlord in the path either. Oh my god, the SCVs are going to be perfect buffers for this. Oh my gosh, I can't even believe this. This was such a good sell that he's just macroing up behind this. And Elazer has not a clue. He's going to be like, oh my god, are you kidding me? 31 Marines. This is just insane damage potential. The Marines move forward. They can just gun down whatever they want. Queen down, queen down, queen down, queen down. Spine crawler down. GG gets called. souL takes it and secures this 20th victory. Oh boy. If you're a Elazer, you're like, what on earth happened? How'd I miss that? They're both in the replay right now. By God. Okay, so what map was that we just did? That was just Jug. So we're going into light shade. Ay, ay, ay. That is something you'd be like, yeah, that's Bronze League. No. No, that is not Bronze League. I like how Elazer didn't even say anything. I think these guys are probably in Discord or something. I think these guys must be on Discord. Okay, and away we go. Into map number 34. The second to last one for today, unless this one runs super long. Yeah, anyway, in the top left, we have got Elazer. And in the bottom right, the mad lad with the insane proxy. It's souL. That was a thing of beauty. Whoever sees that coming. This is live. Okie dokie. Natural for a laser? That's gotta be so frustrating as a laser, but if you're souL, you're probably just laughing your ass off at that point. That was such a good sell. Such a good sell. souL chasing the Overlord away, as he does so often. SCV Scout coming home. Elazer's moving out to take his third base. And yeah, this has been some pretty serious commentating. I don't think I rambled on about enough random stuff. I didn't have anyone to prompt me, so. This Reaper is real determined. Pew pew, pew pew. If it was the old days, he'd have grenades that would destroy that hatchery in seconds. And okay, it's gonna be a Hellbat trip. I predict for the last game, souL's gonna go battle cruisers. That's my guess. He's gonna try like the double BC stuff. Plenty of lingy boys. Hellions grabbing the tumor, nicely done. The Marines kind of snuck in here. Snuck past a laser. And now all of a sudden the Hellbats are morphing. Is the Zerg prepared for this? Absolutely not. A laser just threw up a very ambitious fourth base. And souL really just needs to charge on in there. The medevac's being targeted down incredibly well by the queens. It's a beautiful concave by a laser. souL needs to be careful about how he pursues these queens because he takes a lot of damage as he's trying to just target down an individual queen. Look at this. All the queens for a laser are firing as souL is trying to catch one queen. souL saves the injured Hellbats with some cool micro, but at least he realizes that that attack was indeed a failure for the most part. souL very well may just wait for this medevac to heal what it can and then go back on in. Burn through all its 30 energy. And now that's out of energy. Ling counterattack. souL's got two Hellions that just popped on out. Gonna do what they can. You think this is gonna prompt him to go for an attack? Most likely, yes. Liberator's gonna need to get set up, and souL basically needs to win the game here as he just lost 10 workers. The Liberator sets up maybe a little bit late. It probably should have been leading, but then I don't know if it would have been too vulnerable then. It's shooting away at some larvae, zoning out some queens as souL's trying to chase down the rest of them, but the damage he needs to get done here is huge. He needs to win the game. Lings are coming on into the natural base of souL. He's got some Hellbats here which are going to help defend this though, so a laser not going to get too much done. Well, 5 more dead SCVs is... I wouldn't say nothing, seeing as how he already killed like 10 or whatever. And the Hellbats are doing what they can. The Queen's still working wonders. These Hellbats, they're all 1 or 2 shots off from getting popped away, or a large majority of them are. And souL, as he's trying to transition into mech, is doing okay, but I mean, his natural's not really mining at all. Do you just go for the double Thor drop of your soul and hope you can win the game or something with the Hellbats? Maybe retreat with these Hellbats, heal them up, go for a follow-up all-in with the Thors? That's the only thought I have, although he's still pushing. Like, Elazer doesn't have a lot, but there's 2 Banelings coming on in, pretty good splits. There's all the Lings showing up, so one more Baneling coming on in, picks off most of the Hellbats. Yeah, not a lot going on now for the... Not a lot going on now for the Terran. Can't even really afford Thors, he's that broke. There's 1 Thor on the way. There'll be a 2nd Thor soon. Couple of Medivacs, and then that's pretty much the show. All in soul. I mean, he made some magic happen in the last game, but the problem is this game. Elazer's already on 70 drones. Like, he could make Lings, he could make just pure Queens, he could make Roaches, and it's going to be really tough for someone who's on half the workers to make a play happen. I know that Elazer is kind of neglecting his army still by droning and droning and droning. It's going to be a tall order. Let's see. Let's see. Queue up more Hellions, yeah, and then just go for it. Maybe bring some SCVs too. No SCVs are coming. Alright, the Thors are just getting hot delivered in there. Hellions going to be doing what they can. How many Banelings are there? The answer is definitely enough to kill all the Hellions. So the Thors are on their own, basically. And that means that the Lings can do what they want. There's actually just too many Lings, too many Queens, picking off the Thors. souL tried to micro against the Banes, but then Thors died while that was going on. He fires up another 2 Thors, but... yeah, I mean, you gotta give it to souL for trying here. He's actually gonna get on and cancel all those Banes, but there's 11 Roaches on the way, and Hellbats don't cut it against them. He's gonna be killing off a decent number of drones here. At the same time, though, there was a counterattack that killed some SCVs, and that this Zerg is still on 60 workers, despite losing 20 SCVs, which is madness. I mean, he's actually killing off a ton of workers, but that was a 5-base Zerg, so GG gets called. Elazer is not going to go down without a fight, but that's been pretty apparent based on the fact that he's won 14 maps. Alright, last one. Whoopsie daisy, there we go. We just did Lightshade. Now it's going to be Oxide, the final map for today. The final map. What if this is the one they decide to make the 2-hour-long macro game? What if it is? souL's ready. Elazer is dry again. Okay, in the bottom left, it is souL. And in the top right, it is Elazer. Alright guys, I've actually got to step aside for like 2 seconds in the final game of the day. Terrible, I know, but I'll be back quick. I promise. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot to unmute myself when I got back. How many hours are they playing? Today, this is the last game, but Elazer just lost 18 drones. Yeah, it's been about 8 hours today. And then we'll do the other 8 hours tomorrow. Presumably. It could be more than 8 hours tomorrow. We're clocking in just under 8 hours. Which is nutty. So Elazer took a lot of damage, but he's got roaches to make his defense happen with soon to be 1-1. So that'll be decent. And he's got his 4th on the way, already 74 drones. God, my voice is going to be grateful that we're ending this, by the way. It definitely needs some rest. Double bunkers on the way for souL, so taking the roach attack threat seriously, but with an infestation pit on the way for Elazer. Maybe he's not even thinking about that. Yeah, lurkers, hive. Just defensive roaches, it would seem. Alright, souL beginning the multi-stage dropping. An attempt at a 5th base by Elazer could be shut down right away. Elazer sniffs this out though. The Marines can probably engage these roaches, but not paying attention. That's because souL is pushing towards the 3rd. He actually could have gone in for the 3rd. It's rather exposed. The drones could actually just be straight up massacred here. The overlords, the queens, anything is a target first. souL may be missing out on quite a bit of potential damage. But, I mean, you generally have this idea in your head of where your opponent's going to be, and sometimes that's a blessing to your opponent. A lot of creep tumors being picked off there. souL dropping all over the place, but as far as supply goes, he's actually up on supply compared to the Zerg who's making roaches, so that's quite concerning if you are Elazer. I mean, like, these Marines, yeah, they can literally just stim on top of these roaches. souL realizes that. He's going to go for it. Just keep charging. The corrosive biles are going to try and break up this bio. But all of a sudden, souL's stemmed twice, I think. And now he is going to be on the 4th base of the Zerg, which is going to be dying. There's Vipers on the way. There's 2-2 about to finish up for Elazer, but he's already lost his 4th. His 5th is going to be vulnerable. Yeah, this is just the case of bio being a lot better than roaches. So we see lurkers on the way. That could change it up. But souL needs to, or Elazer needs to be real careful right now. He's going for a counterattack. I actually really like this. But oh, he needs to pay attention with those roaches. Oh, big mistake there. Not having those roaches engaged right away. Beautiful sectioning off of that one roach that was the tank target, though. This could potentially bring souL back. The lurkers and vipers as well really should be locking this area down. And the lurkers already have evolved or seismic spines. Tanks getting abducted into the lurkers are dying pretty much right away, so souL's attack is faltering. He's taken a lot of counter damage back at home, losing, wow, 20 SCVs in total. The 2-2 really been showing on these roaches. It's now gonna be gone away. Lurkers re-burrowing, souL getting on top of them. Transfuse gets used. But it looks like that there might just be a few too many Marines here. The power of Marines is too much, and souL is going to take the final map of the day, giving himself the lead in the series. Oh, he's already had it, but extending his lead in the series 21-14. Wow. That was something for day number 1. 21 and 14. Pretty decent. Pretty darn decent for both players. Yeah, souL being the favorite, but Elazer has showed some serious fight. These guys are gonna have some sleep, come back again tomorrow. And yeah, I don't have too much else to say other than thanks so much to everyone who's been tuning in for this entire thing. An 8-hour broadcast, probably my longest stream ever. Make sure to check out the Match Arena. We've still got some coupon codes to use. If you haven't used that, I implore you, please go do that. Yeah. And then we'll be back tomorrow, same time, 5 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. CET. And, yeah. Good stuff. I'm gonna go get some rest, guys. I hope you all have a beautiful day, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Take care now.